This kitty could see something that others just didn't seem to notice. Hunters have to clear dungeons before they break. Otherwise, monsters spill out to feast on the world. Claude isn't high level. Even so, he's always diving into the toughest dungeons to grow stronger and protect people. One day, he'll reach the top. His current party isn't exactly powerful. It should be enough for this dungeon. Inside the subway, Claude noticed something was wrong. When they spotted the monsters, the leader was the first to charge in. The others scattered like total amateurs. The healer's range was too short, and the party's tank was focused on attacking, not defending the mages. When a sneak attack came straight for our protagonist, he understood. This place wasn't normal, and this team he'd joined, something was really off about them. The reason for all this was the leader. Apparently, their plan was for everyone else to die here. The other hunters were furious with their leader, ready to die fighting, but Cloud saved the first one from a fatal blow. The team's mage felt it, the pure terror of being seconds from death, and he just froze. That's when Claude started shouting orders, directing the girl and the others. Once the monsters were defeated, the team turned their rage on the leader. He had to be insane trying to get them all killed. It made no sense, until now. It was finally clear. Their leader had been possessed by a demon. These creatures feed on the negative feelings of humans to get stronger. These guys had never seen anything like it. Only Claude knew what was happening. A demon's power can use your own fears against you, destroying you from the inside, and their leader's heart was the most vulnerable of all. They were all going to die here. Claude, on the other hand, for some reason, wasn't affected by the fear. He tried to attack the demon in multiple ways. The creature then taunted him, "Don't you care about killing the human body I'm possessing?" Believing the human would hesitate, the demon attacked recklessly, leaving itself wide open. But Claude, he didn't hold back. He attacked without a shred of doubt. For the very first time, the demon was the one who felt fear. Humans, they can't act this cold-blooded. The reason Nam Cheol-min's heart was so haunted, his younger brother. The guy wasn't evil. He's an amazing brother and one of the strongest hunters out there. But people always judged him for being the older brother, yet not as strong as Taemin. The demon warned him again, "To kill me, you'll have to kill Nam Cheol-min too." Cloud didn't hesitate. Again, the demon felt the pain rippling through its host's body. The creature was enraged and screamed, "You're the cruel demon here." But those words meant nothing to our protagonist, because he could see what others couldn't. Despite the resentment in Nam Cheol-min's heart, his pride was just as strong. If he had to sacrifice himself to save his team, he would do it. Cloud followed Cheol-min's will. The final blow sent the demon's head flying, but luck was on Nam Cheol-min's side. You see, Claude has an ability to attack a demon's spiritual body without harming the original host. When the team leader woke up, he was sure he'd been fatally struck. His teammates, understanding what happened, were just happy to see him alive. Shaking with adrenaline, Nam Cheol-min couldn't understand it. "I should be dead." Then Cloud said it again. "You don't have to worry because I'm here." Demons feed on people's fear, and Cloud, he's a demon hunter. He even congratulated Nam Cheol-min for his earlier courage. Cheol-min had never been praised by anyone other than his brother. It felt weird. But what was even weirder was this guy behind our protagonist pointing out, demons don't drop any loot when they die. That's why you're so broke. The reason for all this started long ago. One day, Lee Hoyol woke up, and he was no longer in control of his own body. It now belonged to Granfell Claude Arpaeus Romeo. That name, that's my character from the game I used to play. A long time ago, there was a famous VR game. It was incredible, like living inside an anime. You could be a badass like Sung Jin Woo. Then, one day, the unthinkable happened. The real world began to merge with the world of that legendary game, Arcana. People who played the game received the same powers as their in-game characters. With these new abilities, they were able to fight the monsters and dungeons that appeared on Earth. Unfortunately for Lee Hoyle, he was poor and barely played, so his character was low-level and weak. And that wasn't his only problem. Claude's personality was uncontrollable. If a superior treated him badly, he'd fire right back with the same attitude. Time passed. The world became more dangerous, and powerful players became famous. But him? Besides being weak, he was stuck with a horrible class from the game, a demon hunter. It was the worst class for leveling up. Its only advantage was being super effective against demons. But back in the game, demon-type monsters were extremely rare. Back in the present, Cheol-min returned home, safe and sound. Nam Cheol-min shows an online article to his brother, Nam Taemin. His brother says he can't believe it, commenting that even for a guild leader, inviting someone based on a post like that shows a lack of wisdom. However, Nam Cheol-min claims that he is the person described in the article. The revelation shocks Nam Taemin so much that he spills his hot coffee all over the table. Still at home, Nam Taemin talks with his brother Cheolmin, questioning if he really wants to stop being a player to become an analyst for Gaon. Taemin finds the decision hard to believe, as his brother was always against the idea and has suddenly changed his mind. Cheolmin, however, insists he's serious. Faced with this distrust, Taemin asks if his brother is trying to fool him, but Cheolmin reaffirms his position. He explains that he realized his own weakness and his true purpose, deciding to follow his own path instead of living in his brother's shadow. Intrigued, Nam Taemin expresses a desire to meet the person who managed to change Cheolmin's mind so completely. Taemin reflects that this person not only handled a demon, but also wasn't affected by the abnormality status, which suggests an incredible mindset. He remembers his brother mentioning that the player fought with a dagger instead of magic, making it difficult to determine their class. Furthermore, with so much skill, Taemin doesn't understand why a player of that caliber went into one specific rupture. Cheolmin acknowledges that the story sounds unbelievable, but asks for his trust. To Cheolmin's surprise, Nam Taemin says he believes the story because his brother is the primary witness. He acknowledges that he only got where he is today thanks to his brother and reveals that he brought a contract for Cheolmin's new job as an analyst for Gaon. Taemin declares that Cheolmin is his older brother and a proud analyst of the guild. A bit embarrassed, Cheolmin thanks him for the support, and Taemin tells him to take a look at the contract. Upon reading the document, Cheolmin is shocked and asks if those are the actual terms of the agreement. Meanwhile, our protagonist, Lee Hoyol, realizes he leveled up 20 times after defeating the demon. The character Granfell doesn't care about this, but Lee Hoyol is overjoyed, thinking only about distributing his stat points. After taking a shower, he decides to rest and deal with everything else later. However, Granfell's subconscious takes over, considering the house far too messy. With the mindset that a clean environment keeps the mind clean, he immediately begins a thorough cleaning. At the end of the day, he prepares a meal, and upon tasting it, he notices the flavor is quite healthy. The protagonist reflects that Granfell was always like this, a follower of regular routines and a practitioner of self-control. He then understands that the traits he assigned to the character, as well as his class and level, are being applied to his real life. Before, Lee Hoyol would have just taken a shower and ordered food, but from Granfell's perspective, his actions have become much healthier. He also ponders that Granfell isn't limited or lacking in talent. On the contrary, the character is talented in magic, able to imitate most enchantments just by seeing them once, on top of being intelligent and healthy. Listing all of his character's qualities, the protagonist concludes that if these traits are manifesting in real life, things are going great. Determined to prove his theory, he picks up his phone but sees a long message from Cheolmin. Not understanding what it's about, he decides to dismiss it for now, as his main goal is to test his abilities. Unsure of what exactly to test, he considers imitating an enchantment and starts searching online, taking note of anything he finds interesting. Elsewhere, the Nam brothers are surprised to see the protagonist directly rejected their proposal. Cheolmin raises the possibility that he might have already received an offer from another guild. However, Taemin argues that as the #1 guild in Korea, they offered him a house, a car, all fees covered, and a 95% deal. He doubts that any other guild could offer something better. Cheolmin points out that after the Mage Tower incident, foreign guilds started setting up offices in Korea. He adds that since the best Korean organizations are in the capital, the offer could have come from any of them. Furious, Nam Taemin declares that he can't let another guild hire him. He refuses to accept that someone made a better offer than his. He gets ready to leave and asks his brother what the protagonist looks like. His desire to have him as an ally is so strong that he wants to know everything about the player to convince him to join their guild. Nam Cheolmin thinks for a moment and describes the protagonist as someone who isn't flashy, but who looks like an aristocrat from a fantasy novel and wears elegant clothes. Back to our protagonist, he continues to study enchantments. A short time later, he manages to understand the fundamentals of magic, concluding that he can use it as long as he has mana. Lee Hoyol attributes this quick understanding to the fact that his character, Granfell, is a genius. Now, certain that he can use magic, he decides it's time to distribute his skill points. Unsure of the full extent of Granfell's talents, he thinks it's best to be open to all possibilities. He then allocates 2 points to stamina and agility and 7 points to mana. During the process, Lee Hoyol suddenly remembers the sad backstory he wrote for Granfell, but he doesn't understand why the memory appeared just then. Regardless, he decides to put 1 point into the luck stat, believing it's for his own good, since Granfell will have to work extremely hard from now on. Even with just 1 point, his character's luck stat nearly doubled. He even thinks that maybe he'll find a coin on the ground the next day. However, when he wakes up, he gets a shock. Instead of a simple coin, he received a class quest. After the game Arcana became reality, quests became rare, since there aren't many NPCs in the real world to give them out. Normal quests are already uncommon, but our protagonist received a class quest, which at first seemed like a common one for a demon hunter. However, he remembers that this is no ordinary quest. He reads a news report stating that the #1 ranked player, Guyver, of the Paladin class, has started his own class quest. This type of quest is granted to only one person per class, making it a huge event, big enough to make the news. It's said that a player who gets one of these quests can rank among the very best. Rationally, our protagonist, who is at level 67, believes it would be impossible for him to receive something like this. This leads him to a single conclusion, confirmed after some research. He is the only demon hunter left, which makes the situation make a lot more sense. The protagonist knows that the demon hunter's outpost is in Akshan. The place looks grand, but the reality is shocking. To get there, you have to climb 1,000 meters to the top using nothing but precarious routes. The quests consist of a repetition of meaningless hard labor, and the facilities are inadequate to say the least. Players aren't even entitled to meals because to reach the cafeteria, you have to climb all the way to the top while an NPC yells at you the entire way. The protagonist thinks it's normal for people to quit, but his character argues that demons consume the human mind and that this type of training strengthens him. Faced with this, he decides to leave his past failures behind and investigate the quest. Immediately after, he realizes it's a counterattack prologue. In the capital, Seoul is the Korean branch of the Anti-Arcana Union, an organization created to reduce damage and chaos in the world. They hired all the employees who worked on the development of the game Arcana, and in response to updates that manifest in the real world, they collect and analyze information for the players. One of the employees asks a colleague if he believes there will be another Rupture update that week. He expresses that he's not in the mood to work late again and hopes things will calm down. He comments that Reynald is the one responsible for updating the page, and the moment he posts something, real life changes. Immediately, his colleague warns him that a new update has arrived, leaving them both shocked. The entire operations team is outraged, as they know they'll have to work even harder. This was no ordinary update. It reported that a demon would appear soon, along with a rupture called the Count's Fortress. New monsters were named as a threat, and the Count was apparently a dungeon boss. The threat level was estimated at 430, a value well above the rank 1 player, who was at level 403. The employees conclude that this update is impossible to beat, not even with all the high-ranking players or an entire guild combined. They consider asking the Mage Tower for help, but remember that the NPCs there rarely act unless the tower itself is in danger. This realization only increases the team's despair, as they believe a rupture of this magnitude will destroy everything around it, since the monsters could escape into the real world. One employee declares that the update is unthinkable, as it could shatter the balance of everything, and that only a miracle could resolve the situation. Back to our protagonist, his system instructs him to train his body for the mission ahead, assigning a series of exercises. However, he doesn't feel much of an improvement and questions if anything has changed since he was in Akshan. His entire body trembles as he suddenly began to train intensely. He can barely make a proper sandwich, which, for someone so particular about food, is an unpleasant experience. Despite this, while his inner self is collapsing, his character's persona tries to remain optimistic. He feels good, as if he has accomplished something, and recognizes that if it weren't for the pride of his character Granfell, he would have given up at the start. He manages to complete the mission and thinks he has earned a well-deserved rest, but the very next day, he's back to training since his system gave him no break. The routine becomes even more intense, and after a week, the pace doesn't let up. As soon as he completes one training mission, another appears immediately. He manages to finish the task every day thanks to the influence of his character, Granfell, but he wonders how many more times he'll have to repeat the process to be rewarded. He even starts to think that the reward might just be a healthier body. However, his system alerts him that he has completed the weekly challenge, rewarding him with 2 points of vigor and 2 of dexterity. Status points as rewards are rare, especially permanent ones, and items that boost stats are usually expensive. The protagonist is happy to have increased his attributes by 4 points without even leveling up. Because of this, he concludes that repeating this type of quest might not be so bad, since the reward is great. Right after, he hears the news about the new update that has caught everyone's attention. The report states that most guilds have declared they will be dropping out of the new Rupture raid due to the high danger. After the update titled Territory of the Count's Family, a new monster named Count Ascura appeared. He is described as a level 430 vampire demon, the highest level ever seen, indicating the raid's difficulty will be just as high. Because of this, the Korean branch of the UAA announced they had nothing to declare at the moment. The protagonist wonders if if anyone in the world could possibly defeat such a monster. Many are saying the final boss of this raid will be the strongest in history, which is terrifying people, especially after learning that the top guilds have refused to participate. The protagonist knows that demons are the opponents players struggle with the most, as they grow stronger with every battle and players have to deal with countless status abnormalities. It's said that a player needs to be at least 10 levels higher than a demon to beat it, making an enemy like this unthinkable for him. All of this would be unthinkable if it weren't for the new quest he just received. He has been assigned to fight the most dangerous vampire that has ever appeared, a task that even the most skilled warriors are running from. Fear takes hold of the protagonist, who will have to fight an enemy that is theoretically impossible to defeat. Normally, Lee Hoyle, the protagonist, would fall into despair, but he feels his heart beating calmer than ever and attributes this calm to Granfell, his character. In the persona of Granfell, he states that an inferior race is threatening to interfere with his precious time and that he will have to punish them accordingly. Inside, however, Lee Hoyle thinks it's a terrible idea. A short time later, the protagonist decides to study the case further and discovers that, according to the information, Count Ascura is in Russia. To get there, he concludes that he'll need to go to the Mage's Tower. This tower has a magic portal capable of teleporting anyone to any location, which is why so many foreign guilds keep branches in South Korea. The protagonist considers calling a taxi, but his alter ego takes control, stating that he will wait no longer. Before leaving, instead of grabbing a jacket for the cold, he picks up a few packs of tea, which he considers essential for the journey. In front of the Mage Tower, the local press is gathered, hoping to capture the arrival of famous players who will use the portal to get to the raid. A journalist comments that more than one player is expected to show up, but his assistant argues that the transport isn't so simple. It consumes a huge amount of mana. However, he himself then witnesses several players approaching. The most awaited of them, Nam Taemin, appears accompanied, and the entire press immediately surrounds him for an interview. An intern from MBS asks if Nam Taemin's guild has found a way to defeat the enemy. Cheolman asks them to save the interview for later, but his brother steps forward claiming he doesn't know how he'll kill Count Ascura, and stating that this has never stopped him from entering a rupture before. He explains that he simply decided to show up early to get ahead of the other competitors. As the leader of the Gaon Guild, Nam Taemin declares that he won't be sharing any information, even if his rivals claim it's for the greater good. He argues that if the others truly wanted to fight for world peace, they would challenge ruptures more often instead of just watching from afar. Just then, a cameraman spots the Shining Guild approaching. The guild master, Lox, is level 399 and ranked second overall. He's considered a great hope. One of his allies suggests they go around the crowd, and their leader agrees. The ally sees the Gaon Guild and considers their leader's words quite arrogant. However, Lox comments that they're just nervous, since all the guilds are heading to the Mage Tower because of the portals. He adds that the Gaon Guild is in decline, and that its leader is probably betting everything on this expedition. Meanwhile, Nam Cheolman advises his brother not to get nervous. He says they need to take it slow, one step at a time, and just show their best. Changing the subject, his brother asks if he tried to speak with his contact again. Nam Cheolman replies that he tried, but the update disrupted his plans. His brother then supposes that if the contact is that strong, he'll probably show up for the raid. Meanwhile, the protagonist decides to take a bus to the tower. During the ride, he studies videos about magic, trying to learn more about it. He concludes that there are 3 levels to activating magic: inspecting mana, interfering with it, and finally, manifesting it. In an attempt, the protagonist successfully conjures fire in his hand, but since he's on public transportation, he ends up scaring everyone around him. The driver warns him not to use dangerous abilities inside the bus. The protagonist apologizes, surprised that he was able to perform the magic right away. He understands that he learned the skill just by watching videos, which puts him at ease. However, when he looks at his system, he notices the skill hasn't been activated, as new skills usually appear immediately in the status window. He then wonders if this could be some kind of bug in the system. Upon arriving inside the Mage Tower, a place he had only ever seen from the outside, he spots a portal. Staring at it, he feels a void, as if he could manifest the portal's magic himself, which seems even easier than the fire ignition he performed earlier. However, just as the protagonist was about to test his theory, someone bumps into him and accidentally shoves him into the portal. Nam Taemin warns the man to be careful, explaining that the situation is bad for his guild. His brother almost recognizes the protagonist, but Nam Taemin then asks for the mission briefing, distracting him. Nam Cheolman begins briefing his guild, informing them that the rupture is located in Russia. He shows a circle similar to the ruptures and warns that there are hundreds of different entrances. He also explains that the inner circle is the Count's family territory, with about 30 areas, while the central circle is where Count Askura is located. Nam Cholman points out, however, that this is just an assumption based on previous patterns, and if the rupture breaks open, it's likely the castle will be summoned into the real world. In Russia, other reporters are covering the event. The place is crowded with players, journalists, fans, and curious onlookers. Some internet content creators are also filming the rupture despite the cold. Amidst all this commotion, the protagonist appears. An influencer spots him, and thinking he's a competitor, tries to push him away. The protagonist, however, just tells the guy to get out of his way, stating he has no patience for games. The cold has put the protagonist on edge. Anyway, he approaches and stands before the rupture, ready to enter. His only wish right now is that it's warmer inside. However, he wasn't the first to arrive. Other players are already in action. Inside the rupture, a player named Leonie Bellucci, level 348 and leader of the Berserker Guild, is being scolded by her team. They argue that just because she's over level 300 doesn't mean she needs to advance so quickly. Leonie is also known for her strong temper and for easily losing her cool. As soon as the protagonist, Granfell, passes through the rupture, his system alerts him to danger. He knows he's on the outskirts of enemy territory, and even though the cold bothers him, he tries to stay composed and confident. Then, the protagonist notices a pack of level 230 wolves approaching. Being only at level 67, he activates his skill Natural Enemy, believing it will be enough to win. He then declares that the wolves have picked the wrong opponent, and that he will help the creatures feel the fear of being hunted. While the protagonist fights, other groups also begin their hunts. Among them is Leonie Bellucci's group, and she's annoyed at having to face so many wolves. One of her companions tries to calm her down, but another remarks that their guild leader is just like that. They realize that even though they've already defeated several wolves, the animals just keep coming in large numbers, and this is only the first part of the journey. Leonie, however, finds it strange that the wolves show no fear. She considers this to be unusual behavior. Her guildmates don't understand what she means, but Leonie insists that the situation feels more threatening than usual. She asks if anyone on the team has noticed any enemy crying or feeling pain while being hunted, but they can't come up with an answer. Shortly after, Leonie hears a distant howl. One of her companions notes that it's not a normal howl. It's the sound of a wolf that seems to be afraid. The behavior of these howling wolves is different from the ones they've faced before. Leonie then concludes that they'll get answers when they reach the other animals. Elsewhere, the protagonist continues his hunt. He uses a bow and arrow, feeling his mana flow through the weapon. He knows the bow isn't great, but he can enhance it using his mana. With this, he manifests a power of fire and shoots at his enemies. As the wolves get closer, the protagonist fires more flames in their direction. From a distance, Leonie Bellucci and her group watch the scene, impressed by what they see. As soon as the fight ends, the protagonist decides to drink some tea. The others are still trying to figure out how he was shooting fire arrows. They also find it strange that he's wearing a suit and tie inside a rift, and that he simply drinks tea after a battle like that. A guild member considers the possibility that the protagonist is a streamer who might have been following another guild and got lost. For her part, Leonie Bellucci warns that the place is dangerous and that civilians shouldn't be there, telling the protagonist to leave while there's still time. Granfell reacts only by drinking a little more tea. After being ignored, Leonie gets irritated and says that when someone speaks, the other person should at least respond. At that moment, her colleagues warn her about the approach of more enemies. This time, the number of adversaries is larger, and the group is caught by surprise. The enemies, just like the wolves, are level 230. Leonie orders her team to hold their positions, and they obey, trying to resist as best they can, but they soon realize the scale of the danger. However, Leonie charges toward the enemies and defeats them using her speed. Then someone warns her that an adversary is up high. She realizes her group has been surrounded by archers, which means they're exposed and about to be targeted. To everyone's surprise, the protagonist is still there, and some call him crazy for continuing to drink tea in such a dangerous situation. The enemy leader orders the attack, and a rain of arrows closes in, leaving Leonie extremely worried. Meanwhile, the protagonist remains calm. He inspects the mana inside the thermos and concludes that it's easy to manipulate. He thinks that to manifest the ability he wants, he would need a huge amount of mana that he doesn't have at his current level. However, he considers that if magical enchantments aren't skills, the situation changes. With that, he manipulates his own thermos and gets a satisfying result. Leonie tries to protect herself as best she can, until she realizes the arrows haven't hit them yet. Her group is also left wondering what happened. When they look, they notice that a stone barrier has protected everyone from the projectiles. Leonie considers that it might be alchemy, but notes that she's never seen anything like it before, as skills like this are hard to perform. Quickly, the protagonist approaches and explains that it isn't a skill, revealing that he is in fact using pure magic. The fact that a protective wall appeared so effectively surprises the entire group. Even the protagonist himself is impressed with his own capabilities, as he didn't have much time to test them before entering the rift. However, there's no time for reflection, because the enemies haven't given up the attack. They've decided to approach on the ground and are trying to surround the heroes, which makes the protagonist realize he'll also need to take action. The guild leader orders her companions to prepare for combat and tells the protagonist to help, reminding him that they are both in danger. Granfell prepares to fight, and, to Leonie Bellucci's surprise, he summons a bow. During the combat, one of the heroes gets injured and a teammate calls for a healer, but in doing so, he exposes himself to enemy attacks. Before he could be hit, someone interferes to save him, and he realizes the attack was stopped with just a single arrow. An arrow shot by the protagonist. In a mix of doubt and surprise, Leonie Bellucci tries to understand how his skills work, but her admiration only grows as Granfell reveals a new trick with every attack. This time, he uses a fire arrow and hits the nearest enemy. Leonie realizes that the same warrior is using the skills of a mage, an alchemist, and an archer, which leaves her even more confused, making her wonder who exactly was standing before her. Not long after, the heroes manage to defeat the enemies once again. One of the guild members informs his leader that there are no more opponents around. She praises her team's work, but her mind is elsewhere. Leonie Bellucci doesn't understand why the protagonist is alone in a rupture of this level, wearing inappropriate gear and not answering any questions properly. To her, he doesn't even seem tired. Even though she doesn't want to admit it, she knows that if it weren't for him, everyone in her guild would have died. This makes her think the protagonist is a ranker, although she has never heard of anyone with his skills. She even starts to find him handsome, but decides that because of his cold attitude from before, she won't thank him for his help. Leonie Bellucci stares at the protagonist for too long until he returns her gaze, leaving her embarrassed, and she tries to hide it as best she can. However, she gets really bothered by the fact that he continues to stare back at her. She thinks that maybe the protagonist might share his tea with her, and that if that happened, there would be no way she could refuse. To her surprise, he approaches her and says that even though she's been staring for so long, he won't be sharing his tea with anyone. With that, all of Leonie Bellucci's expectations are shattered. A while later, drones from a Korean journalist who traveled to Russia to cover the event fly over the rupture area. Global attention is focused on the situation, as this is the highest level boss ever seen. The reporter isn't alone, as the world's press is providing full coverage. They report that there are hundreds of ruptures around the main territory that need to be cleared for the players to advance to the next stage. This information is correct, as the boss's fortress is the final stage among many. Guilds like Shining and Gaon are already in the rupture, and the question that remains is which of them will reach the end first. The first guild to claim the title of clearing this rupture will gain global fame, and their achievements will be considered legendary, creating huge anticipation on the outside. In a TV director's cabin, one of his employees arrives with coffee. He complains about the darkness, but the director claims he prefers it that way and asks if any new videos from the rupture have arrived. His employee informs him that all the teams are already halfway there, with the Shining Guild being the fastest, and the director expresses his wish to be the first to interview the warriors when they come out. In the middle of this, they are surprised by something. An assistant runs right past the reporters, leaving them confused. The director himself announces that the first clearing of the territory's surroundings has been completed and instructs the reporters to follow the assistant. Everyone is shocked, but the director explains that there isn't any solid information yet, and that's exactly why he needs them to get over there. The assistant, who had rushed ahead, arrives on the scene and contacts the director. His boss asks if he can see which guild cleared the area. The assistant reveals it wasn't any of the guilds they expected, it was the Berserkers. The director finds this strange. After all, the Berserker Guild is ranked 32nd. Still, the assistant confirms the information, saying he even filmed the leader leaving with the others and has already sent the video. With this, the director can't understand how they managed to enter the territory ahead of stronger guilds, like Shining. On top of that, the assistant reports that they seem to be in perfect condition, and spots a Korean person among the Berserker Guild, which is composed entirely of Europeans, finding the situation very out of the ordinary. It doesn't take long for the journalists to approach. The assistant announces that the competition has arrived and that he'll try to get an exclusive interview. He approaches the protagonist, asking for an interview about what happened inside and his relationship with the Berserker Guild. However, Granfell simply tells him to get lost. He adds that his patience has a limit and is about to run out, leaving the assistant speechless. The other reporters try to swarm the Berserker Guild, all trying to speak with the leader about what happened. She, however, claims she has no comment. Her colleagues seem to enjoy the attention, but Leonie Bellucci is in no mood to give interviews at that moment. The journalists insist, arguing that this is a huge opportunity for her guild. However, all Leonie Bellucci can think about is how irritating the protagonist is because he was the one who led the clearing, not her. Looking around, she realizes he's no longer there. One of her teammates informs her that the protagonist left, saying he was going home quickly before continuing on, which leaves Leonie Bellucci wondering how that could even be possible. Leonie Bellucci is furious with the protagonist. She was already considering giving him credit in the interview, but instead, he just turned his back and walked away. She claims that interviews can change a guild's value and status, and she can't believe the protagonist had a good reason for doing that. Amidst all this, reporters spot a blue rupture nearby, from which the Gaon Guild emerges. They were the ones responsible for clearing that portal. The reporters immediately try to interview the Gaon members, but their leader, Nam Taman, spots the Berserker Guild and doesn't understand why they're there. A reporter congratulates him for being the second to complete the clear, and Nam Taman realizes they weren't the first. Leonie Bellucci tries to say something, but no one can hear her, and a tense atmosphere settles between the groups. A while later, at his guild's camp, Nam Taman watches the day's updates with his brother. On television, he hears Leonie Bellucci say that Gaon isn't the only good guild in South Korea, which makes him angry. He feels provoked. He comments that even though Leonie's guild might have been the first to clear the rupture, the fame seems to be making her act crazy. He adds that the Berserker Guild only spouts nonsense since it's impossible for a guild as good as Gaon to exist in Korea. However, his brother, Nam Chelman, realizes that the Berserker leader actually just meant that she found another Korean player in the rupture. Indignant, Nam Taman asks who this supposedly amazing person could be. Nam Chelman isn't sure, but he only knows one Korean strong enough for such a feat. Meanwhile, the protagonist, Lee Hoyle, is taking a shower. He desperately needed one, as the cold was bothering him. His only wish at the moment was to get some sleep after a refreshing shower, but his character, Granfell, didn't feel the same way. Granfell claims the house got too dusty during his absence, and therefore needed a cleaning. After the cleanup, Granfell even prepares the next day's meal, which eases some of Lee Hoyle's exhaustion. Lee Hoyle takes the opportunity to check his stats and realizes he didn't get anything useful from the battle loot, although he did at least level up to 86. Still, he considers it a small reward for the dangerous challenge he faced. Analyzing the situation, he concludes that magic consumes less mana than skills, which allowed him to use more spells in battle. However, he noticed his mana regeneration is very slow, and he knows he doesn't have any equipment to fix that. On top of that, his Demon Hunter class already offers few benefits. Lee Hoyle believes that, luckily, the other guilds showed up to face the monsters, since the situation would have been much worse without them. Granfell, on the other hand, thinks this is all due to Lee Hoyle's weakness. The character shows no humility, stating that if someone underestimated him, he would prove his worth, and if someone overestimated him, he would surpass their expectations and make them a reality. Lee Hoyle blames himself for giving these very traits to his own character. After this reflection, Granfell states that the next rupture is in the Count's family territory, and therefore, there's no time to relax. He warns that Lee Hoyle can't just rely on magic and needs to get stronger in close quarters combat as well. Not only that, he has already found the perfect task for the training. Of all the players, the guild leader was the one who caught his attention the most, and he believes copying her skills would be a huge advantage. To Lee Hoyle's despair, Granfell says that training the basics is what's most important. Lee Hoyle gets a bad feeling, and his suspicions are confirmed when his character announces he will wash the dishes, and then begin the training immediately. Night falls, but the long-awaited sleep will have to wait, as Granfell decides to go for a run. While running, he hears urgent news on the radio. The announcer reports that 95% of the territory's surroundings have already been cleared, and that soon, the Count's territory will be open for raids. According to the latest news, the progress rate for the Count's territory has suddenly jumped to 60%, even before being officially opened. At this rate, the territory will break out soon, and experts are expressing their concern about the matter. Nam Taemin learns about the situation and is shocked as he considers such progress in a single day to be practically impossible. His brother comments that the time limit to clear a dungeon decreases as monsters get stronger, but he isn't sure and asks for some time to investigate further. Meanwhile, at the Arcana Guild camp, a TV director is outraged. He believes there must be a plausible explanation, since monsters can't just get stronger out of nowhere. His assistant, however, informs him that not even the guild's advanced analyst can answer this question. The director concludes that if the breach erupts, they'll all be finished. As soon as the monsters get out of the dungeon, every civilian and player in the area will die. News about the rapid progress begins to spread, increasing the general concern. The protagonist knows this has never happened before, so it's understandable that people are lost. Since this information is only available in the game Akshan, he concludes that he'd better hurry. He understands that a vampire is a creature that shares its authority through blood. Count Askura shared his authority with the monsters around his territory, and when they were killed, that authority naturally returned to its owner. The Count is likely distributing this accumulated authority to the monsters inside his territory, making them stronger and increasing the progress rate. With this, the protagonist realizes that if he clears the Count's territory, there's a risk the fortress will break out immediately after being opened. Granfell declares that Count Askura is unworthy of his title, believing that a true aristocrat never takes back what has been given. Therefore, he wishes to pass judgment on this enemy, who is staining the honor of the nobility. Lee Hoyol agrees, but tries to convince his character to get some sleep before continuing. However, Granfell claims he can sleep plenty once he's dead. 5 hours left until the Count's territory erupts. In front of the rupture, an influencer named Park Huigang addresses his audience. He informs them that as the destruction progresses, the outbreak is imminent, and several guilds are preparing to stop the event. However, he shares an interesting fact. He claims that unlike the surrounding areas which had 200 ruptures, the Count's territory only has about 30. Since there are fewer of them, multiple guilds have to enter the same rupture, but the experience and loot are distributed based on contribution rate. Because of this, it's important to worry about which guilds will team up, as the competition could lead to fights even among the top rankers. Amidst all this, Nam Chilman appears, and his brother asks him what he found out. Nam Chilman explains that competition is inevitable since there are fewer ruptures. His brother replies that they'll be fine, as long as they don't have to compete against the Shining Guild. However, Nam Chilman reveals that the Shining Guild went north, so they'll probably have to face Unified Under Heaven. He adds that the Berserker Guild is with Second Son and Bohemian, and that many guilds have become cautious because of the first cleanse. As they talk, someone approaches, making Nam Taemin immediately nervous. He comes face to face with his Japanese adversaries from the Inazuma Guild. Their leader, Hisagi Kazuma, says he's surprised to see the Gowan Guild about to enter the same rupture as them. Nam Taemin retorts that his rivals were insistent on not having a branch in Korea and believes they only just arrived because their plane just landed. Hisagi Kazuma taunts him, stating that it's much better to take a plane to Russia than to set up a branch in South Korea. With this provocation, Nam Taemin is about to start a fight, which is exactly what Hisagi Kazuma wants. Both are on the verge of fighting right then and there, much to the delight of the influencer who was spying on them. He's not the only one, as everyone present wants to see a fight like this happen. At that moment, influencers and the press gather around to record the confrontation. However, Nam Cheolman tries to calm his brother down, arguing that the rupture's destruction progress is more important than an ego-driven fight. Despite the attempt to calm things down, all Nam Taemin can think about is the rankings. The Inazuma Guild is 4th, while his own guild, Gaon, is dropping to 5th place. On top of that, Hisagi Kazuma is ranked 6th among players, while he's all the way down in 11th. And that's not even counting the rivalry between Japan and South Korea. Faced with this, even Cheolman gives in to the rivalry and decides not to back down. So he and his brother become determined to defeat the Inazuma Guild. It doesn't take long for the press to announce that the Inazuma and Gaon guilds have entered the rift. Their rivalry is famous and always draws a huge audience, with everyone paying close attention to their rankings and the nationalities of their members. In the northernmost rift are the top 2 guilds, Shining at number 1 and Unified Under Heaven at number 2. In the southern rift, we find the Berserker Guild, ranked 30th, Second Son, ranked 7th, and the Bohemian Guild, ranked 3rd. Meanwhile, the global destruction progress rate has already hit 80%, causing fear and anxiety all over the world. While this is happening, our protagonist has entered the rift in the Count's territory. He realized during his last raid just how dangerous running out of mana is, so he needed to find a way to use his mana more efficiently in battle. The result was Designated Magic, an application of his alchemy skill that lets him change things into any form he desires. The first time he used it, he transformed stones from the ground into a cup and a table. However, the more complex and detailed the object, the more mana it requires, which is why the technique isn't very good for combat. But as he thought about this problem, our protagonist realized something else. As he's lost in thought, monsters close in. Our protagonist wonders if this is the authority the Count granted them and finds their actions pathetic. He then attacks them with his magic, demanding that they return to dust. The protagonist realized that when he uses his power to restore things to their original state, it consumes almost no mana. He named this new technique reverse magic. Meanwhile, in the deepest parts of the Count's territory, the monsters defending the area are attacked by Nam Taman. The enemies try to group up against him, but the guild leader is unfazed and destroys them with ease, clearing the area in no time. However, Nam Taman notices there are very few enemies and finds the situation strange, as there should be more of them around. An ally approaches and reports that on the Inazuma Guild's side, the situation is the same. She also says that since they entered, they haven't even faced 10 enemies, despite both guilds heading in opposite directions. Shortly after, Hisagi Kazuma approaches and comments that the place is much more peaceful than expected. Taman asks why his opponent is acting as if they were friends. Hisagi Kazuma claims not to know why he hates him so much, but states that all this hatred makes him want to retaliate. Before a fight can break out between them, Taman receives a call. His brother says he's almost done analyzing the dungeon, but he can't send him a video. Taman reports that he's in some kind of town square. Desperate, his brother tells him to get out of there immediately. At first, Taman doesn't understand why, but he soon notices something approaching. The Count's level 350 knights arrive. Immediately, the heroes realize the danger surrounding them, but now there's no time to escape. Nam Taman realizes enemies are on all sides, and so does his rival. Taman knows a knight has far more destructive power on flat terrain like this, and because of that, he has no contingency plan. Hisagi Kazuma, on the other hand, says he doesn't like the idea, but suggests they join forces for a brief moment. They see adversaries approaching from all directions and realize that if nothing is done, everyone from both guilds will perish. Taman's brother warns him that the unified Under Heaven Guild also suffered heavy losses in an ambush by knights, and urges him to retreat to a different type of terrain. However, at this point, Taman has nowhere to run. Just when their hope was lost, a magical attack strikes the enemies and pushes them away from the heroes. A surprising event even for the guild leaders. A stone pillar emerges, separating them from the enemy cavalry. Nam Taman wonders who could have summoned such a protection. Shortly after, a warrior approaches. From a distance, Nam Choman recognizes him immediately, but doesn't understand how the protagonist pulled off such a feat. While the heroes are still in shock, the protagonist appears before them. Elsewhere, a streamer says he was a bit late, but now he'll continue following the Gaon Guild. He follows the tracks they left behind, but his chat warns him that he's not the only one. So, he informs his followers that he'll go after the Inazuma instead of Gaon. However, upon hearing an explosion, he decides to follow the noise to investigate what it's about. And that sound, it came from the stone pillars the protagonist had summoned all over the battlefield. The appearance of the pillars makes everyone wonder who the newcomer is, since he summoned the entire structure without saying a single word. Hisagi Kazuma realizes that someone with such power must have a massive amount of mana. He also notices that instead of battle gear, the protagonist is wearing formal attire, fueling the curiosity about this unknown hero. In the meantime, some enemies manage to slip between the pillars, but the stone structures slow down the horses. Seeing this, Nam Taman says thanks can wait for later. Now it's time to fight. Believing the battle has become winnable, he closes in, as his enemies are now at a disadvantage. Hisagi Kazuma also perceives the shift and orders his allies to attack, igniting an intense battle. Meanwhile, the streamer records everything with his mouth wide open, especially impressed by the sudden appearance of the unknown mage. From the protagonist's perspective, he's using his reverse magic against the enemies, but to the streamer, it looks like the hero is fighting the entire cavalry all by himself. The streamer can't believe his eyes, because a scene this incredible is a truly rare sight. The protagonist takes out a silver dagger to fight, but he doesn't want to decrease its durability. He considers manipulating the dagger's mana to transform it, and then revert it back to its normal state, but he's not sure if it will work. He remembers that when he transformed a stone into a cup, it took on the durability of a cup, and when it turned back into a stone, it regained its original durability. Theoretically, the same thing should happen with his dagger. So, the protagonist transforms it into a spike and performs a test strike. After the strike, he restores the dagger to its original form and realizes that everything worked just as he predicted, concluding that this will be incredibly useful going forward. After the battle ends, Nam Taemin is lost in thought as he finally stands before the warrior his brother praised so much. Now that he's witnessed the protagonist's power with his own eyes, Taemin is even more determined to recruit him for his guild, especially since the rival guild's leader also saw him in action. He just doesn't know what else he could offer that wasn't already offered the first time. Amidst his thoughts, the Wigang TV streamer approaches the protagonist, wanting an exclusive interview with him, just as others had already tried. Despite getting there first, the protagonist is quickly surrounded by the other warriors, who praise his performance without even knowing if he's Korean or Japanese. Not wanting to be left behind, Nam Taemin also tries to get closer. Reaching the protagonist, he introduces himself, mentioning he's heard about him before. He adds that he previously sent a message inviting him to join his guild. The protagonist, however, states that the approach lacks any formality, and therefore he refuses to answer any questions. This refusal is broadcast live, and news quickly spreads that the mysterious player declined to answer questions due to a lack of formality. Alongside this, the main headline is that the Shining Guild was the first to clear the Count's family territory. However, back at the guild's camp, their leader, Lox, doesn't seem very excited. He's watching footage of the protagonist's battle and asks his allies what they think. His ally, Camilla, claims she's just an archer, while Demeter says there's no point in asking something they clearly don't know, which only makes Lox even more curious. Camilla comments that the protagonist is impressive, concluding that he'll either be recruited by their guild or become someone they need to worry about. Demeter, however, claims their leader is just jealous because the protagonist stole the spotlight even after the Shining Guild cleared the Count's territory. He adds that their leader shouldn't be so greedy. After all, they already got plenty of screen time. Camilla reinforces this argument, saying the press always gets excited about someone new, and a player like that is just having a temporary moment of fame. While his colleagues head to a gathering, Locke stays behind, obsessed with the protagonist and watching the footage over and over again. A mage named Jessie Hynesi approaches, finding the video interesting. She comments that it looks like magic, but at the same time, it isn't. Lox mentions that he's never heard Jessie Hynesi get impressed by anything, to which she replies that the person in the video is truly interesting. Not far away, at the Berserker Guild's camp, Leonie Bellucci is also watching the footage. Furious, she claims she knew from the start that the protagonist wasn't normal. Her colleagues try to calm her down, but it only makes her even more agitated. Meanwhile, at the Inazuma camp, the leader gets a call with a request to recruit the protagonist, a task he confidently promises to complete. Sometime later, a reporter announces that the day has finally come in Arcana, with crowds of spectators watching. The Count's territory and its surroundings have been successfully cleared. The Shining and Unified Guilds fought for first place, but Shining came out ahead. Now, only the Count's fortress remains. With destruction progress at 72%, players from all over the world are gathering to enter. However, due to the high risk of this breach, tension is running high inside the camps. If the fortress erupts, Russia will be wiped off the map. The entire world is wishing the players good luck. However, something else caught everyone's attention. Among all the captured footage, one scene in particular stood out. A completely unarmed warrior, wearing only a business suit, appeared and gave an incredible performance. Many are wondering about the source of his powers and the reason for his mysterious behavior. The protagonist, however, just thinks he's wearing those clothes simply because he has nothing else. The news reports that he moves stone pillars with his bare hands, and experts are scrambling to explain this feat. Furthermore, it's said it would have been disastrous for the Gaon and Inazuma guilds if the mysterious player had been late. After all, he was the one who changed the game in the hero's favor. It's mentioned that he only watched the rest of the fight, but what some believe to be an act of altruism was actually because the protagonist was out of mana. At least he's glad he isn't being sliced to pieces. Analyzing the loot he got, Lee Hoyal realizes that since becoming a player, it's the first time he's ever gotten a rare item, the cursed blood-imbued necklace. Once the curse on these items is lifted, a random effect is unleashed, and most players want one exactly for its rarity. However, Lee Hoyal thinks there's another way to use a cursed item. Using an exorcism ritual, one of a demon hunter's 2 skills, it's possible to use the item as an offering. The basic effect of the exorcism ritual is to attack only the demon without hurting the possessed person. But it's different when there's an offering, as it creates the possibility for the user to invite a demon into their own consciousness. Lee Hoyal says this is similar to the abnormality status that demons inflict on humans, but he believes he can dominate the demon that possesses his mind. In the midst of these thoughts, he gets a call from Nam Cheonmin. Lee Hoyle doesn't know the reason, but he starts to think it's about his brother. He knows that if he answers the call, his character might say something inappropriate, and since he's in a hurry, he thinks it's better to just reply by text. When the brothers see the response, they are shocked. Just like last time, the protagonist replied in a short and direct way. Nam Taemin feels regretful, because even though he knows this is the least of his problems, he wishes he could apologize for his lack of formality and offer something better than last time. Watching their meeting on TV, he agrees that he was, in fact, very informal. From the protagonist's expression, they conclude he was absolutely furious. Anyway, Nam Taemin knows there's nothing he can do, since his calls are going unanswered, so he decides to focus on the main objective. The destruction percentage is at 83%, so he thinks he can rest for another 10 minutes before jumping into action. Right after, however, a tremor startles them, and Nam Taemin asks what's happening. Urgent breaking news flashes on the TV. The Count's family fortress has abruptly erupted. The rupture, which was apparently still a few percent away from happening, has collapsed, and Russia has entered a state of evacuation. Massive casualties occurred around the camps at that same moment, and the borders with Russia are being shut down. On top of all that, the Count's family fortress is now appearing in the real world. In the middle of all the chaos, the protagonist arrives on the scene. Soon, some people recognize him from TV. They see the protagonist walking in all alone and think he's crazy for doing it. But for our hero, nothing else matters. He enters the enemy's fortress and immediately comes face to face with a statue. The protagonist questions if this place can even be called a fortress. Granfell claims that a place like this is excessive for a mediocre vampire, while Lee Hoyle thinks the Claudy family mansion was 10 times bigger. Suddenly, the statue that had been motionless until now springs to life. The protagonist realizes the enemy heard him and prepares to fight the monster. Outside, some warriors can't believe what they're seeing. They think the protagonist needs help, as he's facing an enemy over 10 meters tall, and they believe it's impossible to defeat it alone. However, they also consider just turning their backs and running away. Meanwhile, the protagonist keeps staring at the statue, and with a single hand movement, destroys the enemy before it can even fight back. The players in front of the fortress are stunned as they witness the protagonist take down the enemy with just a single blow. Nearby, the Heining Guild hears a noise coming from the Count's fortress and realizes the sound is similar to what they saw in the video of the protagonist's battle. Jesse runs toward the sound, going against his team's strategy and ignoring any warnings from his guildmates. To Granfell, that was just another one of the many stones he had broken in his life, and he figures a mere statue won't stand in his way. Immediately after, he notices someone approaching. Now that the door's guardian has fallen, other players feel more encouraged to move forward. The protagonist himself doesn't understand why the others suddenly decided to fight, but either way, he receives a mission from his system to defeat the vampire. Without hesitation, Granfell enters the fortress. Lee Hoyle tries to convince his character not to act rashly, arguing that the Count is much stronger than him, but Granfell pays it no mind. Upon entering, he finds a banquet hall and notices something eccentric all around. Every single wall is covered with portraits of the Count. Not long after, the Gaon Guild also enters the fortress. Immediately, their leader, Nam Taemin, senses something is wrong. His teammates try to understand what's happening, but he remains calm and says he just feels suffocated. Ever since he entered the hall full of paintings, he's felt like he was being watched. His brother hears this and realizes the feeling is the same as when a demon casts a spell, concluding that the portraits are actually disguised demons. Hearing this, Nam Taemin orders his allies to burn all the paintings, and after that, he starts to feel better. Nam Taemin's brother noticed that the players who entered first were retreating, and now he understands why, since a castle like this must be surrounded by traps. Statues and portraits are causing abnormality status effects, which explains why the Shining Guild didn't enter through the main door. Nam Taemin realizes he wasn't as careful, and that because his class is barbarian, the most susceptible to this type of anomaly, the situation could get worse from here on out. Back to our protagonist. As soon as he came across the same portraits, he dismissed them all as trash. He also says that to eat while looking at portraits like those, a person would need a strong stomach. He claims the statues are even worse, and pities the stones that were used to create something so horrendous. His criticism isn't limited to the decor, as he claims the entire castle is horrible, with several hallways that lead nowhere, indicating the place wasn't planned correctly. After walking for a bit, he comes across a large staircase and concludes he's finally heading in the right direction. Considering the layout and the horrible smell, he figures he's facing the center of the fortress. If he's right, behind that door is the dreaded Count Ascura. The protagonist notices the place is quieter than usual and assumes that other players probably haven't managed to get here yet. However, defying his expectations, Jessie Hynesi approaches, saying she has finally found him. She claims she was captivated by the protagonist's magic and just had to meet him in person. Lee Hoyol is amazed to see the girl floating, while Granfell remains cold and calculating. Jessie says she grew so curious about him that she couldn't wait. She explains that she watched his video over and over but couldn't figure out the secret to his powers, so she wants to know right now. Meanwhile, the protagonist thinks that while he's carefully conserving mana, this girl is using it like it's nothing, which he considers incredibly rude. So he takes Jessie's shoulder, places her on the ground, and tells her to be more polite, as that's the bare minimum for someone asking to be taught. Jessie is suddenly startled, but not by the protagonist. Instead, she's terrified by what she sees behind him, as all the commotion has awakened the Count. Quickly, the protagonist activates his skill called Natural Enemy. As the Count approaches, he says he was curious to see who woke him, and realizes it's just two humans. He calls them fools, claiming to be superior to all humankind. But unlike Jessie, the protagonist is not intimidated by the enemy at all. He says he finds it funny that such a vulgar vampire lives in an even more wretched place. With that, the protagonist takes out his necklace imbued with cursed blood and chooses it as an offering. Holding the item, he declares to the Count that he will teach him a lesson for pretending to be a genuine aristocrat. After this, the protagonist activates the skill Exorcism Ritual and prepares to begin the vampire hunt. In the past, Granfell imagined that by using the necklace against the Count, he could lure him into a fight inside his own consciousness. However, Lee Hoyol argued that to do this, he needed to make the enemy feel fear, something Granfell claimed wasn't a difficult task for a demon hunter. Still, Lee Hoyol warned him that the Count was level 430, and if anything went wrong, he could be possessed forever. Back in the present, the Count scoffs at the protagonist's necklace. He admires his opponent's arrogance, but states that he is still just an insect compared to his power. Jessie realizes the Count is absorbing the power he once shared with his subordinates. Lee Hoyol is aware of this. He knows that normally the Count would be 300 levels above him, and if he absorbed all his power back, he would become even stronger. However, to everyone's surprise, the Count stops attacking and is trapped in the necklace. Granfell, surprisingly, had everything under control, which makes the Count furious. Despite admitting the trick is unique, the Count claims it won't be enough to defeat him, as he can easily bypass such a simple trap. After saying this, the Count summons a series of explosions. He also says he was curious to see how entertained he could be, but his opponent couldn't even manage that, since he was now just ash. To his surprise, Granfell challenges the Count once more, asking if he really thinks he's facing an inferior. Annoyed, the Count questions how his opponent is still alive. Granfell tells the Count to pay closer attention to his surroundings, stating that in reality, it is the Count himself who is dead. The Count is terrified by this claim because, right in front of him, he sees his own defeated body. This catches him completely by surprise, to the point where his mind begins to collapse. Granfell had planned everything in advance, successfully trapping his enemy in a mental prison. Outside, Jessie doesn't understand what's happening, as all she can see is the Count muttering while the mage remains perfectly fine. The protagonist then mocks the Count, saying his enemy is scared. This makes the Count even more nervous, and he demands silence. However, because he's weak, the Count can't hit his opponent, but the entire top of the castle is destroyed. Jessie is thrilled and states that the protagonist predicted exactly what would happen, but in his mind, he admits he just got lucky. Anyway, he continues with his Exorcism Ritual ability, which allows him to attack the demon that possessed him without getting hurt in the process. However, a different effect can be achieved by using an offering, allowing the user to force the demon into their own consciousness. The winner of this mental tug-of-war depends on their individual strength, and Granfell wouldn't lose a battle like this. In the end, Lee Hoyol can't believe his character was so effective. Even Jessie is impressed, and, curious, she asks what the protagonist did to the enemy. He replies that the Count is screaming non-stop and trying to attack random places, running away in fear. The protagonist used the terror that demons inflict on humans against the Count himself, and with that, he completes the mission. With the enemy subdued, he says he'll end this quickly and attacks with his dagger. However, it deals almost no damage, and he figures this is due to the level difference. So he asks Jessie to finish the enemy off. She doesn't understand why. After all, he's the one who has done everything so far. The protagonist would love to handle it all, but his level is too low for that. Seeing her hesitation, he tells Jessie to stop stalling and just kill the Count. Since she had asked for his teachings before, she assumes this must be some kind of lesson the protagonist is trying to teach her, and she understands that she'll learn more from him after defeating the enemy for good. With that, she summons a magical force and strikes the Count. Lee Hoyol is amazed by such power, and with the enemy's defeat, he receives the mission completion bonuses. Seeing that only ashes of the vampire remain, the protagonist wonders if Jessie could have defeated him so easily, despite their level difference, and figures that a high-level player must possess such power. For her part, Jessie picks up some of the enemy's ashes and is about to taste them. Shocked, the protagonist tries to stop her, but his character does nothing, as his focus is locked on the system notifications. Shortly after, Jessie's teammates approach and ask if she defeated the Count. Still in awe, the girl hardly knows where to start explaining. Meanwhile, Locke spots the protagonist and realizes he's the same man from the footage. Jessie Highnesses says that she's not used to being so polite, but that she will try. She then formally introduces herself and asks if she can know the protagonist's name. Her friends also watch in anticipation. For his part, the protagonist thinks that while the girl is rude, she has shown a willingness to change and learn. He then agrees to give his name and formally introduces himself as Lee Hoyol. News starts to circulate about a man who entered the Count's fortress alone through the front gates. Reports indicate that a statue attacked him, and although the other players had no time to react, this same man shattered the statue to pieces. When reporters finally arrived at the Count's location, he had already been turned to ash. While watching the news coverage, a little girl named Arang called out to her mother, saying her Uncle Hoyan was on TV. At first, the woman didn't understand what her daughter was talking about, but then she realized it was true. She was completely stunned to see her brother on every news channel. Meanwhile, the protagonist is at home cleaning when his phone rings. He sees it's a call from his sister and realizes that even though he was unknown to the media, it was only a matter of time before his family recognized him. His face was everywhere. He notices he has several missed calls from all three of his older sisters, with whom he'd always been close. However, his relationship with them was a different story. He always felt mistreated and out of place, which is why he has no intention of answering their calls. To his surprise, one of his sisters knocks on his door. Annoyed, she demands that Lee Hoyol open up, since she knows he's inside. Since he didn't answer his calls, she decided to come in person and warns him that he'd better open up while she's still being nice. Hoyol's surprise is even greater when he opens the door and finds all three of them, Lee Yun-hai, Lee Ji-yoon, and Lee Yerim. The protagonist asks them to calm down, as they are bothering the neighbors. But when they see him, each of the sisters has a strange reaction. At the same time, news about the protagonist won't stop circulating. Everyone is talking about how he defeated Count Ascura alongside Jessie Highnesses. Despite all the attention, he just said his name and left, which sparked even more curiosity about who Lee Hoyol is. Elsewhere, Nam Taemin shows up with a hot chocolate for his brother, Nam Cheolmin, who comments that everyone is only talking about Lee Hoyol. Cheolmin, being a realist, starts to think it will be difficult to bring him into the Gowan Guild. His brother encourages him, saying there's still hope he'll join the guild. He also mentions that the loot obtained from the fight in the square in the Count's family territory was thanks to Lee Hoyol, which serves as a reason to talk to him. Taemin agrees that it would be polite to split the loot and use the opportunity to talk. Even if he fails to recruit him, Taemin wants to at least make a good impression, much better than before, and to do that, he plans on giving him all the loot he won. So, he tells his brother to call Lee Hoyol immediately. Shortly after, the protagonist's phone rings, but he's too busy to answer. His oldest sister, Lee Yoon-hee, compliments his new hairstyle, while the second sister, Lee Ji-yoon, finds it funny, saying he looks like a K-pop idol. Lee Yerim, the youngest of the three, is the only one who looks scared, as she notices that even her little brother's voice has changed. Tired of his sisters messing with his hair, the protagonist offers them some tea, but his new look remains the main topic of conversation. Lee Yerim realizes her brother is a player now, and asks if he's been synchronized with his character. Meanwhile, the other two are having fun, claiming to remember the old days, even though the protagonist knows it's already been 10 years. The sisters recall that he used to call himself Grandfell, and was always saying he wanted to dye his hair platinum blonde, which makes him cringe inside. On top of that, they laugh at how he greeted them like an aristocrat. Lee Yerim is the only one who isn't laughing. In fact, she's worried and asks if her brother is in danger. She explains that she was very surprised by the news and heard that players get hurt all the time. The fact that he didn't answer her calls only made her worry worse, and she warns him that she'll tell their parents, who are the only ones who still don't know. Seeing her so worried, the protagonist wants to apologize and reassure his family, as he's confident in his actions. However, his character's persona speaks louder, stating that the demon hunter Grandfell is more than suitable for the job. So, he claims his sisters shouldn't worry so much. After a while, they say their goodbyes and ask him to keep in touch. Lee Yerim also advises her brother to save his money instead of just lending it out. Hearing this, Lee Hoyol realizes he has no savings, just the reward from clearing the rupture. This is the main source of income for players, provided by the developers of Arcana, and the amount varies depending on the difficulty and contribution rate. There are rumors that the Cosmo company went bankrupt and that the CEO, Raymond Sean, is paying with his own money. Filled with anticipation, he decides to check his bank account to see how much he's earned. Meanwhile, at the Korean branch of the Shining Guild, Jessie is being questioned about what she knows of Lee Hoyol. Her colleague, Camilla, insists she must know something since she defeated the Count alongside him, but Jessie claims she knows nothing. Her colleague says she should share what she knows instead of watching weird videos on YouTube. Annoyed, Jessie unleashes her powers and tells Camilla to stop bothering her. She has more important things to do. With that, Camilla gives up, but she still wonders why her colleague is watching so many videos about Korean customs and etiquette. In the middle of her study session, Jessie receives a notification about the reward she got for clearing the rupture. At the same time, Lee Hoyol also gets the notification and is shocked by the massive amount he received, as it's much more than he ever imagined, a value of 110 billion won. While Lee Hoyol is overjoyed, his character finds the whole situation pathetic. Besides the money, he also received the Vampire Count's Orb, a unique rank cursed item. He was thrilled, as this is an item that most players throw away because of the low probability of breaking its seal. However, a demon hunter can use the item with an offering in an exorcism ritual, just like he did with the necklace, which was an essential item for defeating the Count. And even though he thought the item would be destroyed after being used, the necklace remained in his inventory after the fight, and the curse was also broken. He realizes the exorcism ritual was replaced by purification, so in addition to the orb and the necklace, he also has the money. Despite the good news, the huge sum of money kept him from sleeping. With so much money, Lee Hoyol was lost in thought, not knowing how to spend it. He considers that it would make more sense to buy new equipment, since he'll continue to face rifts. But he thinks his level is still too low for that. His level rose quite a bit from the last expedition, now at 134, but he prefers to wait a little longer to invest in gear. Besides, he's more interested in mana recovery items, which almost never appear for sale. Finally, Granfell himself expresses a desire to get out of the phone and get some sleep. The next day, at the Korean department of the UAA, a meeting is held with the council members. Sunbae shows footage from the protagonist's fight and states that he must have used alchemy to move the stones that blocked the cavalry's path. However, one of those present doesn't believe alchemy can create giant pillars like those, as no one possesses that much mana for it. Soon, a discussion erupts among them over the possibility of the feat. In the midst of the debate, the same Sunbae says he's exhausted, since everyone only talks about Lee Hoyol. His colleague replies that he's tired too, because for the last few days, his friends and family have only been asking about the same subject. They also notice that nobody in the records has the name Lee Hoyol, which leads them to consider the possibility of it being an alias. Sunbae expresses hope that things will calm down when a new update comes out, but, to his and his colleagues' surprise, a new update appears much faster than they expected. The message announces that a new region is about to appear, called the Yusra Archipelago. When Arcana was just a game, this was a mystical region known as Treasure Island, but no one was ever able to find it. Everything that grew and lived there was described as a treasure so valuable that it was incomparable to anything in existence. And now, it was about to manifest in real life. News about the matter quickly began to surface. In addition to the new update, a reporter announces that the Academic Society of Mages will also resume its activities. This society consists of conversations and debates between experienced mages, and has always been a great help for them to improve their skills. It is also reported that Jessie Hynesi is entering the tower at that very moment, likely as an invited guest to the Mages Society. Lee Hoyol comments that Jessie is fourth in the rankings, and that someone of her status was just scolded by his character for not being very polite. In turn, Granfell mentions a popular saying that the Mage's Tower has magic, not skills. Lee Hoyol realizes this was written in the tower's description when Arcana was just a simple game, but now he thinks the society could be useful to him. However, Granfell states that he will only leave after he finishes washing the dishes. In the Mage's Tower, many are present for the meeting. Among them is Cleo, an experienced mage affiliated with the tower, who is very excited to see so many mages gathered together. She is curious to know what kind of research results will be presented this time, on top of the fact that the head mage, Marcello, will be speaking to everyone. In the midst of her thoughts, Cleo was almost knocked over by a clumsy mage, but he was the only one who got hurt. The girl was protected by a magical barrier around her, and even calls the mage an idiot. However, someone approaches and tells Cleo not to call others idiots. This person explains that the barrier was created by the Tower Master specifically for this meeting. Jesse adds to this, saying that it's a magic that's difficult for anyone without an invitation to see. Upon seeing Jesse, Cleo's entire attitude changes, and she immediately starts apologizing, claiming she was in the wrong. Still, Jesse tells her that she doesn't owe her an apology. She then instructs Cleo, saying that she is the guide and must lead all the guests to the Crystal Hall. Cleo reports that, in fact, Jesse is the last one to arrive, since everyone on the list is already present. However, Jesse asks if they can't wait just a little longer. Cleo doesn't understand why, but Jesse says she has a good feeling, and that she thinks someone else will be arriving soon. She wasn't wrong, as the protagonist also decided to join the rest of the mages. Upon arriving, he thinks that every time he comes to the tower, it's always the same thing, with people everywhere. He figures everyone there is trying to get to the Yusra archipelago on the very day he decided to show up. To make matters worse, Lee Hoyle is recognized in the crowd, and everyone's attention turns to him. The protagonist starts being treated like a celebrity, with people wanting to take pictures and ask questions. In the midst of this, someone grabs his bag, stopping him from moving forward. The man claims to be a fan, and says he won't stop bothering him until he gets a photo. Irritated, the protagonist thinks about the expensive tea he stored in his bag, tea he paid for with his own hard-earned money. Granfell then responds to the guy in the most aggressive way possible, startling even Lee Hoyle. The protagonist starts to think he might be badly received if his character begins disappointing people like that. However, the opposite happens, as the man actually likes being cursed at. In any case, the protagonist tries to continue on his way through the crowd. He then notices a wall in front of him that seems different from the others, and decides to go check it out. On the other side is Cleo, who is startled by the protagonist's sudden appearance. He, in turn, says that it's an illusion magic worthy of praise. A short time later, the protagonist walks up the stairs with Cleo, who, however, doesn't know who he is. She thinks all the guests have already arrived and is surprised by the appearance of a stranger. Noticing the girl's discomfort, the protagonist asks what the problem is. A little embarrassed, Cleo replies that there's no problem at all. She just found it strange that he didn't have an invitation. Even so, she leads him to the meeting. In her thoughts, she reflects that the illusion magic was cast by the master of the tower, and that a mage without an invitation shouldn't be able to see through the barrier. Worried, the protagonist asks if he'll be blocked from joining the meeting for not having an invitation. Cleo, however, explains that people capable of seeing through the illusion can participate even without an invitation. She adds that the protagonist is the first one to ever do it, which is why she was so impressed. The protagonist, on the other hand, is only thinking about copying the illusion magic, but concludes he'll need to level up a bit more to be able to do it. A short time later, he reaches the top of the tower, and Cleo welcomes him to the Crystal Hall, explaining that this is the place for knowledge investigation. When Arcana became a reality, the game's NPCs also appeared in the real world. The man with the most influence among them is the newest head mage, Marcello, the future successor of the Tower of Mages. He lives up to the title, as he was the quickest to realize the situation the world was in and uses his magical knowledge to forge innovative ideas. He is also the one who leads the academic society. While Jessie's magic hat explains this, she shows that she finds it all very boring, which irritates the hat. Jessie replies that the explanation is making her sleepy, and that, to her, magic is just a skill. She knows nothing about inspection or interference. Her boredom is eventually noticed by the head mage, who asks if his words are really that uninteresting. Marcello explains that the tower was summoned to this world for 2 reasons, one of them being interference, what the explorers call an update, and they are recurring. The mage says that humans aren't used to real magic, just as the Acadians have difficulty understanding the explorers' science. Therefore, he claims that to help each other, both sides need to make an effort. This is why the topic of the meeting is science, as he saw in it a possibility to develop magic. He then demonstrates what he calls a fusion, an ignition, created by uniting science and magic. However, he warns them to be cautious when handling something like this, since he doesn't yet know the types of variables it could involve. For this reason, Marcello states that he needs everyone's help. Finally, he invites those present to ask questions. Immediately after the protagonist raises his hand, he tells the mage he noticed unnecessary elements in the recent demonstration and asks what Marcello thinks about it. The head mage is caught by surprise with the question, And not just him, but everyone present is shocked to see someone questioning Marcello. The head mage notices he's looking at an unfamiliar face, but he reflects on the question. He responds by asking the protagonist why he believes there are unnecessary elements in his teaching. The protagonist claims it's simple and says he can feel a certain friction, explaining that magic and science are different concepts, and the unnecessary elements arise from that friction in the process of combining the two. After his explanation, the protagonist performs the same experiment as the head mage, claiming to have experienced a similar friction between skill and magic. The scene leaves the mage extremely surprised. It took him months to accomplish something like that, while a complete stranger did the same thing just by observing it once. The protagonist explains that although using centrifugal force in the interference process makes the process flawed, the results aren't bad. Lee Hoyle reflects that the original ignition consumed too much mana, and that's why he didn't want to use it. But using centrifugal force made the technique much more efficient. He concludes that he made an excellent choice in deciding to go to that meeting. At that moment, the mage concludes that this person can only be the explorer he's heard so much about, Lee Hoyle. He resolves to invite him to join his research. The proposal automatically transforms into a quest in the protagonist's system, giving him the option to accept or not. It's up to him to decide what to do. A while after the first explorers arrived at the Yuzra archipelago, one of them is incredibly excited. She's with Leonie, saying this reminds her of when they were both full of dreams about new adventures. She also mentions she should have brought a swimsuit, but Leonie insists they're not on vacation. Besides, the guild leader notes they aren't the first to arrive, since plenty of people are already there. Her colleague kisses her on the cheek, saying she looks very cute when she's mad. Another guild member finds it strange how many people are there, because besides humans, there are also Acadians. A colleague asks if he's referring to the NPCs, and in response, the member points to the Lionheart Knights. In addition to them, there are troops from the Shadow Mercenaries and the Explorer Alliance. The girl from the guild comments that the archipelago is famous for its treasures, so it's normal to attract so much attention. Leonie doesn't like this since it means more competition, but her colleague points out that at least the tower mages aren't there. Just then, the guild leader gets a call from a mage. Very excitedly, the mage tells her she found Lee Hoyle at the Tower of Mages and that he challenged the tower's leader. Hearing this, Leonie starts to laugh, saying that Lee Hoyle is truly insane and that she'd already figured that out back at their tea meeting. Her colleague then realizes that the guild leader still holds a grudge. Anyway, the mage reports that the tower leader accepted Lee Hoyle and gave him a mission, making everyone else jealous. Back with our protagonist, Marcello asked him to make a list of everything he needed for his research, promising to provide it all. This makes Lee Hoyle excited. He realizes he can ask for anything, and plans to use this opportunity to his full advantage. After a while, Marcello goes to the top floor of the tower, having been summoned by the 5-star, the most noble mage. The mage says that Marcello is the tower's rising young star and claims to have heard that he brought in an explorer to work on a research project. He points out that the Tower of Mages does not interfere in the explorer's affairs, and that by doing this, Marcello broke the rule. That's why he wants to know the reason. Marcello, in turn, claims that the explorer, Lee Hoyle, has perfectly understood the concept of magic. He says Lee Hoyle has overcome the difference between magic and science, and that help from someone like that simply cannot be ignored. The High Mage tells Marcello that their duty is to judge for themselves and take responsibility, so he assumes the young man is aware of his actions. He states that while he respects Marcello's judgment, he must remember to take full responsibility for his choices. After their talk, he dismisses Marcello to his duties. However, Marcello dislikes the other mage's attitude. He feels they have no idea what's happening outside, and he wonders how much longer the Tower Master intends to stay silent. Meanwhile, Cleo approaches Marcello, happy to see him. She tells him she's on her way to pick up the items Lee Hoyle requested. Marcello offers to do it for her, but Cleo knows he's a busy person and says she can handle it. Still, Marcello insists, claiming he was already heading to see Lee Hoyle anyway and needed to check something with him. Given his insistence, Cleo hands over the items for him to take to our protagonist. Meanwhile, Lee Hoyle is studying. Soon after, Marcello shows up with the items he had requested, magical equipment for mana regeneration, which are exactly what he was hoping for. Marcello asks if the items are to his liking, but upon inspecting the equipment, Lee Hoyle realizes they're all too high level for him and tells the mage they're useless. Marcello apologizes, admitting that he underestimated Lee Hoyol. The mage then mentions that the requests made him curious, and because of that, he prepared something special. He reveals a hexagram brooch, an item with a mana regeneration feature. Upon analyzing it, the protagonist sees that it's compatible with his level and has some interesting stats, so he agrees to take it. Marcello comments that he already knew Lee Hoyol was no ordinary mage, but he finds himself more and more surprised by him. Lee Hoyol notes that, at first glance, the item looks simple and cheap, but based on the mage's description, he starts to realize it might be much better than it appears. On the other hand, Marcello claims he can't properly proceed with the research at the moment, as there are needs in his magic, exactly as Lee Hoyol described. Hearing this, the protagonist says he will wait until they can continue. Marcello thanks Lee Hoyol for his understanding and expresses his belief that, with him, he will be able to change the Mage Tower. Back at the archipelago, the streamer Huigang TV is in action again, this time camped out while waiting for Lee Hoyol to appear. He comments that many players are arriving through the portals and believes the protagonist will soon show up too, stating that he won't leave until that happens. Upon hearing Lee Hoyol's name, another player approaches. His name is Kinver, and he isn't well liked by many, showing he dislikes that all the attention is focused solely on the protagonist. There was a group that distinguished itself after Arcana became a reality, and its members were willing to do whatever it took to achieve their goals. Whenever they showed up somewhere, an incident would occur, and according to rumors, Kinver is the cruelest among them. It's said that several players who entered rifts with this group have gone missing, and the fact that Kinver is interested in Lee Hoyol is drawing attention. He startles the streamer by saying it wouldn't be funny if Lee Hoyol overdid his clown act. Before leaving, Kinver warns that he'll be keeping an eye on the kid's stream and says goodbye. The streamer's chat goes crazy, and he is left perplexed, as some are saying Lee Hoyol shouldn't show up. Bothered by the comments, he defends the protagonist, stating that he isn't greedy for treasure, that his attitude proves it, and that he will appear at the right time. Meanwhile, Granfell asks Lee Hoyol if there's any reason for them to go to the archipelago. Lee Hoyol replies that there isn't, because despite the treasures the place holds, he is below the required level. The archipelago rift requires at least level 350, and he is still at level 134. Besides that, the enemies there are much stronger than the ones he's used to fighting. Because of this, Lee Hoyol believes his defeat would be certain if he went there. Plus, it's not common for demons to appear in the archipelago. During this conversation, the protagonist receives an exclusive mission for the Demon Hunter class, which asks him to investigate the 7 deadly sins. Lee Hoyol learned about them during his time in Akshan, but he never expected to find them in the Yusra archipelago. He thinks he only defeated the Count by pure luck, and doesn't believe it's a good idea to go after another powerful enemy. However, Granfell claims that if there was no reason to go before, the situation is different now, and there's no reason to hesitate. He believes that if evil is there, it's his duty to eliminate it. Immediately, Granfell prepares for the trip, leaving Lee Hoyol in despair, as he isn't even wearing clothes suitable for a tropical environment. A short time later, Lee Hoyol's fan streamer is relieved, as his great idol has finally decided to show up. Inside, Lee Hoyol is dying of heat, but on the outside, Granfell can only feel the presence of evil surrounding them. He thinks that this strong influence must be on a completely different level compared to that of normal demons. Sensing such great evil, he considers that the island itself might be the source of the evil, and thinks it's best to leave the natural enemy skill active at all times. While exploring the area, the streamer follows Lee Hoyol, wanting to record every moment of his favorite hero. The protagonist, however, doesn't like this at all, but he needs to worry about other things right now, like finding monsters he can actually fight since his level is still low. The streamer's chat warns him that he's bothering Lee Hoyol, but he doesn't care and claims that people are wrong about him. Besides, he believes he's practically invisible and, therefore, couldn't possibly be bothering anyone. In the midst of this, the protagonist hears a noise that startles even the streamer. Nearby, a group of players is facing some enemies, but they're at a disadvantage. They are fighting a level 420 Emerald Tiger, a monster that reflects sunlight so intensely that it blinds them. The enemy's attacks violently shake the area, and for that reason, one of the players warns that their group shouldn't split up. Amid the chaos, the protagonist appears and is recognized by the others, who ask what he's doing there. Inside, Lee Hoyol asks himself the same question. Granfell was expecting to fight a scorpion as a warm-up, but he found this tiger first and thinks that this will have to do. Due to the enemy's high level, Lee Hoyol thinks there's no way to escape. His character, Granfell, notes the situation looks bad. The bright sunlight is blinding him. To solve the problem, he shatters the ground beneath the enemy, believing that if the monster can't move, it can't attack. The protagonist's move leaves the other players completely stunned. In the middle of the fight, he decides to test his newly learned magic and uses Master Marcello's Ignition. The attack pulverizes the tiger, and he receives his contribution share from the hunt. However, his happiness comes from the new magic. Its power completely surprised him. The other players are also perplexed, since such a strong enemy was defeated so easily. On the same archipelago, Shrike from the Second Sun Guild is furious. He tells his group that since they arrived, they're still on the outskirts of the island. One of his members suggests they regroup with the other teams, explaining that he received news that the Shining Guild is already at the heart of the island, while they haven't been able to advance because they spread out. Shrike's goal was to divide and conquer, but he realizes he made a mistake. Although he won't admit it, he recognizes he was too greedy and underestimated the territory, ordering everyone in his guild to return to their starting position. Next, a guild member reports receiving a call from the West team and suggests the leader take it. Shrike offers to go meet them, but is told they are already on their way. Confused, the leader demands an explanation. His subordinate then reveals that Lee Hoyol had already passed through their route, which is why they decided to find another path. While Shrike is still processing this, another subordinate appears with a report from the guild member who went to the Mages Academic Society. He says that Lee Hoyol received a quest from the head of the mages and will likely be the first player to get a personal laboratory in the tower. Disbelieving that a player could have such a good relationship with an NPC, Shrike orders his analysis team to dig up everything they can on the matter. He now believes that Lee Hoyol might be more dangerous than the press imagines. Meanwhile, Lee Hoyol is celebrating the rewards from the last battle, while his character remains cold and calculating. He's happy about getting a unique ingredient and thinks that with his new contacts in the Mage's Tower, it'll be easy to find someone to process it. A moment later, Granfell notices the atmosphere growing heavier. His character's sixth sense alerts Lee Hoyol that the situation is serious, and his system window appears again, warning him to investigate the 7 deadly sins. After the warning, an earthquake strikes right next to him. The protagonist's system alerts him that the island has been overcome by greed and is in the process of being destroyed. All the other players receive the same alert as the tremor begins. While some are completely lost, Granfell knows exactly what he's dealing with. He concludes that the greed of all the players searching for treasure on the island has awakened the entity causing the earthquake. Granfell concludes that the newly awakened being can only be the demon of greed, something that, in his opinion, any demon hunter from Akshan would know. He also notes that if the progress rate reaches 100%, the deadly sins will be awakened. The protagonist realizes he'll have to stop this from happening, and considers it a good sign that his system is asking him to stop it, not eliminate it. However, he discovers that the Shining Guild has already cleared an island and taken its treasure. Hearing other players nearby searching for riches, he concludes that everyone in the archipelago has the same goal. Granfell states that to avoid corruption by greed, the players should get rid of their desires, but he admits that's practically impossible. Faced with this, he believes there's only one thing to do: take all the treasures before anyone else does. Meanwhile, the Shining Guild is already on the second island of the archipelago. Camilla comments on the destruction process, explaining that there are 10 islands in total and that one of the squares was filled as soon as they took the first treasure. She concludes that this means there's a countdown to collect the rest. Locke suggests this might be related to Jesse's report on Lee Hoyol at the Mage Tower, mentioning that Lee Hoyol has been very competitive. He then asks the group if they think they can beat the protagonist. Demeter replies that she wouldn't want a violent interaction with him, and Camilla agrees, adding that normal opponents are already enough trouble. Furthermore, Camilla believes that Jesse wouldn't agree to fight Lee Hoyol, as she assumes her colleague is in love with him. Locke agrees with their points, admitting he's just envious and stating there's no reason to attack someone who's keeping to themselves. However, right after that, another square on the destruction line is filled. Demeter notes that apparently, it was the Unified Under Heaven Guild that took the treasure, which makes things more interesting. Locke, worried about being left behind, says they need to move as soon as possible. Back with the protagonist, Lee Hoyol asks Granfell what he means by taking all the treasures. Granfell replies that greed will destroy everything, so the only way to stop it is to take the treasures from the hands of the greedy. Immediately after, he comes across a group, and judging by their attire, realizes they are the Knights of Lionheart. Lee Hoyol didn't expect to find the Empire's best knights from the days of Arcana. Granfell greets their leader, Captain Harkon Kingsguard. Unlike his subordinates, Harkon acts politely and asks for the protagonist's name. He introduces himself as Lee Hoyol, and says he didn't expect to find the Empire's knights in a place like this. For some reason, Harkon Kingsguard senses a different aura from the protagonist compared to other players. However, above all that, something else catches the captain's eye: the brooch Lee Hoyol is wearing. But before they could talk any further, a sudden attack strikes, nearly hitting the protagonist. Confused about what just happened, one of the knights guesses it might be a meteor. Immediately after, he realizes it's the owner of the island, a level 450 giant golden fanged turtle. The captain quickly orders his men to prepare for battle. They realize the enemy is about to attack, and the captain shouts for everyone to spread out. The turtle's destructive power is immense, and the knight's vision becomes obscured, preventing them from getting close to the target because of its sheer size. In the middle of the chaos, the captain grows worried when he sees his right-hand man Enoch about to be crushed. Desperate, the captain yells for his ally to get out of there. However, just a moment later, the turtle stomps on the ground, and the impact hits everyone around them. As soon as the captain regains his sight, he sees that the protagonist has protected his ally. Lee Hoyol created a wall out of thin air, which raises questions among the knights. But he states there's no time to talk, as the enemy is still standing. The turtle prepares to attack again, and the captain orders the squires to form their defenses. Meanwhile, the protagonist realizes he needs to conserve his mana, so he doesn't run out quickly. Then Harkon Kingsguard gets his attention. He thanks him for his help and makes a promise. If he continues to fight alongside them until the end, the Knights of Lionheart will swear to return the favor and will never forget this day. Since this was exactly the help the protagonist needed, he accepts without hesitation, concluding that by helping each other, they'll have a better chance of defeating the monster. From a distance, a streamer obsessed with the protagonist records the whole scene, satisfied that he managed to capture the moment. The chat warns him about the danger of being so close to the fight, but he assures them he's keeping a safe distance from the monster. Meanwhile, the leader of the Lionheart Knights orders his army to advance with honor. As the army attacks the monster on the front lines, the protagonist analyzes the situation and concludes the enemy's weak point is its head. He thinks it would be better to attack its legs to make it easier to get to the top. Nearby, Enoch stares at the protagonist, looking frightened. Although he's grateful for the help, Enoch thinks it's an exaggeration for his captain to make an oath of loyalty to an explorer, a privilege that, until now, was reserved only for members of the royal family. Watching the knights fight, Lee Hoyol initially thinks they are weaker than he expected. However, he realizes that it's actually the monster that is incredibly strong, and the knights can't deal any significant damage. Since all the warriors are short-range classes, only those at the front can fight, while the others just wait for their turn to attack. The protagonist understands that if the situation continues like this, they won't be able to win. To make matters worse, Lee Hoyol receives a notification from his system warning that the destruction level has already reached the halfway point. He realizes the other players are further ahead than he expected, and that the catastrophe is approaching fast. While he thinks of a way to create an opening for the knights, the monster gets angry and causes an earthquake, making magma erupt from the ground. The knights try to retreat, but there's little solid ground left. Amidst the chaos, the protagonist has an idea. Remembering the stairs of the Mage Tower, the protagonist asks the leader of the knights if he's ready to advance, declaring that he will open a path. Then, using the rocks on the ground, he creates a staircase that leads directly to the monster's head. This feat leaves everyone stunned: the knights, their shocked leader, and the streamer watching from afar. The group's mage remarks that she had only seen something similar in the Mage Tower, while Enoch can't believe a mere explorer could wield such magic, further increasing his doubts about the protagonist. The leader of the Lionhearts declares the path is open and that they must advance, as they cannot waste this chance with such limited time. Constantly attacking the enemy's weak spot, the knights manage to deal far more damage than before. In the midst of the battle, the protagonist receives a system alert, informing him that Captain Harkon Kingsguard and the other knights have forfeited their contribution share in the defeat of the giant turtle. As a result, the protagonist gets all the credit, but he doesn't understand why they made such a decision. After the battle, Harkon Kingsguard approaches the protagonist. He explains that the brooch the explorer is wearing is a gift that the Emperor gave to the Mage Tower a long time ago. Harkon states that Lee Hoyol saved many lives with his actions, and for that, they are eternally grateful. Furthermore, the knights offer to fight alongside the owner of the brooch whenever he desires. Right after the conversation, an orb of energy appears on the scene. Lee Hoyol realizes it's the island's treasure and hesitates on whether he should take it. He fears the act will increase his greed, but he knows that if he doesn't, another player could steal the item. Noticing that the destruction level is already past the halfway point, Lee Hoyol decides he needs to think a bit more. To his surprise, his character, Granfell, thinks the opposite and grabs the item without hesitation, defying Lee Hoyol's decision. For Granfell, wealth means nothing. As the successor to a renowned family, he has already enjoyed the peak of wealth, and therefore, the feeling of greed simply doesn't exist in him. Granfell believes he has the perfect method to prevent the island's destruction, taking the treasure without being moved by any type of greed. Confronted by this action, Lee Hoyol is struck by the reality of his own greed and wonders if something like that is truly possible. Meanwhile, from a distance, the protagonist is being watched by his enemy, Kinver, who notices his interaction with the Lionheart Knights. Kinver thinks that Lee Hoyol can keep collecting his treasures, but that eventually he will be confronted. In that instant, one of Kinver's surviving victims tries to stand up, saying that the Shrike of Second Sun will get him. Those, however, are his final words, as Kinver kills him, adding him to the list of players who have already perished at his hands. Kinver believes this display of force will be enough to finish off all his opponents at once. The streamer obsessed with the protagonist gets excited, seeing Lee Hoyol take the treasure without the greed progress increasing. However, upon inspecting the item, Lee Hoyol is disappointed. Despite it being an epic treasure, he only got a broken crown and was hoping for something better. He's starting to think this is some kind of joke. Then, his system alerts him that the Lionheart Knights have joined his party. The Knights' captain, Harkon Kingsguard, declares he will follow Lee Hoyol from now on, fulfilling the promise he had made. Lee Hoyol, who hadn't taken the promise seriously, now realizes that the captain and his army have actually become his allies. Harkon Kingsguard states he doesn't know the protagonist's goals, but he declares that he will be his shield and sword within the archipelago. Surprised and thrilled, the protagonist reflects that he now has the best knights on the continent as his allies, and that no monster will be a match for him. Agreeing to have them on his team nearby, Kinver continues to observe the protagonist. When an ally asks why the destruction progress hasn't changed even with Lee Hoyol taking the treasure, Kinver replies that there's nothing to fear. He explains that although Lee Hoyol is a stronger target and has company, he has already prepared a surprise for him at the docks. The moment the protagonist gets on a boat to leave, a toxin will hit him. Kinver is confident that not even the knights can do anything against this trap, making the treasure completely irrelevant. However, the protagonist spots something high up in a tree, which makes Kinver, the observer, almost fall over in shock. Kinver feels the bloodlust from Lee Hoyol's gaze alone and doesn't know what to do, thinking he's been discovered. In reality, Lee Hoyol was just looking at an animal that caught his attention. But Harkon Kingsguard saw something beyond the animal and warned the protagonist about a watcher in the trees, which terrifies Kinver even more. After Harkon's warning, the protagonist tries to see who the knight was referring to, but he only spots a squirrel and is left confused. His focus shifts when the system alerts him that only 2 treasures remain before the archipelago is destroyed. Since he took an item without increasing the greed, he concludes that only 1 treasure is left for someone else to find. His main concern now is to go after that last treasure to get there before the others, even though he thinks the destruction rate won't reach its maximum. Harkon Kingsguard states that he will do whatever the protagonist wishes. Still in shock, Kinver is so terrified he can't even speak to his ally on the radio. In his mind, he concludes that Harkon Kingsguard wanted to capture him, but Lee Hoyol decided to move on, though he doesn't know if it was out of pity or caution. Regardless of the reason, he realizes he almost died and decides to abandon the mission. He then warns his allies to stay out of Lee Hoyol's way if they want to stay alive. Kinver's ally, Park Hyunjun, is outraged. He doesn't understand the sudden change in behavior and complains that Kinver just hung up on him. He's furious for having invested and even borrowed money to buy the poison Kinver asked for, only to see him back out now. When one of his men tries to calm him down, Park Hyunjun retorts that it's easy for them to stay calm, since they weren't the ones who paid out of their own pockets. Despite his companions' attempts to control him, he accuses them of being way too calm and starts to suspect they conspired with Kinver against him. Ignoring their denials, Park Hyunjun demands to know how much they made behind his back. The commotion caused by Park Hyunjun startles some birds, and the noise catches our protagonist's attention. The captain asks if something is wrong, but Lee Hoyol can't say for sure. At the same time, he receives a danger notification similar to the last one, but it indicates a much greater threat. His demon hunter instincts are warning him of imminent danger. Meanwhile, Park Hyunjun starts attacking his own allies. One of them comments that Park Hyunjun was always crazy about money, but he never imagined it would come to this. Park Hyunjun in turn screams that they took money to betray him and sided with Kinver. Unbeknownst to them, the obsessed streamer is hidden nearby, broadcasting everything live. He manages to capture the moment Park Hyunjun tells his allies he's just taking back what they stole from him. Terrified, the streamer runs as far away as he possibly can. He realizes the Supernova Guild is truly insane, and the rumors about them killing other players are all true. The streamer thinks he could be next if he's seen, so he tries to sneak away. In his rush, he bumps right into another player. It's members of the Explorers Alliance, and one of them asks the kid if he's being chased by a monster. The streamer believes he's safe now. He thinks that not even a guy who kills his own teammates for money would be able to fight an entire guild all by himself. So, he decides to stick close to the group to feel more secure. During the exploration of the archipelago, drones fly over the area. It's announced that the territory is divided into 10 islands, and each one has its own hidden treasure. The way to find the treasure varies on each island. It can be easy or difficult. The Shining and Explorers Alliance guilds have already obtained their treasures. Now, only one island remains to be explored, where several players and guilds are gathered. One of the first groups to arrive are the members of the Shining Guild, who have already secured 2 treasures. The Korean Guild, Gaon, also managed to get a treasure and is now searching for its second. Also present is the Inazuma Guild, which almost got a treasure, but Gaon arrived on the same island first and had better luck. The rivals, Second Son and Berserker, have also reached the final island. Everyone is waiting to see who will find the last treasure, while streamers cover the entire event. However, something unexpected happens that shocks everyone. The Knights of Lionheart arrive on the final island. No one expected to see the Empire's strongest knights searching for the treasures. On top of that, their captain, Harkon Kingsguard, is known to be above level 600. For the lower-ranked guilds, the situation is desperate. Everyone's surprise grows even greater when, from among the knights, Lee Hoyol appears. The protagonist once again becomes the center of attention, and thanks to his character's appearance, he is seen as confident and focused. But in reality, on the inside, he's terrified. Lee Hoyol already knew he would draw attention, but that doesn't stop him from feeling uneasy. Some players see him as a potential enemy, while others, the smarter ones, think he's someone to be avoided. Lee Hoyol's biggest fear is that people will discover he's just a newbie, as that would shatter the powerful warrior image the media has created for him. Amidst all this, Harkon Kingsguard warns the protagonist of an approaching danger. Then, lava begins to erupt from the ground, putting all the players on high alert. They try to retreat as best they can, but for some, it's already too late. Everyone was caught by surprise by the same enemy, the master of the final island to be explored, the Great Lava Koi, level 420. Besides the enemy itself, the intense heat from the lava makes the explorer's path difficult. Instead of fighting, some think it's better to just observe for now. They try to attack from a distance to avoid getting close, but a wall of lava around the enemy prevents anything from approaching, making the task even more difficult. Meanwhile, Nam Taemin can't stand still, even with his brother warning him not to overdo it. The streamers watch everything from afar through their drones and notice that even the tanks won't get close because of the boiling sea of lava. In the midst of the chaos, Harkon Kingsguard approaches Lee Hoyol and apologizes for not being of much help, despite his promise. However, the protagonist claims there's nothing to worry about, as he didn't lead them there without a plan. The leader of the Shining Guild notices the protagonist's calmness and wonders how he can keep his composure in a situation like this. The protagonist, for his part, knows that magic activation can be divided into 3 steps: inspection, interference, and finally, manifestation. He understands that the lava around the koi isn't a skill, but rather something that belongs to the very nature of the location. Therefore, to Grandfell, the lava is just a force of nature, the same as the rocks on the ground. With this understanding, the protagonist raises the lava before everyone's eyes. Not only the people there, but also everyone watching from a distance, witnessed the incredible feat. If the curiosity about his powers was already great before, this event only made the situation worse. However, the only thing Lee Hoyol can think about is that his mana is running out. He concludes that Harkon should take this opportunity to defeat the enemy as quickly as possible. The floating lava barely misses the drones, but the streamer's main concern is the incredible view they're getting. Harkon Kingsguard announces that the path has been cleared and that it's the Knights' turn to do their part. Meanwhile, Lox realizes his lack of attention has put him at a disadvantage and orders his guild to advance. However, they aren't the only ones, as the other guilds also begin their attack. Taemin's brother warns that there is no chance of victory against a warrior like Harkon, and that he would have to be the first to attack. To his surprise, the enemy doesn't wait. and, instead of remaining on the ground, it jumps and uses its own fall as an attack. The explorers believed they were facing a mere fish, but the enemy shows an intelligence beyond their expectations. As the monster jumps continuously and doesn't stay still, it's hard to get close, which makes the fight even more complicated. However, something interrupts its jumps. Spears made of rock pierce the monster and pin it to the ground. The heroes can barely see where they came from, until one of them realizes that the protagonist cooled the lava and transformed it into a weapon, without understanding how he did it. This action exceeds the mana limits established by the system. In any case, the protagonist signals for Harkon Kingsguard to attack. With the enemy immobilized and unable to react, it becomes an easy prey. Although Harkon delivered the final blow, some explorers nearby also receive credit for the victory. Lox, embarrassed that his guild didn't take first place, orders his members to withdraw. Unlike him, the spectators celebrate the victory, as the monster has finally been defeated. Lee Hoyle achieved the highest contribution rate, along with the Lionheart Knights. What looks like a carefree expression on the protagonist's face to many is actually just exhaustion from a lack of mana. As the one who contributed most to the victory, an item is delivered to Lee Hoyle, and the island's treasure becomes his. However, after he takes the object, something surprises all the spectators. The destruction progress rate doesn't appear, and no one knows why. Amid the confusion, a strange aura begins to emerge. Then, the destruction progress meter finally appears, though delayed, indicating that only one level remains for completion. Lee Hoyle reflects that Granfell wouldn't suddenly develop greed, so that treasure shouldn't have affected the progress like it did before. However, he confirms that is exactly what happened, and that a treasure was once again taken by a greedy hand. Back at the Explorers Alliance Guild, some of its members have just been struck down by Park Hyunjun, who also stole their treasure. The guild leader is furious, but an ally tries to calm him down. Before the stolen treasure, Park Hyunjun starts to feel strange. His head aches, and he's losing his sense of what he's doing. The capital demon of greed has possessed him, causing him to lose control over his own actions. This was only possible thanks to Park Hyunjun's own avarice, who is now in the hands of a demonic being, his mind susceptible to evil's control. The demon claims it only helped Park Hyunjun get what he wanted, and that in return it's now its turn to take what it desires. Seeing the scene, someone tries to interfere. It's the streamer obsessed with the protagonist who is visibly terrified. He then realizes that a warrior from Lionheart has arrived to help, which means Lee Hoyle must be nearby. The protagonist, meanwhile, senses the demon's scent from afar and wastes no time approaching his target. Thrilled, the streamer declares that he has waited for this moment and announces the return of his live stream. However, the Lionheart warrior reports that the enemy is still alive and asks Lee Hoyle to give the order to attack. With that, a quest is created for Lee Hoyle. His system alerts him that the evil of the Yusra archipelago is preparing itself and that he will have to do something about it. Furthermore, the stolen treasure is still with the enemy. The system informs him that the item is being corrupted by greed, and the protagonist's mission is to stop this from happening. Otherwise, the destruction that has been initiated will finish everything. With the start of the destruction, several explorers fear for their lives as the enemy reveals itself as an evil greater than the monsters already defeated. It attacks and causes even more intense earth tremors, growing to such massive proportions that it covers almost the entire archipelago. From above, drones film the scene, and the streamers realize that the islands are practically joining into one, with something emerging in the middle of them. Amidst the unified island, a golden castle emerges, catching everyone by surprise. Even Harkon Kingsguard is impressed with what he sees. Lee Hoyle had never heard of anything like this, and wonders if that could also be some kind of treasure from the archipelago. However, his system alerts him that this is the Castle of Greed, the nest of one of the 7 deadly sins. The place's aura is so sinister that Lee Hoyle feels he shouldn't get any closer. Meanwhile, Harkon Kingsguard senses a danger approaching and orders his people to prepare for battle. Shortly after, a warrior warns the others to be careful of the ground where the undead are emerging. The appearance of a golden castle and now the undead gets the streamers excited, as the content is excellent for their audience. However, one of them receives a message and warns that it's not time to celebrate. At the UAA base, chaos breaks out among the staff. Sunbay's friend believes they need to stop the situation immediately, otherwise everyone will perish. However, all they can do is notify the players about the new update. Seeing the notice, the protagonist is shocked, as the enemy's level is extremely high, even for the warriors of the Lionheart Guild. He starts to think the mission is impossible to complete, since the weakest enemy is level 500 and the boss is level 650. The captain of the Lionheart tries to keep his army in formation to retreat slowly, while also trying to protect Lee Hoyle. The protagonist, however, approaches and asks if the promise Harkon made, to be his sword and shield, is still valid. Harkon replies that the enemy is one of the 7 deadly sins, and asks if, even so, Lee Hoyol wishes to fight. The protagonist confirms, claiming that demons are meant to be stopped and that there is no other option. Faced with this, Harkon claims to see no fear in Lee Hoyol's eyes, even though on the inside, the protagonist is terrified. Determined, the captain gathers his knights and declares that no matter what happens, they will fulfill the oath they made and help Lee Hoyol reach the enemy's lair. Watching the scene from afar, both the streamers and their viewers can't believe what's happening, as the path to the castle is infested with the undead. Even facing this obstacle, the protagonist orders the Lionheart Knights to advance back at the UAA headquarters. The staff realizes that despite their warning, someone is attempting to reach the castle. Defying all expectations, the player Lee Hoyol, together with the Lionheart Knights, charges toward the enemies, all in front of the international media and online streams broadcasting the event live. Meanwhile, the UAA tries to isolate the castle and discourage anyone else from approaching. As he advances, the protagonist notices the knights are doing better than he imagined. After all, they are the best on the entire continent. He focuses on regenerating his mana, hoping he can help during the battle. Some explorers consider joining them, but then they remember they almost died fighting the lava fish, and conclude it would be no different against more powerful enemies. To them, the mission is impossible, and it's only a matter of time until Lee Hoyol perishes. The protagonist realizes the undead return endlessly, making any attempt to kill them useless, since they're already dead. To make matters worse, he still doesn't have enough mana. However, a light suddenly appears, surprising the nearby explorers and even Lee Hoyol himself. Nam Taemin shows up to aid in the combat, and he's not alone. The Berserker Guild also joins the fray. The unexpected alliance between Gaon and Berserker quickly makes the news, as players from both guilds help Lee Hoyol around the palace, though this doesn't stop the 2 group leaders from clashing. The sudden assistance surprises Lee Hoyol, but his character approaches the leaders, telling them that they need to help. This attitude drives Lee Hoyol crazy, as he considers asking for help so directly to be incredibly rude. For her part, Leonie Bellucci states that while she feels indebted to Lee Hoyol, she would have appreciated more kindness from him. Taemin's brother says this is his chance to make a good impression on Lee Hoyol. However, from Hoyol's point of view, all he notices is that both leaders are nervous. Amidst this, the fallen undead begin to rise again. The Lionheart warriors quickly jump back into the fight. Taemin asks his clerics to bless the allies, as they'll need divine protection to fight against those things. The protagonist quickly approaches Leonie and says the Lionheart Knights also need a blessing like that. He adds that he has no tea to offer, but he does need her help. During the fight, backup arrives. The Saints of Gaon announce they will provide all the necessary support so Lee Hoyol can fight without any worries. Leonie is surprised that the rival guild responded to his request before she did. Now, with reinforcements, the Lionheart Knights have renewed energy to fight their enemies. The protagonist tells Taemin he won't forget his goodwill. Taemin replies that he'll find a way to get whatever Lee Hoyol needs, even divine protection. However, the protagonist claims he doesn't believe in something as stupid as deities. Lee Hoyol is furious, as his character's tongue is sharper than usual. Harkon overhears the statement and gets distracted. Immediately, he hears a voice in his mind and sees a divine being before him, associating it with his majesty. But in truth, what's approaching him is the enemy. Trying to resist, Harkon warns the others that the palace gates are dangerous and tells them to get back. In his mind, Harkon remembers the moment he made a promise to his majesty. Standing before the emperor, he reported that the demon general had been spotted in the northwestern valleys and volunteered to go there if the emperor agreed. However, the emperor showed no interest, claiming that thousands of soldiers would die at the hands of the demons all at once, leaving his army weak and depleted. On top of that, the mage tower that was investigating the case had fallen and turned to ruins. As if that wasn't enough, the people of the nation vanished without a trace. The emperor confessed that he questioned his god every night, asking if this was the end of the world and if it was the divine will. However, he claimed that his god never answered. Therefore, he believed that even God had decided to disappear and asked if Harkon thought so too. Harkon, however, argued that the demons were the cause, as they were blocking the path to God. With that, he once again offered to defeat the demon general, believing that by doing so the path to God would open again. But to his surprise, he heard his emperor say that he no longer believed in a god. His faith was now in Harkon, and in his determination to overcome evil. Back in the present, the intense battle between good and evil rages on. As soon as he regains consciousness, the captain orders his soldiers to advance, for His Majesty, the Emperor, is counting on them. It doesn't take long for Harkon to spot his enemy on the other side, the demon general, so he charges forward hoping to defeat him. With a wicked smile, however, the demon claims it's now too late for that. Harkon can't reach his opponent in time. Not only that, but his soldiers begin to be attacked by an unknown force. The captain feels completely lost in this situation, as it means he has failed in his duty. Those who were on the battlefield are teleported into the middle of the explorer's city. Harkon is totally lost and doesn't know what happened or where he is. The people around have seen something like this happen before, so they aren't very scared. But for Harkon, this is all new. However, he can only think of one thing: getting back to His Majesty. Then, he spots the Emperor's silhouette in front of him once again. Harkon says that he's been wandering through various places searching for His Majesty, but that the Emperor was by his side the whole time. He asks for forgiveness for the delay and vows to fulfill his promise by defeating all of his Emperor's enemies. What Harkon hasn't realized, however, is that he has fallen into an illusion and is being tricked by the very enemy he swore to defeat. Even Harkon's Kingsguard allies notice that he's not well, although they don't know what happened to the captain. Lee Hoyle, however, has already understood everything, but he regrets that the person possessed had to be Harkon. He knows this is likely a mind domination abnormality status, which depending on the situation can be even harder to deal with than a possession. While the protagonist is lost in thought, Harkon charges in his direction and is only stopped because Nam Taemin interferes, who is happy he was able to help Lee Hoyle. The protagonist, however, returns the gesture with a cold stare, completely shattering his expectations. Despite the cold reaction, Lee Hoyle realizes that if it weren't for Taemin, he would have died. At that moment, he was so disoriented that he lost sight of Harkon. Elsewhere, Enoch is attacked by his captain and tries to convince him to stop, but the illusion is so strong that Harkon is deaf to any argument. To him, his opponents are nothing but demons trying to lead him to the side of evil. Alongside Enoch, Jessica also tries to talk to their captain, but he won't listen to them and launches another attack. The situation leaves the protagonist worried, and he warns the others to be careful not to get hit. Even so, Harkon attacks and nearly strikes them, making everyone realize the danger. On top of that, it seems Harkon got stronger after being controlled. The demonic energy has apparently strengthened him. Unknowingly, he is using this power against his own allies, as he is blind and cannot see the truth. With no other choice, the others can only try to fight back. However, they aren't facing just any warrior. When he attacks, Harkon causes a rupture in the ground that throws everyone off balance. Leonie loses her footing from the attack, and Jessica gets trapped in the rubble while her allies try to help her. Even Nam Taemin gets hit, which worries his brother. Taemin replies that he's fine, but in reality, his problems are much bigger. Those watching from a distance also realize the danger, as Lee Hoyle has positioned himself in front of Harkon and stopped his rampage with a simple hand gesture. The protagonist, in truth, was just trying to avoid getting hit, but amazingly, his gesture made Harkon stop attacking. Even with his confused mind, Harkon looks at Lee Hoyle and asks why he is so clean in the middle of all that demonic filth. The protagonist has no idea what Harkon is seeing and assumes that, because he's a demon hunter, he might have some kind of counter effect on his natural enemies. Harkon demands that the man before him reveal his identity, threatening to kill him otherwise. Lee Hoyle knows he needs to say something convenient, but his character can't speak, which only adds to his desperation. He would love to say something, but he can't get Granfell to respond. Faced with silence, Harkon declares that it doesn't matter anymore, as he will defeat him anyway. However, instead of speaking, the protagonist holds out his hand. Harkon wonders what the gesture means, thinking it could be some kind of trick from the enemy. Even in his delusion, he sees the brooch the protagonist is wearing, and in a way, it opens his eyes. After all, it was this very brooch that created a bond between the two, protected by an oath of loyalty. With that, Harkon no longer has any doubts and recognizes that the person before him can only be Lee Hoyle. The protagonist notices the change in the captain's behavior and breathes a sigh of relief that he's back to normal. Then, the system alerts him that his proficiency in the exorcism ritual is high, granting him a new function. While he was paying attention to the system, something approached. Harkon even tried to warn him of the danger, but the same evil that struck the captain now tries to take hold of the protagonist. In his mind, Lee Hoyle spots the enemy. He realizes he is in the realm of the mind and that the figure before him can only be one of the 7 deadly sins. In turn, the demon claims it only wanted to protect its kingdom. It recounts that the land and sea were abundant, filled with shining jewels. Furthermore, the people loved each other, and everyone was happy. The story continued with the arrival of a stranger on the beach. The people of the kingdom took care of the foreigner and even sent him back home. However, what they received in return was an invasion led by that very same man. The people, who didn't know how to fight, fell as the invaders devastated everything in the kingdom. The leader of the people offered to share his jewels in exchange for peace, but the invader didn't want half the riches. He wanted everything he could carry. This drove the leader to madness, transforming him into the demon now standing before the protagonist. With that, the demon claims that his territory, including the entire island, the ocean, and the sky, belongs to him and no one else. He states that nothing there belongs to the foreigners, and therefore they have no right to take what is his. However, the protagonist replies that the demon is making a big deal out of nothing and says he can't stand listening to his complaints anymore. He also claims that all that wealth is meaningless, and that the only thing that can be stolen from someone is the pride held in their chest. The demon doesn't like hearing this, and immediately leaves the protagonist's mind. Returning to his normal state, Harkon approaches and asks if Lee Hoyol is okay. The protagonist replies that the secret is the palace's foundation, and if he can interfere with it, he can end this mess. So, he uses magic to destroy the palace. The action is seen by many, even from a distance. The streamers comment that something unbelievable is happening, as the entire Golden Palace is being destroyed. Watching everything from a distance, Lox claims that Lee Hoyol is incredibly powerful. It doesn't take long for the protagonist to finish. After the destruction, he exhausts all of his mana. Even so, he challenges greed one more time. He says the demon's wealth is futile, and that the soldiers who sacrifice themselves to protect it are no longer alive. Therefore, the protagonist claims the demon should be ashamed to call himself a ruler. Amidst the rubble, the demon emerges, furious. He hates having his palace destroyed and his authority challenged, and he asks if the protagonist is even human. Determined to destroy the protagonist, the demon starts attacking his allies. Unlike Lee Hoyol, his allies can't resist such power. On top of that, the protagonist's system warns him that the deadly sin of greed is watching him closely. The demon declares that he will turn the protagonist's allies into his new undead, since his own were wiped out. Lee Hoyol, however, declares that's enough. Instantly, the demon's effect on his allies is broken. No one understands how that's possible. Not even the demon understands. He has never seen an opponent break his mental domination. The demon loudly asked how Romeo had escaped his mental dominion. He was one of the 7 deadly sins, the original sin of greed. Romeo said with an unperturbed expression that the demon was neither greed nor a deadly sin. The system window notified him that the protagonist had chosen the vampire sphere for absorption. The exorcism skill activated. The skill's passive effect protected nearby allies from abnormal conditions. The active effect lured the selected demon into his mind. Romeo, confidently holding the sphere in his hand, asked the last king of the Yusra kingdom to wake up. The demon opened his toothy mouth in confusion. The protagonist sternly said that it was time to correct his mistakes. The sphere instantly split, directing light energy to the side. The demon laughed loudly and asked what else Romeo wanted. Such an attack was easy to avoid. The last king of the Yusra kingdom, Hakuna, calmly extended his hand and said that this was enough because his palace had already fallen. The demon, illuminated by powerful rays of light, turned to Hakuna and accused him of betrayal. Before he could finish speaking, his body was instantly torn apart. Watching the broadcast, Wycombe looked on in surprise. Everyone watched this on their screens, their faces filled with amazement. The correspondent put a hand to his earphone, sighed, and happily announced that the protagonist did it. Lee Hoyol just doesn't know when to stop. Who is this? This man emerged from the remains of the original sin. Hakuna was kneeling in front of the protagonist. He looked at his hand indifferently and asked what this place was. Hakuna had just committed along with the mortal sin, so how was this happening? He asked Romeo if he was really the one who had stood up against greed. Romeo calmly looked through the system pop-up windows, thinking that he couldn't hear the king at all. He would probably need a year to check everything. The system window notified that the hidden quest had 9 seconds left. Romeo was surprised, thinking that this was a quest with a time limit. Is this really a hidden quest? This was, of course, very good. The system window notified that the hidden quest, Yusra Kingdom, had appeared. Hakuna, who had been about to commit suicide along with greed, had not yet found a reason to continue living. The protagonist must remind him that he is the king of Yusra. The remaining time was 8 seconds. Romeo needed to place the crown on the body of King Yusra. Lee Hoyol wondered, what crown? Where was he supposed to get a crown now? The system window notified that the remaining time was 7 seconds. Lee Hoyol tensely asked the system to let him think. Romeo and Lee Hoyol looked at the system window in surprise, which notified them that they needed the island's treasure, the broken crown. It was an epic rank quest item. The protagonist remembered how he got the crown and thought that this was it. The reporter asked with a smile who this mysterious stranger was. He had appeared in the same place where greed died. Perhaps this was the original form of greed, or another original original sin. Player Lee Hoyol took something out of his inventory. Shrey gritted his teeth in surprise, and watching the events on his phone, asked if that was really a crown. Romeo brought the crown, shrouded in light, to the man's head. Hakuna looked at his hands in surprise and exclaimed that this was his body. The system window notified that the quest had been completed. Lee Hoyol sighed in relief, putting his hand on his heart and thinking that he had received the crown after defeating the turtle. The protagonist thought that it was just a useless item that had accidentally received a high rank, so this was how it was supposed to be used. It was a great relief for him. The system window notified that Lee Hoyol had fulfilled the conditions. The secrets of the Yusra archipelago will be revealed. Romeo looked at the bright light coming from the system window with admiration. The hunters looked in amazement at their system windows, which notified them that someone had revealed the secret of the Yusra archipelago. At the same time, a hunter raised his hand in anger and asked loudly what this was supposed to mean. Did this mean the rift had been cleared? What kind of guild was this? Someone stated that it was not a guild. The hunter asked what he was even talking about. The girl, turning to the guild master, urged him to look at the notification. Rox, smiling, put a hand on his neck and asked with a laugh if it was really someone. A viewer of the broadcast asked what kind of notification had just come through. He thought some kind of disaster had begun. Who was this someone? Weikong, frightened, quickly looked up and said that was all. The correspondent put his hands on his head in great surprise, watching the events unfold. He announced that there was a worldwide notification. The same message was being broadcast to players all over the world. Who, covering his face with his hand from the bright light, wondered what this meant. Had someone revealed the secret? Was it really talking about him? The ancient kingdom of Yusra is revealed. The hunters looked at their system windows in amazement, standing on the split ground from which bright rays were shining. The brightest streams of light shot upward. The hunters looked at the rays coming from the ground in surprise. A knight said with tension that a historical site was rising from the underground. The commander, looking up in surprise, said that this was amazing. This was the ancient kingdom of Yusra. The system window announced that a new region, the kingdom of Yusra, had been discovered. A man was very surprised looking at the buildings that had appeared and asked what this was. The reporter said the man could film the views later, but for now he should zoom in with the camera as much as possible. The man replied that this was the maximum he could zoom. The reporter then told the man to run there with his camera. Romeo looked up with a calm expression. Lee Hoyol wondered what this was. He looked at the king who had risen and wondered what was suddenly starting. Hakuna knelt and introduced himself. The system window notified that Lee Hoyol had become the savior of the Yusra kingdom. His kinship with the Yusra kingdom had reached its maximum limit. The protagonist's influence in the kingdom had reached its maximum limit. The authority in the kingdom feature had been activated. Hakuna expressed his deep gratitude to the savior of the king and the kingdom. Taemin asked in amazement if this was really the king of Yusra. The huntress, holding her hands on Leone's shoulders, said that the king was very handsome and wondered if she should go and meet him. Leone, with a tired expression, asked what she was even talking about. From a tree branch, Khan watched what was happening in surprise. Lee Hoyol also looked on with great surprise. Hakuna placed his hand on his chest, addressed the respected savior, and asked if he might know his name. Lee Hoyol put his hand on Romeo's shoulder with a serious expression, thinking that he couldn't be inconsiderate. Even if he was the fallen king of an ancient kingdom, he was still the king. The protagonist asked Romeo to be polite. Romeo sternly stated his name. The hunters were surprised, thinking it was very disrespectful. Hakuna raised his hand with a smile and said that he understood everything. He added that the protagonist's name would be remembered for generations and generations. The hunters, with puzzled expressions, thought it was a very formal speech. Leone asked if it shouldn't be the other way around. She noted that he acts like a fool with everyone. Lee Hoyol heard her and thought that Leone was right. Taemin addressed the protagonist by name, saying that he had said nothing. The king, smiling, placed his hand on his chest and said that when he was consumed by greed, Romeo had told him it was time to correct his mistakes. The protagonist sternly thought that Hakuna had better not repeat his words. Lee Hoyol smiled and clutched his hair. The king looked away and said that upon hearing this, he had decided to kill himself along with the mortal sin. The protagonist saved him and returned the crown to him. Harkam looked on tensely. Hakuna lowered his head and asked why Romeo had done this. What did he expect from him? From the king who destroyed his subjects with a single mistake. Meanwhile, on the island, subordinates ran quickly after their leader, loudly asking why they were running. Shrek angrily clenched his teeth, ran at great speed, and shouted for them to stop crying and move faster. This was the first national-level update in the history of Arcana. A new area had appeared on the Earth. Shrek confidently clenched his fist and exclaimed that this was Yusra. He thought that this country had been very valuable in Arcana's past. Numerous cities and villages, as well as rare monsters, hidden treasures, and the resources of the land itself. It would definitely bring in a lot of money, if only they could restore it. Shrek knew he had to take this chance while he could. A hunter with a tired look clenched his fist and said loudly that the guildmaster had refused when they wanted to go. Filled with joy, Shrek ran forward and loudly admitted that he had been scared back then. Romeo, with a calm look, said nothing as the king looked at him. The protagonist then stated his belief that restoring the kingdom of Yusra was the right choice. The hunters asked what it meant to restore. Was it really possible? Hakuna was very surprised by his words. He looked down and asked who would follow a king who had once turned away from his subjects. Romeo, with a serious look, said it would depend on how the king behaved in the future. He added that the protagonist would help Hakuna regain his pride by correcting his mistakes. The king was very surprised by what Romeo said. He smirked, lowered his head, and said that the protagonist seemed to be reading his thoughts. A system window then announced that a hidden quest, the Yusra Kingdom, had appeared. The awakened king wanted to correct his mistakes and revive the Yusra Kingdom to regain his pride. The conditions for successful completion were not shown. Romeo, looking away, thought that it was all written in the quest window. Hakuna lowered his head, put his hand on his chest, and said that it would be as the protagonist wished. Shrek quickly appeared, put his hands on his hips, and said loudly that everything was exactly like that. He smiled, put his hand on his chest, and said that such a great kingdom as Yusra must be restored. They, the Second Sun Guild, would help in any way they can. The guildmaster raised his hand, smiling, and asked the hunters for forgiveness. They wondered if Shrek was trying to make some money. He was a very impudent person. Shrek put his hand on Taemin's shoulder and looked at the protagonist. He raised his hand with a smile and said loudly that he must be Lee Hoyle. The guildmaster had heard a lot about him. Shrek thought that this protagonist was the one in control of the situation. He needed to meet him. He quickly grabbed Romeo's hand with a smile and said loudly that it was nice to meet him. All of them in the Second Sun Guild were his fans. The hunters watched this with great surprise. Shrek happily looked at the protagonist who turned to him. He tensely clenched his teeth and thought that the atmosphere was not very good. Maybe the guildmaster did something wrong? Hakan loudly asked where his manners were. Taemin smiled, put his hand on his chin, and thought that Shrek had just been refused. The guildmaster tensely looked at Romeo. He laughed and said that it seemed he had been too rude. Why did Shrek grab the protagonist's left hand? Romeo sternly clenched his teeth and thought that he had almost fallen asleep. The protagonist couldn't even close his eyes. It seemed like he had used too much mana. Lee Hoyle had still destroyed the entire palace and performed the exorcism ritual. Fatigue was catching up with him, and he felt he could fall asleep soon. He needed to get home and sleep. Romeo looked away, ignoring Shrek, turned to Hakuna, the king of Yusra, and said that he had a proposal for him. Everyone watched what was happening in surprise. Sometime later, at the headquarters of the Berserk Guild, the news reported that Jan and Berserk would work together to restore Yusra. Hakan remained in the kingdom of Yusra. The caption under Shryag's photo asked if he was really in empty space. Leonie and her assistant laughed loudly at what they saw. Smiling, one hunter asked who wanted ice cream. He raised his hand in surprise and asked what was wrong with them, wondering if they had really gone completely crazy. Another hunter, reading the newspaper, said that it looked like they had posted an article about how he performed poorly in public. The first hunter asked what he was talking about. In the chat under Shreyag's video, viewers wrote that he had no shame at all. He had no politeness, and that was why no one paid attention to him. The hunter smiled, pointed at the phone, and laughed loudly along with the huntresses. At the same time, in the Jan Guild headquarters, the news said that Shreyag's shame continued because old posts were found. In the photo, the guild master had a cigarette in his mouth and a funny quote written under it. Namchul hugged his brother with tears of joy in his eyes and said loudly that they did it, and Taemin was a good boy. He happily put his hand on his brother's shoulder and said loudly that he was proud of him. Taemin had received the quest to restore the Yusra kingdom. His brother, smiling, disagreed with him and said that he just did everything as his brother told him to. Namchul, shouting, asked how he could express all this joy. He asked his brother to let him kiss him. Taemin tensely refused him. The hunter, looking at them in surprise, asked what was wrong with these two. He wondered if the quest to restore Yurza was really that good. The man, looking away with a serious expression, said that the quest was not just good. This is the first kingdom that appeared after the arcana began to update in reality. Once the reconstruction is over, its value will become very high. The man, smiling, raised his glass and said he is sure that now many people are trying to establish good relations with the Yurza kingdom. Shreg was one of them. Taemin furiously pushes his brother away with his hand. The man said that its value reaches astronomical heights because this is the first update of a national scale. In addition, the kingdom is known for its natural wealth. It has a lot of potential. The nearby regions will be useful for raising levels since monsters are reborn in them. Perhaps an update will be released later for the store or auction site. If they become influential enough or become related to the kingdom, they will receive the title of aristocrat after the reconstruction. The hunter quickly stepped forward and loudly addressed Lee Hoyle. He asked to add them to the quest to restore Yurza. They are from the military guild and are very good at digging. The hunters furiously clenched their fists and loudly asked the protagonist where he was. The hunter is sure that Lee Hoyle turned here before. A crack formed on the wall, surrounded by energy. Romeo calmly broke the wall and looked forward with his hand raised. Lee Hoyle, with a tired look, thought that he was very exhausted. He thought that at this rate, he wouldn't get home in all this mess. He wondered if perhaps he should go to the magician's tower instead. The protagonist sighed, put his hand on the broken wall, and looked away. He looks in surprise at the blonde hair in front of his face. Jessie, hanging in the air above Romeo, greeted him loudly. She happily put her hands on her cheeks and said she had been waiting for him for a long time. Lee Hoyle, frightened, opened his mouth wide and thought he saw a ghost. After some time, Jessie lowered her hat, bowed, and asked how he was doing. Romeo, with a stern look, raised his hand in front of his face. He said terrifyingly that it was very polite. Lee Hoyle thinks that he is very tired. The protagonist, holding out his hand, said that he doesn't have any tea with him now, but she can sit down. It turns out that the rocket doesn't reach the magician's tower. Jessie happily said that this is good. It would be bad if a rocket hit them, but she can stop the rocket. Romeo tiredly put his hand on his face and wondered what she was even talking about. The protagonist asked her what she wanted. Jessie said that she had some questions about magic. She watched a lot of videos about Lee Hoyle. The protagonist was extremely skilled in research, intervention, and manifestation. Romeo uninterestedly put his hand on his face and said that he was already tired. The protagonist thought that today was a very long day. Jessie said that Lee Hoyle was able to copy the spell of the supreme mage Marcello on the first try. Romeo, without listening to her, thought that he had a lot to think about. Jessie said that her teacher had also said the protagonist was more than a genius. Romeo thought that he needed to think especially about the deadly sin of greed. He had mentioned original sin, but did not recognize his exorcism skill. A demon of such an order should recognize a demon hunter. It couldn't be any other way. Jessie raised her hand, smiling, pointed 2 fingers forward, and asked if the power the main character used was magic. She looked at Romeo expectantly. Jessie addressed him by name. The main character closed his eyes and crossed his arms without answering her. Jessie looked at him in surprise, but Romeo did not react to her in any way. She opened her mouth and extended her finger forward. Jessie stood on the table and brought her hand to the main character's face. She put her finger on his closed eyelid. Romeo instantly opened his eyes wide. He looked in surprise at the empty chair and the note on the table. The main character wondered if this was really a dream. He wondered which of these had been a dream. It was written on the piece of paper that Jessie would come next time. Romeo thought that it seemed he was so exhausted that he had even fallen asleep right in front of the person. The main character, looking at the piece of paper in his hand, said that it was a little indecent on his part. He turned his attention in surprise to the system window that had appeared. The system window notified that the quest, Marcello's research, had appeared. The supreme mage of the tower wanted to reach new heights in the study of magic with him. Romeo must prove himself and convince the senior mages. There were only 20 of them. The protagonist thought about how calm things had been lately. It couldn't be that the mages in this tower would so easily accept the researcher. Besides, he had simply gotten this position thanks to Marcello, without deserving it. Romeo expected that there would be some kind of test. Lee Hoyle tiredly opened his mouth wide and raised his hands, wondering why it had to be today. He was so sleepy today. Romeo rubbed his eyes with his hand. He looked at the door and allowed the mage to enter. Marcello, holding a book in his hand, opened the door slightly and said that it was him. The man said that he was in a hurry to meet Lee Hoyle because he needed to say something. Romeo, opening one eye, interrupted him and said that he knew why the supreme mage was here. teacher. He confidently said that he needed to prove himself. Marcello wondered in surprise what was wrong with the protagonist's hair. He apologized, saying that it was because of his own shortcomings that people did not trust Lee Hoyol. Romeo headed in his direction, straightened his jacket, and said that it was not the Supreme Mage who was lacking something. Lee Hoyol thought that he was lacking sleep. Marcello looked at him and apologized, not understanding what the protagonist was talking about. Romeo confidently asked Marcello to lead him. He said that since they did not believe in him, he would make them believe. The system window notified that he needed to convince the senior mages. This was Beliayesh's challenge. The senior mages wished to greet the researcher. Romeo needed to attend their conference. After a while, the mages were sitting at the tables. The senior mage of the healing school, Beliayesh, smiled sarcastically and put her hand on her chin. She thought it was a pity, but it would be impossible for Lee Hoyol to prove he was qualified. This was a third-tier sealing magic cast by the 3 senior mages. The protagonist wouldn't be able to enter this room, much less find it in the first place. The protagonist quickly opened the door to the room with an ominous look. Beliaya opened her mouth wide in surprise as she looked at him. The mages thought it was impossible. Had Lee Hoyol really destroyed the third-tier sealing magic so easily? Beliaya asked with a puzzled look how he did it. The mages thought that even Marcello, the creator of the science of magic theory, couldn't have done it. Romeo said furiously that it looked like someone had done something to the door. Beliaya raised her hand tensely and wondered what kind of overwhelming power this was. The protagonist walked towards them and said that he came all this way because he thought they all wanted to meet him, since they were wasting his time by playing around with things like this. Romeo quickly pointed his hands towards the older mage and asked if this meant they were ready to take responsibility for what was happening. He looked at Beliaya with an ominous aura in his eyes, leaning his hands on the bench. The protagonist looked at her with wide, red eyes as she screamed. Lee Hoyol thought with a tired look that he had nearly fallen asleep while standing. This was too bad. He needed to get home and sleep. Any more of this and the situation would turn into self-mockery. Romeo adjusted his tie and said he was asking them to make this the last time. Beliaya looked at him in amazement. She thought angrily, was this really a small game? Had the protagonist just called a spell that even she couldn't reverse a small game? The mage put his hand on his head and exclaimed that he had just remembered something. The mage was sure that this was the same researcher that Claire had been talking about, the one who attended the conference of magicians without an invitation. The second magician asked loudly if this was really true. The magician told him loudly that he now understood why Marcello had recommended him to participate. The older magician looked away in surprise. She thought, a drop of sweat on her face. So this man was the same researcher who had seen through the illusory magic of the tower owner? After some time under the night sky in the tower, Romeo sat up with a tired look upon seeing the system window. The system window notified him that 3 out of 20 senior mages had recognized him. The protagonist thought that the number of mages who recognized him had increased because of what he had just done. 3. This was much less than he had expected. Lee Hoyol opened his mouth wide and yawned, covering his mouth with his hand. Romeo sternly pressed his lips together and shook, holding back a yawn. He thought that they were all senior mages, and the best in their fields, so it was a pretty good result for simply opening a door. The protagonist put his hand on the table, adjusted his tie, and thought that first of all he was a demon hunter, not a mage. He was in no rush. Romeo, with a tired look, thought that he would go to sleep and then submit the loot from Ysera for evaluation and start learning magic from the basics. The protagonist looked away in surprise, hearing his name called. The magic parchment loudly told Lee Hoyol to look here. Lee Hoyol, looking at it in surprise, put his hand on Romeo's shoulder and wondered what kind of strange thing this was. The magic parchment flew up and announced that it was Marcello. This item was called a magic parchment, and it was a kind of communication tool for magicians. If Lee Hoyol wanted to answer, he could just talk to the parchment. Romeo looked at the parchment in his hands with confusion. Marcello's face on the magic parchment smiled. The protagonist sternly peered at him. He came closer and asked what the magician wanted. Marcello said that there was no need to get so close. The protagonist threw the parchment into the trash, thinking that it irritated him. Marcello flew up to Romeo's face and said that he actually wanted to apologize. He heard about what had happened in the Crystal Hall. A prank had been played on the door, and the mage was apologizing for the senior mage's rudeness. A supreme mage is someone who has reached the peak of magic, regardless of their school. Senior mages require supreme mages to constantly prove that they are worthy of their position. Lee Hoyol tensely placed his hand on his chin, thinking it was like how bad guys in school fight for supremacy. He figured this must be very tiring for Marcello. The mage said that this was not a new occurrence. Romeo was being tested because Marcello had not proven himself worthy, and for that, he was sorry. The The protagonist looked away, thinking that from the senior mage's point of view, it all looked like the main villain took an exchange student and made him his assistant. Romeo said that this was not something a mage should apologize for. Nobles also have to constantly prove that they are worthy of their title. The protagonist was already accustomed to such tests. Marcelo looked down sadly and said that he was worried, however, that Lee Hoyol was being underestimated because of him. The protagonist reacted to his words with surprise. He thought it would be a mistake for the magician to use the word underestimate in front of Romeo. The protagonist smiled upon hearing his words, and Marcelo was surprised by this. Romeo said that when others underestimate him, he should just prove himself. Lee Hoyol covered his face with his hands in shame, thinking that Romeo was about to say some very shameless things. The protagonist smiled, closed his eyes, and said that when people overestimate him, he should just make their expectations come true. At the same time, the parchment with Romeo's face said that if someone doubted him, he would just continue to improve himself and his abilities as a leader. Marcelo said that he had also been impolite. He should have talked to the main character in person instead of talking through the parchment. Romeo crossed his arms, looked at the parchment, and said that it was okay. The magician said that he should have thought about it more. The main character closed his eyes, raised his hand, and reiterated that, as he had said, there was no need to worry about it. Marcelo said that he would come right away. He added that he would be at Lee Hoyol's place in about 10 minutes and they would see each other then. The magician stopped talking, and the magic parchment fell to the table. With a tired look, the main character thought that he had already told him everything was fine. Romeo lowered his head, put a hand to it, and thought that at this rate, he would only get enough sleep when he died. It would be difficult for him to earn the respect of the senior mages as a novice, considering he wasn't even a magician at all. A bright sphere of energy formed in Romeo's hand. He calmly looked at the flying spheres and thought that besides, he was only level 266. All senior mages were at least level 600, and to them, Romeo was nothing more than a newbie. He resolved not to let something like this deter him from his goal. The protagonist raised his finger, thinking that he needed to investigate. Lee Hoyol thought that he needed to prove that those who underestimated him were wrong and turn exaggeration into reality. Romeo used interference, turning ordinary spheres into fireballs. He then used manifestation, creating bright lanterns from the fireballs. Romeo and Lee Hoyol watched with calm faces as the flying lanterns illuminated the room. The protagonist thought that this was Romeo's pride, and therefore his own. Lee Hoyol looked up with a smile. Putting his hands on his waist, he quickly spat. The protagonist leaned his hands on the bookcase and thought that this credo was unnecessary. His mana had run out just from some simple light magic. Light magic is considered the most basic of all magic. Marcelo, standing outside the door, turned to Lee Hoyol and asked if he was inside. He opened the door to the room and announced that he was entering. Romeo calmly folded his hands and allowed him to enter. At the same time, at a construction site in Usra, Namchol wondered if he was seeing everything correctly. It seemed to him that people had gone crazy. People were writing on their phones that it wasn't Lee Hoyol who killed the mortal Sin. Taman, looking down with an inscrutable expression, asked why the protagonist wasn't trusted. Marcelo looked up in surprise without saying anything. Romeo looked at him sternly and wondered why the magician was looking at him that way. He was sure that he had kept his expression. The protagonist asked what had happened. Marcelo asked if Lee Hoyol had just used magic in the office. Romeo put a hand to his face, thinking that he had only used light magic. He wondered if the room really smelled of burning. The protagonist said that he had just been practicing some basic magic, and added that he wasn't going to burn the office down, so the magician didn't need to worry. Marcelo looked up in amazement and said that wasn't what he was talking about. He wondered if this was basic magic that left such impressive traces. He explained that this is called a magic trace. A spell, once cast, leaves traces that show exactly how the research and intervention were carried out. The more complex the process, Claire looked up happily, folded her hands, and interrupted him, exclaiming that they were very good. Marcelo looked at her in surprise and asked when she had managed to do that. She repeated that these were very good magic traces. Claire asked if they were Marcelo's, guessing he must have tried to summon a dragon or something similar. Marcelo said that these were the magic traces of the researcher, Lee Hoyol. Claire asked in disbelief if this was from elementary magic. How could the protagonist leave so many traces with just elementary magic? Just then, other mages quickly ran into the room. The supreme mage looked up and remarked that these were very good magic traces. A man adjusted his glasses and said that he saw them and couldn't contain his curiosity. Another magician smiled, extended his hand toward Marcelo, and asked if they were really his. He questioned how much he had interfered with the mana in the room. The magician then wondered in surprise where so many people had come from. The mages called out for everyone to come over, announcing that there were magical traces to see. With such traces, a mage thought, Marcelo could easily win the 823rd Magic Traces Beauty Contest. However, he wondered if the magician could win by competing with him, the previous winner. The magician turned to Marcelo and asked what this was and what kind of magic he had used. Marcelo pointed tensely to the side and said that this was not his work, but that of player Lee Hoyol. Without finishing, he looked at the empty space where the main character had been sitting and asked where Lee Hoyol had gone. Romeo, with a stern look, was already running quickly down the corridor. He wondered with a panicked look what these strange traces were. Were all of these people magic-loving students? He knew he needed to get home and rest. Lee Hoyol would never get any rest if he stayed here. Just then, a group of mages stood in front of him with sly smiles, announcing that this was player Lee Hoyol. A girl pointed at him with a sinister smile and remarked that his timing was perfect, as they were just about to meet him. She noted that the protagonist had acted so confidently in the Crystal Hall. She wondered if he would be able to solve this problem too. A system window appeared, notifying him that this was a modern puzzle. It was called one of the 3 most difficult tasks of the Tower of Magicians. The current record for solving it was 9 days, 3 hours, 21 minutes, and 7 seconds. The girl, holding the puzzle confidently, explained that it became more difficult the more mana Lee Hoyol poured into it. She claimed that even Marcelo would spend more than 10 days trying to solve it. Romeo, without looking at her, snapped his fingers and used conversion magic on the puzzle. The system window updated with a new record. Lee Hoyol had solved it in 1 second. The girl who had presented the puzzle collapsed to the floor, screaming. As the main character went down the stairs, he looked at another system window which notified him that 7 out of 20 senior magicians were now convinced. Romeo thought that it had taken less time than he expected. People photographing the protagonist on their phones began shouting that he was there. An NPC holding out a radio asked if Lee Hoyol had really defeated the mortal sin himself. People said that the protagonist had done nothing and simply appropriated the merits of others. They asked if he could comment on the questions that had arisen about him. Lee Hoyol fearfully put his hands on Romeo's shoulders and wondered what other questions there were. The protagonist, with a stern look, said that this was very rude. He had no obligation to answer those who had no manners. A magician running quickly towards Romeo called out that he was here. The magician said they had questions about his magical trace. They asked if the spell the protagonist used was the basic magic of light. An old man, holding out his hand, asked if he would like to drink red tea in his lab. He had been studying magic all his life and had never seen such a manifestation of the spell. Lee Hoyol looked at them and screamed fearfully. People filming him on their phones shouted that people were saying Harkon had actually defeated the mortal sin. They asked if it was true. There had been a scowl. Lee Hoyol looked at the crowd, screaming in fear. Everyone began to call his name. The protagonist looked at the hands reaching out to him with tears in his eyes, thinking he was caught. He wondered what he should do and how he could get out of there. He gritted his teeth as something caught his attention. Lee Hoyol looked at the flow of energy and wondered what it was. Had the flow of mana suddenly changed? A man with a smile on his face, holding a phone, addressed him loudly by name and told him to stop avoiding them and just answer. Romeo quickly stuck his foot into the mana in the wall, thinking that he didn't care anymore. The man looked on in surprise at what was happening. People and magicians stared at the wall, asking if he had really disappeared. They wondered where Lee Hoyol was. Belia, holding a book in her hand, looked in surprise at the main character who had appeared before her. She closed the book and said that it was amazing. Lee Hoyol saw the passage as soon as the Supreme Magician opened it and immediately entered. As expected from the one who had coped with the illusion magic of the tower owner, Lee Hoyol put his hands on Romeo's shoulders, realizing that she was the one from the Crystal Hall earlier that day. He wondered if she was really trying to say that she had helped him. Romeo said sternly that he felt the mana in the wall had been interfered with. Something similar had happened with the Tower Master's illusion. The protagonist felt that someone had interfered with the mana, and that it would take an investigation to return it to its original state. Belia covered her mouth with her hand, shaking as she laughed loudly. Lee Hoyol wondered why she was laughing. Was it because of the way he spoke? The protagonist told her everything, as he was grateful for her help. The Supreme Mage said that when others underestimated him, he should just prove himself. And when people overestimated him, the protagonist must make their expectations come true. Belia smiled, wiped a tear from her eye, and asked if this was true. Lee Hoyol awkwardly put his hands behind his head and wondered how she knew this. The Supreme Mage turned to the protagonist. She put a hand on her chest and said that Lee Hoyol was most likely the only one who believed the Tower Master's illusion magic was simple. She noted that she still hadn't introduced herself. Belia, holding her hand to her heart, stated her name. She smiled and said that, like the supreme mage Marcello, she had also decided to acknowledge his qualifications. A system window notified him that 8 of the 20 senior mages were now convinced. Sometime later, a house stood under the bright rays of the sun. The protagonist held a phone, reading that it turned out he wasn't the one who had killed the mortal Sin. Lee Hoyol, looking at the phone in surprise, thought he had expected everyone to talk about his behavior, but there were only insignificant conversations. It seemed that Jayan and Berserker were also talking about what had happened. The messages on the protagonist's phone were defending him. He thought that he could probably just ignore it. Lee Hoyol raised his head sadly, wondering why he was still awake. Romeo was training his weak body by cleaning, taking out the trash, and lifting weights. The protagonist thought that, as a result of constantly completing the class quest, he now had 33 stamina and 35 agility due to the bonuses. This meant he was ahead of other players of the same level by 10 to 20 points. This was a significant difference just for completing the quest again. The class quests were truly very good. Lee Hoyol thought with a smile that it was true. For a demon hunter, the stamina and agility stats were completely useless. It would be better to just give him mana. He thought it would be nice to come up with something for close combat, just as Romeo had developed magic skills despite being a demon hunter. It was like that aura sword Harkon had used. How had he done it? It was slightly different from mana. Romeo closed his eyes and enveloped his body in faint lightning as Lee Hoyol watched in amazement. The protagonist looked down in surprise. He stared at the kitchen table, which had been sliced by energy. The wall of the room broke in two under the force of the water energy. Lee Hoyol looked back in surprise, a carrot on his head, and wondered if Romeo had just used the aura sword while cutting it. The people stared at the water rushing out of the crack in the wall. Sometime later, at the headquarters of the Yusra Archipelago Restoration Brigade of the Berserker Guild, Leonie glared at the phone in her hands. A nearby hunter looked over and asked why their guildmaster was so angry today. She was watching something on a video site. Another hunter said he didn't know. On the phone, a correspondent was saying they couldn't be sure that the Night Order did most of the work, with Lee Hoyol only dealing the final blow. They were generally unable to confirm anything definitive on the matter. On the broadcast, Kong furiously raised his hand, shouting that it was obvious their Lee Hoyol had killed the deadly Sin himself. He said he was right there and saw everything happen. As soon as the Sin appeared, everyone was immobilized by a status effect, but the protagonist had saved them all. The Truth Seeker said into the microphone that he believed Rock, being first place among hunters, was the one who had killed the deadly Sin. He reasoned that Rock was currently silent because he wanted to maintain his anonymity. He asked how anyone could imagine a random player like Lee Hoyol killing the deadly Sin on his own. Most likely, the protagonist did not miss this chance to rise, since Rock was not saying anything. Leonie angrily threw the phone to the ground, cursing. She shouted that they did not know anything and were just spouting nonsense. A hunter remarked in surprise that the way their guildmaster expressed herself was amazing. "Does that even help anywhere?" one hunter asked. Another raised his glass with a smile and said that it helps in disputes with other guilds. A female hunter smiled, lowered a mask from her face, and addressed Leonie, asking why she was angry again. She happily put her hands on the guildmaster's shoulders. Leonie sternly crossed her arms and said that those fools continued to spout incomprehensible things about what happened with the deadly Sin. The truth was that Lee Hoyol himself defeated him, but they were denying it, even though they hadn't seen anything at all. The huntress asked in amazement if she really cared how they treated him. With a red face, Leonie quickly turned away. She retorted, asking why that would be the case. Did the huntress really think she had gone crazy? Lee Hoyol had just helped them in that gate and had given them a quest, so she was only concerned because he was helping them. The huntress smiled and said that it was very sweet. Leonie was angry because the protagonist was being insulted. One of the hunters said, smiling, that it seemed their guildmaster had fallen in love with Lee Hoyol. Another hunter remarked that this was cruel to him. A huntress holding a shovel asked Leonie not to be so angry. She said that it was just idle talk. The huntress was sure that everything would calm down soon. Maybe they could talk about something pleasant. Did the guildmaster remember they were told they would be given titles if they raised their influence level? Leonie held the helmet in her hands with a stern look. The huntress was sure that they would raise their influence and kinship points in the Ysera kingdom as soon as they finished the reconstruction. After that, they would become aristocrats and receive personal possessions. Then even the Shining and the Second Son would have to treat Leonie with respect in this kingdom. The guildmaster, repeating the huntress's words in her head, smirked. The huntress said loudly that Leonie was smiling. She said she had seen everything and that the guildmaster was much cuter when she smiled. The huntress, smiling, grabbed Leonie's cheek and ran a hand over her head. The guildmaster angrily clenched her fist and loudly asked her to stop. Leonie, looking down sadly, thought that the quest to restore the Ysera kingdom was a very good opportunity for them. Treasure islands where it was possible to extract arcana resources without entering the rift. Even just the rights to develop one mine would be very valuable. Why did Lee Hoyol give them this opportunity? Leonie scratched her head, sighed, and said that now they owed him even more. She wondered when he would invite her for a cup of tea. After some time, the landlady wrote that she had extended his contract because he seemed very diligent. How was he able to break the ladies like that? Romeo wrote that it was definitely his fault. He added that since he couldn't control his power, she could send him the repair bills. The landlady asked in surprise what he was talking about. The protagonist looked sternly at the screen of his powered-off phone. Lee Hoyol thought that it was good he was able to use the aura sword, but his lack of control was very bad. Some time ago, he had been frightened and wondered how he could shrink this thing. He lay down on the bed, shaking with his arms crossed, and thought that his health was falling. His health had decreased as a result of using the aura sword, and he had fallen asleep for 6 days. At present, Romeo was walking on the grass, thinking that when he had searched on the internet, all he found were some novellas. So he had just come here, but would Harkon teach him or not? The knight quickly raised his hand and loudly ordered Romeo to stop. He said loudly that from this point onward was the territory of the Ysera kingdom. It was currently being restored, and only those who had permission could enter. Perhaps the protagonist had a citizen's ID card or a pass. Romeo stated seriously that he did not. Lee Hoyol was surprised and wondered, had they really developed everything so much already? The knight said with a serious look that this meant he was not allowed to enter. He apologized to Lee Hoyol but said that he needed to leave. The protagonist wondered if the knight was an arcane who had moved to the Ysera kingdom. He looked like he treated his job very seriously. Romeo clenched his fist and said that he had come to meet Harkon. Otherwise, there was no way to get in at all. The knight asked in surprise if he really meant Sir Harkon. The knight sighed, smiling maliciously, and said that Sir Harkon was a very important person. He said he definitely could not allow someone like Romeo, who did not even have authority, to meet with the commander. The protagonist thought that the knight was beginning to irritate him. The knight stretched out his hand and waved, saying that he could pass on a message from the protagonist to Harkon or Hakuna. The knight loudly called Romeo a ridiculous person. He arrogantly pointed his finger at the protagonist and loudly asked how he dared to address Harkon and his majesty in such a way. Did Romeo really think that he could deceive them by pretending to be their friend? The knight had seen enough of such players. Everyone who came here claimed to be the savior of his majesty, saying they were Lee Hoyol or someone else. Hakuna joyfully waved and loudly greeted Lee Hoyol. The knight looked at him in great surprise. He turned and looked back at the protagonist with a frightened expression. A system window notified him that he had revealed his name. The authority feature in the Ysera kingdom has been activated. His affinity with the Ysera kingdom has reached its maximum limit. Lee Hoyol looked up in surprise, put his finger on his chin, and thought that this was how it worked when he revealed his name. The king smiled, took his hand, turned to the respected savior, and asked what brought him here. Romeo calmly said that he had business with Harkon, but it seemed he needed permission to enter. Hakuna, surprised, asked what the protagonist was talking about. According to the features of the Ysera kingdom, Lee Hoyol had the same level of authority as the king. What kind of king asks permission when entering his own kingdom? Romeo calmly said that he understood everything. The protagonist thought that he was only now beginning to understand. It seemed this authority was much stronger than he thought. Hakuna smiled, put his hand on his chest, and asked what the matter was with Lee Hoyol and Harkon. After a while, the knights were standing in rows on the sand. Yoshika confidently said that their stances were very bad. She ordered them to hold their swords straighter and higher. How will the knights defeat the demons in their homeland if they are so inept? Yoshika loudly ordered them to shout louder. Harkon, sitting on a chair with a cup in his hand, asked if the protagonist really wanted to master the Sword of Aura. He wondered what Lee Hoyol was even talking about. Yoshika crossed her arms and loudly ordered number 16 to get out of line. She asked what he was even doing with such a stance. Romeo, holding a cup of tea, said that as he mentioned, he wanted to understand how to control the light his sword had emitted back then. The commander happily leaned forward and asked if Lee Hoyol really meant that he had seen that light. It was not something that could be felt without talent, even after decades of training. The main character surprised him every time. Romeo put the teacup on the saucer, sighed, and said that there was nothing surprising about it. Lee Hoyol wondered in fear if he could be any more modest. Harkon, smiling, exhaled heavily and said that he could not do it. The aura sword was not something that could be learned just by wanting to. Besides, the main character was not a magician. Even if Lee Hoyol could see the light of the aura sword, he would have to train with a sword for at least 10 years before manifesting it. Romeo, sternly interrupting him, said that he could manifest it. The commander, surprised, clenched his hand into a fist and said that Lee Hoyol had just, the main character, interrupting him, said that he could do it. He wanted to learn how to control the aura sword. Harkon, greatly surprised, could not say anything. He loudly addressed Yoshika, and she, looking at him, agreed with the commander. Harkon, smiling, ordered them to get his sword and the lion's oath. Yoshika looked into the tent in surprise and loudly said that she understood everything. After some time, a huge slab stood in front of the main character. Lee Hoyle wondered with a confused look what kind of slab this was. Enoch sternly asked why the lion's oath was here. Yoshika asked how she could know what the commander was thinking. Harkon confidently said that the name of this wall was the lion's oath. This was a relic passed down from generation to generation in the order of the lion's heart. It was made of a special type of metal called steel, which did not exist in this world. The slab was indestructible and represented the inviolability of their oath. One of the scars on the lion's face was left by the very first commander of the knights, and the second was left by Harkon. The commander quickly took the sword in his hand and asked if Lee Hoyle, since he was able to manifest the sword of aura, would try to leave a third scar on the metal. Romeo sternly looked at the hilt of the sword. Enoch stretched out his hand in fear and loudly addressed the commander, saying that the main character was not even a member of the Lionheart Order. Yoshika slapped his leg and loudly ordered him to stop. She said that it was impossible for a player to be capable of such a thing. Yoshika was sure that Harkon had a plan. Romeo grinned and said loudly that he could not take this sword. The knights watched in surprise at what was happening. They wondered what the main character had planned. Romeo took out an ordinary sword and said that instead of the commander's sword, he would take this one. The system window notified that this was a training sword of the Lionheart Order. It had a rare rank and a minimum level of 200. Harkon wondered in surprise if it was really just a training sword. Its blade was very dull. Romeo lifted the sword, looking at the slab. Everyone looked in amazement at the aura that had appeared. With a terrifying look, the protagonist dealt a powerful blow to the slab, breaking it with his aura. Enoch thought in great amazement that this couldn't be. It was such a big aura sword. He wondered how a mage could do this. Romeo, standing surrounded by his aura with a confident look, asked if this was enough. Harkon smiled and said that Lee Hoyle always surprises him. He was very interested to see how much of the protagonist's potential would be revealed. He announced that they could start training now. The commander, looking at Lee Hoyle's shaking hands, thought that he must be shaking with impatience to learn more. Harkon stood next to the main character, addressed Jessica and Enoch, and said that it would be better if Lee Hoyle began training with them. They agreed with him. The commander, smiling as he looked at Romeo, said that when studying the art of wielding a sword, it is always necessary to start from the basics. Enoch and Jessica were outstanding swordmasters who possessed an aura blade, so Lee Hoyle should start learning from them. For the time being, Harkon forbade him from using the aura sword. The main character, with tears in his eyes, thought that the commander understood what he needed. Romeo, calmly walking forward, said that they would do so. After some time, the main character stood among the other knights. Enoch, looking at him, thought that it was funny to think a magician was going to learn to wield a sword. He had also gained the favor of the commander. The fact that Lee Hoyle had refused to take up the commander's sword meant that he treated him with respect. If so, then Enoch decided he should treat the protagonist with respect, even though he wasn't happy about it. Jessica, with a serious expression, stated her name and said that she was the instructor who would be in charge of their training from now on. She said they should get ready, because the training of the Knights of the Lionheart Order would be harsh. She explained that everyone needed to change into their training uniforms and come back. She thought angrily that even though Lee Hoyle had manifested an aura sword, he was still a mage. If he lacked stamina, he would not be able to use his aura in a real fight. Jessica resolved to make him work very hard because he was a weak mage. Romeo quickly changed his clothes and fastened his belt. Jessica, with a reddened face, pressed her lips together and said that the protagonist had good muscles for a mage. Enoch looked at her sternly and remarked that it sounded like she had almost choked on her saliva. She announced that they would begin training. Jessica, confidently holding the sword in her hands, said that the basics of swordsmanship begin with how to hold the sword. She ordered everyone to raise their swords. Enoch, standing between the recruits, crossed his arms and said that it was too low. His left hand should be slightly forward, at the level of the navel. Jessica angrily said that the thumb should point down and the right foot should not point outward. Enoch, standing behind the main character, told the knight that his right hand should tense only at the moment of impact. He then instructed the recruits to make one wide swing forward. Romeo, looking seriously at the sword in his hands, wondered how Harkon had held his sword. His swings had been so heavy, fast, and strong. The main character quickly raised the sword, closing his eyes. He quickly opened his eyes, wondering if it was something like this. Romeo delivered a powerful blow with his aura to the ground, throwing the recruits aside. The instructors looked on in surprise, standing in a strong gust of wind. They looked at the main character with unreadable expressions. Enoch put a hand to his disheveled hair and loudly asked Lee Hoyle to wait, then asked how he had just done that. The protagonist replied that he had imitated the commander's movements. moments. Enoch thought that it was impossible. Lee Hoyle had just demonstrated the commander's sword technique, the final stage that Knights of the Order spend decades striving for. Jessica wondered if he had really reproduced it so well after seeing it only a couple of times. This was a powerful aura sword. Before this, Jessica had thought that Lee Hoyle was just a unique magician. She had never seen such a genius before. Harkon stood in the distance watching what was happening. He smiled confidently, thinking that this was a talent bestowed by God, surpassing even his own. It would be a shame if Lee Hoyle were to lose this talent by remaining a magician. The commander should take the protagonist under his wing, so as not to lose him to the world of magic. Hakuna, heading towards him, addressed the commander. Surprised, Harkon turned and loudly called out to his majesty. The king said with a smile that he had heard his savior had come to him to learn the aura sword, so he decided to watch. He then asked if the commander didn't think there was too much sand, as it might cause problems for his savior's airways. Harkon looked ominously at the knights. He loudly asked if they really wanted Lee Hoyle to get tuberculosis. The commander then loudly ordered them to quickly sweep everything and make sure that not a grain of sand was left. The king, shielding his face from the bright sun with his hand, remarked that the sun was mercilessly scorching. What if his savior were to faint from sunstroke? Harkon again looked ominously at the knights. He loudly ordered them to pull some trees from the jungle and plant them on the beach. The knights were to provide shade for Lee Hoyle. The commander said he had never thought the king would be so concerned about the protagonist's first lesson. Hakuna was undoubtedly the greatest of all people. The king laughed and asked if that was so. Harkon stated confidently that, taking into account his majesty's interest, he, as the commander of the knights, could not stand idle. The commander loudly called out to Jessica and Enoch. He tossed his armor aside and declared loudly that he thought he had grown too relaxed lately. Harkon announced he would also be training with the recruits. He said they should not be concerned about his rank and should treat him the same as the new recruits. Enoch, greatly surprised, asked what the commander was saying. Jessica tensed up and loudly urged Harkon to calm down first. She insisted they should listen to the opinions of the newcomers. The commander, smiling, extended his hand to the protagonist and asked if he could participate with him. Romeo wondered why he felt as if he would be accused of treason if he agreed. He calmly replied that he was always glad to see the commander. Romeo, however, thought that he did not care at all. He then asked that, since it had come to this, why not have Jessica and Enoch train with them as well? Smiling, Harkon loudly agreed that the protagonist was right and that it was a very good idea. He ordered Jessica and Enoch to get ready. They looked at him with fury, thinking that Lee Hoyle was a freak. The commander announced loudly that they could begin and that they would all do a very good job. Thus began the most awkward training session in the world, alongside the Knight Commander. Sometime later, in the Mage Tower, a mage knocked on the door, and the black magic researcher, senior mage Mattis Dian Carl, allowed him to enter. He was the man who had elevated black magic, once considered substandard, to its current position. If it weren't for Marcello, Carl would be the current supreme mage of the tower. The senior mage calmly asked what the matter was. The mage placed his hand on the table and said that among the items Lee Hoyle had asked to be evaluated, one seemed to be related to black magic, which was why he had come. Carl asked if he was the adventurer that Marcello had taken in. He looked at the items on the table and thought that they were definitely not easy to find. A pure emerald, silk koi scales, and especially the vampire sphere. Usually such items did not come from one person. Carl wondered who this Lee Hoyle was. He asked for a magic parchment, saying he would write to the man himself. The senior mage would evaluate all of his items personally. After some time, the training on the Yuzra archipelago was over. The knights were tiredly sweeping the sand under the dark sky. The recruits were sleeping peacefully on their beds outside. Romeo quickly squeezed the horizontal bar with his hand. The system window notified him that he needed to train his weak body. Running 20 kilometers, completed. 1,000 push-ups, completed. Pull-ups, 465 out of 500. 300 burpees, completed. Coughing up blood, Lee Hoyle thought that his muscles ached terribly. He was tired and felt as if he was about to die. He had already reached his limit during the day's training. He remembered the past. Harkon had joyfully run up and said that he was very happy to exercise for the first time in a long time. He had challenged Romeo to run another 100 laps. Lee Hoyle angrily came out of his memories, thinking that the commander was a freak. If Harkon had used his head at all, he would have done only what was required and then left. The system window notified him that he had completed training that exceeded his capabilities. He had reached the necessary conditions and would be given a reward. Lee Hoyle smiled, thinking that after seeing the increase in his characteristics, his fatigue had faded away very quickly. Now, he really needed to sleep. Romeo looked up in surprise at a bird flying with a letter. The parchment unfolded in front of his face. Carl introduced himself and said that he was there to inform Romeo about the results of the assessment he had requested. Lee Hoyol thought in surprise, remembering that he had left the items for the mages to assess. He sternly ordered him to speak. Carl said that first, the vampire sphere was a magic tool used by demons. It was very rare, and he asked to rent it for research. Lee Hoyol thought with a wicked smile that the minimum level was 400, so he wouldn't be able to use it anyway. He could use this deal when he wanted to return the hexagonal brooch later. Romeo said with a serious expression that he would allow the rental, then asked about the other items. The system notified him that it was a unique grade pure emerald, and that there was no minimum level. Carl said that after evaluation, it was determined that it could provide the following effect. When hit, it restores stamina and can be used in jewelry production. The system window notified him that another item was an island treasure, a silk koi scale. It was a unique grade, and there was no minimum level. When used in item creation, the following effects would be transferred: increased affinity with the fire attribute, an increased evasion chance, and it would unlock the aesthetics characteristic. Carl said that it could be used in item production in a similar way. Romeo crossed his arms, wondering what aesthetics was. He had never heard of it before and questioned what kind of characteristics they were. Lee Hoyol smiled wryly, thinking that since he was curious about it, they would use it. Romeo said that he could not afford to rent the silk scales. The protagonist asked Carl to use the emerald to create a piece of jewelry and a scarf. The elder mage said that he understood. He noted that if the protagonist wanted them to produce these items, it would come with a high price tag. Lee Hoyol thought sternly that it was time to use the negotiating skills he had honed while working in the office. The protagonist gave his speech about the contract. Romeo placed his hand on the parchment, turned to Carl, and said that the price didn't matter. He wanted to see the best result. Lee Hoyol grew angry, thinking that this was the worst thing to say when bargaining. Carl wondered what it meant that the price didn't matter, and that the best result was needed. What kind of person was Lee Hoyol? So, Marcello hadn't just chosen him as a colleague for nothing. Carl smiled and said that he understood everything. Lee Hoyol tiredly thought that this had to be the end of the conversation, as he could not stay awake any longer. He urgently needed to sleep. Lying on the bed, the protagonist said goodbye to the senior mage. Carl, sitting on a chair, called out for him to wait. He remarked that Lee Hoyol had immediately fallen asleep. An inscription quickly appeared on the parchment. It was written that, with all due respect, Carl requested a meeting. The senior mage would be waiting for him in the Hanging Gardens. Sometime later, dawn broke over the Usra archipelago while everyone slept. The protagonist ran on the sand while the others were sleeping. The system window notified him that he needed to train his weak body. He needed to run 20 km. Romeo had run 17 km. He completed 1,000 push-ups, 500 stretches, and 300 burpees. Lee Hoyol sighed confidently, thinking that he was starting to get used to this quest. From the parchment held by a bird, Carl's voice called out the protagonist's name. The elder mage said that Lee Hoyol had not responded since last night, and he was worried. He asked for forgiveness if the protagonist was unhappy with the message he had left. Romeo asked with a puzzled look what message he was talking about, as the protagonist had not seen anything. Meanwhile, Carl concentrated fire energy in his hands, saying that since Lee Hoyol did not see him, then everything was fine. In any case, the elder mage respectfully asked to meet him tomorrow afternoon at the Hanging Gardens. Romeo calmly said that it would be difficult. Carl asked if he already had obligations, then suggested noon the day after tomorrow. The protagonist looked at the parchment and said that would be difficult too. The elder mage was surprised, remarking that it was a curse as Lee Hoyol was quite busy. Carl then proposed the morning in 3 days. Romeo calmly replied that would be difficult too. Carl thought he understood everything. This was a test from Lee Hoyol, the first supporter of the scientists of the Tower of Magicians. The protagonist, Carl surmised, wanted to understand if he possessed the etiquette and manners befitting a senior magician. Romeo said indifferently that it would be difficult. At the moment, he needed to focus on sharpening the sword of aura. He explained that he could not afford to waste time on personal meetings. Carl asked with an exhausted look, in that case, when would the protagonist be free? The senior magician added that he would adjust to him, regardless of the date. Romeo calmly replied that he was free in the morning in 2 days at about 1 o'clock. Lee Hoyol, puzzled, thought that Romeo was going to visit the Tower of Magicians for his research that day anyway. Romeo was simply pretending to have done him a favor. The bird quickly flew up, leaving a trail of smoke behind it. Carl said loudly that it meant he would see him then. Harkon smiled and crossed his arms, watching the protagonist. After some time during morning training, Jessica raised her sword and ordered them to take their positions. Enoch, looking at one of the trainees, said that they needed to stand so the tip of the sword did not waver. She ordered them to tense up and strike from top to bottom. The protagonist asked in surprise what the commander was talking about. Harkon, smiling, said that he would repeat himself. He had nothing more to teach Li Hoyol. Romeo asked in surprise what this meant. The commander, raising his hand, said that everything was as he had said. The protagonist was now at the stage where he needed to achieve enlightenment through real battles. Romeo asked what real battles meant. Li Hoyol tiredly wondered if there would really be fights so soon. He had only started learning yesterday. Romeo asked fearfully if the commander was truly confident in his statement. Harkon, smiling confidently, said that the protagonist underestimated his own abilities. He asked if Li Hoyol, if it wasn't a bother, could show him his aura sword. Romeo thought that he did not understand what the commander was thinking. He confidently raised his sword in agreement with Harkon. The protagonist thought that if he couldn't control it like yesterday, he would be exhausted again in an instant. He needed to concentrate. What exactly was the aura sword? It was different from skills, just like the magic he had mastered so far. It was an ability that could be mastered regardless of class. The protagonist felt something other than mana flowing through his body. So, if he used that flow, it would be like using magic. Harkon looked confidently at the bright light. Romeo calmly held the aura-wrapped sword in his hands. Li Hoyol watched in surprise, thinking that the aura sword was an ability similar to magic. After he used his research and intervention skills, the aura of the sword stabilized. The commander placed his hand on the protagonist's back and said that a stable aura sword comes from a disciplined and diligent attitude. Even after yesterday's training, Li Hoyol had been practicing on his own this morning. There was no reason he shouldn't be able to control the aura sword. Harkon joyfully squeezed his shoulder and said loudly that he couldn't imagine the aura being so pure. Li Hoyol was truly a born master of the sword. The commander moved close to Romeo's face with a furious intensity and asked what he thought about this. He asked if the protagonist would walk with him along the path of the sword to its very end. Li Hoyol was frightened, thinking that Harkon was more terrifying than an army officer. He needed to get away before the commander took him. Romeo quickly turned around, asked for forgiveness, and said that he did not plan to devote himself only to the sword. The protagonist confidently added that if he were to encounter the sword on the path he was on, then that path would become his. Li Hoyol, flustered, raised his hands and loudly told him to shut up. Harkon, however, was glad to hear his words. He raised his hand, waved, and said that he hoped they would meet again at the end of the protagonist's path. Romeo leaned against the foliage, thinking that he needed to change his clothes and leave. The knights looked at the commander in surprise, wondering if the secret to mastering the aura sword was simply diligence and discipline. They furiously swung their swords, shouting loudly. Jessica and Enoch watched them, thinking that they must have misunderstood something but decided to let them continue. Jessica sadly lowered her head, thinking that she had never heard of a person who could master the aura sword in a single day. Therefore, Li Hoyol was a genius, completely different from them. The protagonist is too far away, and she feels that no matter how much she runs, she will never catch up to him. She raised her head in fury and thought that she was also a proud sword master. One day, Jessica would stand with these two. Enoch looked at her seriously and thought that Li Hoyol was too far away. It seemed to him that no matter how much he ran, he would never catch up. Enoch stood up next to Essek with fury, thinking that he too was a proud sword master. One day, he would stand with them. Harkon looked at his comrades burning in the fire. He smiled, closed his eyes, and thought that they looked enthusiastic. Geniuses tend to change those around them. Even the commander felt something burning in his chest for the first time in a long time. After a while, Romeo walked through the forest. He looked away, thinking about how Harkon had said he could now use the sword in real battles. He was still not sure about it. He wondered if there were really no more low-level monsters to practice on. Perhaps something like a level 10 demon deer? Romeo quickly looked at something. A level 300 silver leopard was heading toward the protagonist. The system window notified that there were no demons around the protagonist. The natural enemy skill was not activated. Frightened, Li Hoyol grabbed Romeo with his hands, thinking that he didn't need a leopard, but a deer. He wondered if there was really a 74-level difference between them. Had they gone completely mad? Romeo said with a stern look that the leopard dared to bare its fangs in front of him. This was as befits an unreasonable animal. The protagonist enveloped the sword in an aura and said that he would teach this beast a lesson in manners. The system window notified that the pride of the aristocrat's skill had been activated. Li Hoyol furiously told him to stop activating strange things, saying that such a skill did not even exist. At the same time, Kichi, the captain of the Order of Shadow Mercenaries, held bloody weapons in her hands while standing over dead animals. She looked to the side and asked where they had gone. 9 out of 10 members of the Shadow Mercenaries team were missing. Kichi looked around sternly and wondered where so many monsters had come from. Had they really come to the wrong place? She hid behind a tree and looked at the leopard and the protagonist. The surprised captain watched them, wondering if it could really be the silver-maned leopard and a master of the aura sword. This was concerning because adventurers who knew how to use the aura sword did not just appear out of nowhere. His opponent turned out to be the silver-maned leopard, the owner of the island. Kichi grinned slyly, raised her weapon, and thought that this would make things easier for her. They had to slow down so as not to run into this leopard. However, because he had engaged it, they would be able to reach the kingdom quickly. Kichi looked back with a smile and apologized to the adventurer. She thought that she had made a promise to her comrades. Kichi remembered her past. She raised her weapon, addressed the Order of Shadow Mercenaries, and said that in 3 days they would meet in Yuzra. When they moved to the ground, their lives in Arcana would end. They would start all over again in El Dorado. Coming out of her memories, Kichi ran into the forest, thinking that if they achieved something worthwhile in Yuzra, even she could become an aristocrat. She wondered who was in charge of everything in Yuzra. Li Hoyol, fearfully putting his hands on his head, looked up. The protagonist thought that he was in a very bad position. He was using the aura sword, but there was a 74-level difference between him and the enemy. Unlike that time with the deadly sin, the natural enemy skill did not activate. As soon as Li Hoyol made any careless move, he would be instantly counterattacked. The protagonist could not wait either. His control had improved, but the aura sword still absorbed a lot of his strength. If Li Hoyol, like that time with the Emerald Tiger, limited its mobility with magic and then attacked, the fight would be simple. However, Romeo confidently raised the sword, enveloping it in aura, and said that it was time to show everything he had learned. Therefore, he would have to use only his sword. Li Hoyol, with tears in his eyes, wondered if he were to die from this, would it be murder? The leopard, with a terrifying look, quickly jumped towards the protagonist, raising its paw to attack. Romeo, holding the sword enveloped in aura, thought that this was it. Li Hoyol looked at the leopard in fear, put his hands on Romeo's shoulders, and thought that they were going to die. They were definitely going to die now, and they wouldn't even give him insurance because he had just said it. In great fear, Li Hoyol asked his sisters and parents for forgiveness. The protagonist was surprised to see what was happening. Romeo instantly flew forward and cut the leopard with his sword. Li Hoyol wondered why the leopard was so slow. A natural enemy, a 74-level difference, and only one blow was enough? The protagonist wondered if this was really the power of the aura sword. With a stern look, Romeo shook his head and said that this wasn't even enough for a start. Li Hoyol wearily thought they would put the sword away for now anyway. Sometime later, on the day of his meeting with Carl in the Hanging Gardens, the senior magician sat on a chair among the beautiful plants. He folded his arms, looked down, and thought that Li Hoyol was the adventurer Marcelo had recognized. He thought it would be good to understand what kind of person he was. The protagonist instantly appeared in the garden. He confidently walked down the path, clenching his fist. Romeo asked if he was the senior mage. Carl pointed to the side and confirmed that he was. The senior mage stated that he was a researcher of black magic and a senior mage. This must be Li Hoyol, Carl thought. The protagonist had just taken a step towards him, but it felt like the ground was shaking. He was truly an extraordinary person. Romeo seriously agreed and said that it was nice to meet him. Li Hoyol angrily clenched his teeth and thought that his muscles were really sore. They had used the aura sword too much while testing different things yesterday. He was shaking so much it was hard to stand. Romeo tensed his muscles, walked towards the senior mage, and asked what business Carl had with him. The senior mage pointed to the chair and told the protagonist to sit down first. Carl quickly looked at his hand, which was covered in black energy. He wondered in amazement. Had his rings, which determined his sensitivity to black magic, darkened in an instant. The senior mage had never seen such a deep darkness before. How deep was it? Romeo looked on with an unperturbed expression. Li Hoyol wondered in fear why Carl was looking at him like that. Maybe he just needed to sit down, he thought. The senior mage remembered his past. Carl had fallen hard to the ground, sending the box of items he was carrying flying. The men smiled maliciously and loudly asked for his forgiveness. They looked ominously at the fallen senior mage and said that he should have been more careful. What Carl had spilled weren't the precious ingredients of the scientific community. One of the men added that he couldn't imagine the senior mage being so fixated on crude witchcraft and curses. He jeered that if this oddity was magic, then even his dog could cast spells. These were spells for creating unnecessary things. After a while, as Carl wrote on a piece of paper, he wondered if folk witchcraft and curses were truly sinister magic. Should Should a true scientist deny such phenomena without knowing anything about them? He decided he would definitely prove the true value of such magic to those thoughtless people. Later, in the great hall of the scientific community of magicians, the senior magician stood at a table, holding a conference. Carl filled a skeleton with dark magic and announced loudly that by using the appropriate mana in this way, it was possible to make the skeleton of a dead animal move as if it were alive. This new magic addressed problems that could not be solved by the existing magic system, as it used a different type of mana. A magician declared that these were meaningless things. What was the senior magician thinking, allowing this in their scientific community? How dare Carl show such terrible magic here? The magician said with great displeasure that the senior magician had finally done something evil. Carl raised his hands, shrouded in dark mana, and said in anger that they should stop blindly denying it and take a closer look at the essence. It was a problem that current magic was not capable of solving. Perhaps, he claimed, they would be able to solve the problem of interference with the universe. A magician addressed the president, saying there was no need to listen to Carl any longer. They asked the president to make a decision. Even though they encouraged diversity, this was too much. The president calmly addressed the senior magician and asked if he had already decided what to call this new direction of magic. Carl turned, surprised. He smiled, confirmed this, and said that from now on he would call this direction black magic. After that, the other magicians also began to accept black magic. However, this glory did not last long. The senior magician clenched his teeth, lowered his head, and put a hand to it, thinking about how he had believed he could solve the problem of interference with the universe with the help of black magic. Several years had passed, and Carl had not advanced in his research. Then, as a result of the interference in the universe, the Tower of the Mages appeared on Earth. The Elder Mage looked at the dark sky and thought that there was definitely a way to prevent the interference. But he couldn't do everything alone. In the end, Carl spent his days in shame, unable to cope. The Elder Mage came out of his memories. He thought that he couldn't imagine someone with such a strong sensitivity to black magic could exist outside the arcana. Carl was very surprised and thought that together with this man, they would be able to overcome the limits of black magic research. Romeo, sitting at the table, addressed the Elder Mage by name. He asked if the light that Carl's rings emitted was somehow related to their current conversation. The protagonist brought a cup of tea to his mouth and said that he could only spare 1 hour. The tea would get cold soon. The Elder Mage, looking at the mana on his rings in surprise, asked for forgiveness. He said that these rings determined a target's sensitivity to black magic, or in other words, their talent for it. However, they had never emitted such a dark and deep color before. Romeo looked at him in surprise and asked what black magic meant. He thought that for some reason the word seemed familiar. Carl explained that it was a different kind of magic that used mana different from the usual kind. The Elder Mage raised his hand, created a firebird from mana, and said that while regular magic examines and interferes with a target's mana to manifest a spell, black magic uses inner darkness as a source and is a slightly different force. Carl created a spider shrouded in dark mana. He said that this black mana is created in the heart of the caster and is especially dependent on their past. The deeper and darker the caster's past, the more powerful their black mana. The Elder Mage turned his head to the side, covered his mouth with his hand, and remarked how astonishing it was that the protagonist's sensitivity to black magic was so high. What kind of life did Lee Hoyle live? Carl was even scared to imagine it. Romeo lowered his head and thought that darkness within and a dark past were needed. Lee Hoyle threw his head back in shame, put his hands on his head, and thought that the Elder Mage was talking about his shameful past. It was very unpleasant for him. What kind of public humiliation magic was this? The protagonist looked at Romeo in surprise and thought that this was probably his dark past. The protagonist put the cup on the table and said that it was quite unpleasant. He crossed his legs and sternly asked if it was truly part of Carl's etiquette to intrude into another person's history upon their first meeting. The Elder Mage fearfully put a hand to his chest, asked for forgiveness, and said that he had behaved very improperly towards Lee Hoyle. Because of his frivolity, Carl had made the mistake of insulting him. The Elder Mage closed his eyes and said that he would report this to his superiors and elders, who would take official disciplinary action. Romeo tensed up, thinking this was too much. He accepted Carl's apology with a serious expression and said that an inquisitive mind was necessary for a scholar. He couldn't help but like a scholar who was devoted to researching black magic. The Elder Mage greatly admired his words. Romeo rubbed his chin tensely and said that, however, black magic uses a type of mana different from the existing one. Does this mean that even in a state of depleted mana, it is possible to use it? Carl asked tensely if the protagonist was interested in black magic, and if so, proposed they start the path of studying it together. Romeo remembered Harkon thinking that it seemed like he had seen something like this before. The system window notified that Lee Hoyle needed to prove himself and convince the senior mages. Convince 9 out of 20 mages. The protagonist was surprised, thinking that the number of mages who recognized him had risen from 8 to 9, and this new one must be Carl. Then, since he had achieved his goal, he could leave. Romeo raised his hand, stepped back, and said that was all the time he had. He added that he would contact him again later. The senior mage loudly thanked the protagonist. Lee Hoyle thought that if he stayed for another second, Carl might cling to him and turn him into a graduate student of the Tower of Mages. After a while, in the protagonist's office in the Tower of Mages, Romeo thoughtfully rested his chin on his hand, looking at an open book. Lee Hoyle tilted his head to the side with great fatigue and thought that, although he already lived like a graduate student, the protagonist was a freak for beginning to read the moment he entered. Romeo looked in surprise at the parchment shrouded in mana. It said that Marcello congratulated him on officially joining the Mage Tower. Baelia wrote that she congratulated the protagonist and asked if he would like to have lunch together. Maya wrote that she was pleased to meet him. The system window notified that the persuasion of the senior mages had been completed. Lee Hoyle happily clenched his fists and wondered if all the senior mages had followed Carl's example and acknowledged him. It seemed that Carl was a truly influential mage. The system window notified that a reward was being received. His affinity with the Mage Tower was rapidly increasing. The protagonist's influence in the Mage Tower was rapidly increasing. A new function had been activated. Lee Hoyle thought with a very happy expression, wondering if the rapid increase in affinity and influence with the Mage Tower, which had national-level influence, meant that the Ysera Kingdom and the tower were now in his hands. Romeo calmly threw the parchment into the trash and said that nothing much had changed. The protagonist thought with rage, wondering if he really couldn't be happy with it. Lee Hoyle looked at the system window in surprise and wondered what kind of new function it was. Romeo seriously extended his finger to the window. The protagonist was surprised and wondered what this was. After some time, a news reporter said that the Arcana Nation had appeared in reality for the first time. There was a very large amount of capital in the Ysera Kingdom. The Giant and Berserk guilds were very actively investing in the kingdom. The reporter asked what the expert thought about this. The expert said seriously that, in simple terms, he thought this was a wise decision made with an eye to the future. To be honest, they weren't even talking about the distant future. The Jane Guild had already risen from 5th to 3rd in the guild ranks. Taemin and his brother were looking sternly at the computer screen. Taemin looked at his brother and asked what he thought about it. Namchael kept his hands on the keyboard and said that he was only thinking about how to repay everything Lee Hoyle had done for him. His brother looked down tensely and thought that the only reason their guild rank had skyrocketed was because of the protagonist. If it weren't for him, Namchael probably wouldn't even be here right now. It was Lee Hoyle himself who recommended Jine to the Ysera Kingdom. After all, they had really gotten everything from the protagonist. Taemin confidently clenched his hand into a fist and said loudly that they would properly finish the Ysera restoration quest that Lee Hoyle had given them. He turned to his brother in surprise, seeing no reaction from him. The computer screen showed that the Jane Guild's rank had gone from 5th to 3rd. This was something that deserved to be congratulated. However, it was unfortunate that they were not cooperating with the Mythology Guild. At times like these, they should be working together. Taemin angrily looked at the screen and asked what this was. What kind of freaks were the Mythology Guild? Were they saying weird things again? Namchael calmly said that, as his brother said, Mythology was acting like children, as always. This time, even the National Assembly members spoke up. Taemin said that these National Assembly members seemed to have a lot of free time, even though Mythology was competing for the top spots in the business world. Would the National Assembly members act just for money? His brother said that they seemed to have worked hard this time. He wondered tensely how this had happened, and how Mythology had made a National Assembly member act. After a while, a National Assembly member was hanging from the ceiling, shrouded in dark mana. The Mythology Guild's master, Baek Yi Sol, stood by the window and filled her mouth with dark mana. She held a glass in her hand and brought the phone to her ear. Sol addressed the secretary on the phone. She told the secretary to cancel all her plans for tomorrow. The secretary said that she had a meeting with Assemblyman Choi tomorrow. Before he could finish, she said that she understood. The secretary asked what he should tell Assemblyman Choi tomorrow. Sol changed her appearance to a demonic form and told him to say that she was heading to the Ysera Kingdom. There was a man there whom she wanted to meet. After some time, in the Mage Tower, a system window notified that a new function had been activated. The protagonist's phone rang. Romeo wondered who was calling him. A multitude of messages from his sisters instantly appeared on the phone screen. Lee Hoyol realized they were his sisters. Why were they writing to him at this time? Romeo, drinking tea from a mug, looked at the phone screen. A parchment quickly appeared in front of his face. He took the parchment in his hand and wondered if it was from the Mage Tower. The senior magician, Maya, loudly greeted Lee Hoyol. She said that she had already sent him a message and sent this parchment because he did not answer. Maya, smiling, loudly apologized for insisting. She said that she wrote to tell him that since Lee Hoyol was now working with the Supreme Mage, he was practically at the same level. She had prepared what she had promised for him. A parchment from Van Greedum quickly appeared next to Maya, interrupting her and loudly greeting Lee Hoyol. He introduced himself and said that he had prepared a small gift for him in honor of his joining. Many more parchments from other mages appeared in front of Lee Hoyol. Romeo involuntarily wondered what this was. The protagonist, giving a thumbs up, thought that it was time to leave. With a stern look, Romeo quickly ran to the side, clenching his fists. After some time, at the Palace of the Archipelago, Hakuna was smiling and laughing loudly. He said that this meant the protagonist had arrived because he needed peace and quiet. It must have been difficult for Lee Hoyol. Romeo closed his eyes and, holding a cup, said that it was. The king, sitting at the table, said that this was what it meant to become a partner in the scientific work of the Supreme Mage. This is how senior mages express their sincerity. Lee Hoyol told himself not to let it bother him. Romeo brought the cup to his mouth and said that he doesn't take bribes, especially when they are given as an expression of sincerity. Hakuna laughed, threw his head back, and said loudly that this was very similar to Lee Hoyol. The king was sure that this was why the deadly sin of greed fell in his presence. Hakuna asked, since they were on the subject, if Lee Hoyol had seen the video that the Jain Guild posted on the video hosting site. It undoubtedly showed how Lee Hoyol had defeated the great evil. Romeo tensely raised his head, shook, and asked what video he was talking about. Lee Hoyol's phone immediately rang. The screen showed an incoming video call from Sister Number 3. Lee Hoyol realized he had forgotten to answer her message. He wondered if something had really happened. Romeo took the phone in his hand and asked to be excused. Lee Hoyol answered the call and asked what had happened. Yellum said with great anger that this was enough. Lee Hoyol is not greed or a mortal sin. The last king of the Yusra kingdom must wake up. Erin climbed onto her aunt's back with a smile and greeted her uncle loudly. Yellum angrily called her by name and said that she shouldn't climb on her. She showed the phone screen with Romeo on it, and they said that it was time to correct their mistakes. Yellum smiled sarcastically, stuck out her tongue, laughed, and asked if it didn't look similar. Unhi also laughed and said that the battle was really cool. She added that the video already had more than 100 million views on the hosting site. Romeo ended the call and thanked them for watching. He quickly put the phone on the table. Lee Hoyol, with his head down, asked tensely if the king could give him a place to rest. Hakuna raised his finger with a smile and loudly agreed, asking if Lee Hoyol had any preferences regarding the location. The king said he was thinking of a duchy, since Lee Hoyol could be considered the founder of a kingdom, or perhaps an independent domain. Romeo replied with a bashful smile that an ordinary room would be enough. Lee Hoyol thought that he wanted to die. After some time, he arrived at a large wooden house in the middle of the forest. Lee Hoyol quickly opened the door. He hung his jacket in the closet and loosened his tie. Tea bags fell out. Romeo sat on the sofa and looked at his phone. Lee Hoyol thought that he was very embarrassed. He wondered how the video got so many views, and who had allowed the Jain Guild to just film and upload it. He thought he should sue them for filming without consent. Romeo wondered what this was. Something felt wrong. He'd had a similar feeling before. Lee Hoyol, with a mask on his face, quickly opened the window and said that it was just dust. He scratched the back of his head and thought that he hadn't cleaned since he arrived. Sometime later, at the Jain Guild camp on the Usra archipelago, NPCs were guarding the entrance to a tent. Taemin angrily pointed at something. He put his finger on the phone screen and asked what this was. The screen showed their changes by day, week, and month. The Jain Guild's shares had decreased greatly. Taemin raised his hands in surprise and asked loudly what kind of strange things had happened to their shares. Nam Chul, who was sitting at a computer, sighed and said it was all because the Mythology Guild had spread some strange rumors again. Brother loudly asked what he was talking about. Why do these freaks constantly set them up? They generally ruin things relentlessly as soon as they receive support from the assembly. Mythology is just trash. Taemin loudly asked his brother to send him links to these articles. Nam Cheol, covering his mouth with his hand, said that he thinks mythology wants them to split the quests to restore Usra before the rewards are lowered even more. Brother wondered how the mythology guild suddenly got so much influence. Taemin asked, was the Jane Guild liquidated and a merger with the mythology guild announced? What kind of bad headline is this? Why is the headline like that, when the article itself says that the Jane Guild Master Taemin fell in love with Guild Master Seoul and is now running after her, begging her to marry him? At the same time, the NPC protecting the tent raised his hand, telling her to stop and asking what she wanted here. Taemin said that he could also write such nonsense. He raised his finger in anger and said loudly that Guildmaster Taemin hates Seoul, and if they ask why, because the mythology guildmaster has a very beautiful mole with a hair sticking out of it on her back. Seoul instantly appeared next to him with a smile and asked if this was really true. Taemin and his brother looked at her in surprise. The guildmaster calmly asked where he had heard that. She tucked her hair behind her ear and said that it seemed Taemin knew things about her that even she didn't know. Guildmaster Taemin must really be interested in her. Taemin furiously rolled up his sleeve and asked how this had happened. He said that their guild members should be standing guard outside. Nam Cheol tensely clenched his teeth and asked if something had really happened. He quickly pulled back the cloth at the entrance of the tent and looked at the NPCs lying on the ground. Nam Cheol turned to Seoul with an ominous look and said he was sure she was aware of what an attack on their guild members would entail. The mythology guildmaster put a hand to her face and asked if an attack had really happened. She had nothing to do with it. Seoul changed her appearance and said that they just fell asleep on their own. Streams of dark mana quickly flew to Nam Cheol's head. He was frightened and wondered what this familiar and unpleasant feeling was. Nam Cheol thought that she was the same person who had pulled the mythology guild to 41st place in the ranks, although before that, the guild was small and insignificant. Seoul looked on with an unperturbed smile. Angry, Taemin pointed his finger at her and called her by name. He asked what she was trying to do. He asked if she didn't think she had just crossed all boundaries. Nam Cheol shook with fear, thinking that Seoul had recently gained the support of the National Assembly. He wondered how she had managed to do this. He wondered if this was really mind domination magic. It shouldn't work on players. So how had this happened? He had to warn his brother, but his body refused to move. Seoul smirked and said that there was no need to fight it. Nam Cheol thought in fear that this was exactly like when that demon possessed him. Romeo was standing near the tent next to the NPCs. He lowered the mask from his face and sighed. Taemin and Seoul looked at something in surprise. The protagonist standing at the entrance to the tent said that he had just finished cleaning. He didn't feel any freshness and couldn't stand it. Romeo headed towards the guild masters. Saul said with admiration that it was him. The protagonist confidently enveloped his body in mana and said that he was a demon. He then quickly showed his phone. The screen showed a video in which Romeo said that this was enough. It was time to correct his mistakes. He said with a confident look that Taemin, who enjoyed humiliating others by posting videos of them, was a demon. Guildmaster Taemin raised his hands in confusion, looking at him. With a frightened look, he asked if this was really a video. Seoul smiled wickedly, put her hand on her chin, and told them to just look at this. She thought that at first she had wanted to extract more information from Taemin, but the protagonist came here himself. Saul smiled, thinking that people called Lee Hoyeol the light of Yusra. Looking at him in person, he didn't seem like much. She wondered if this man had really defeated the mortal sin himself. The guild master of mythology asked if his name wasn't Lee Hoyeol. Seoul thought that the mortal sin must not have been anything special. She raised her hand with a smile and introduced herself. The guild master approached him, put her hand on his tie, and asked if he hadn't heard of her. Seoul thought that no matter how disappointing it was for the best. She said that she was interested in Lee Hoyeol. Seoul thought she would be able to get Yuzuru in its entirety much more easily than she had anticipated. Romeo quickly slapped her hand away. Seoul was very surprised by his behavior. He put his hand on his hip with a serious expression and told Taemin that this was completely incomprehensible. He said Guildmaster Jae-hyun should explain himself. Nam Chul, adjusting his glasses, loudly agreed. He said that false rumors had recently started to spread about Lee Hoyeol. Articles had come out claiming that he had given special privileges only to the guilds he was affiliated with. They couldn't just sit still and watch these malicious rumors spread, so they uploaded the video. Nam Chul apologized, explaining that he did it to clear up the misunderstandings, but admitted he hadn't thought it through completely. Romeo sternly crossed his arms and listened. Nam Chul said that those were not the official articles released by the Mythology Guild or the National Assembly. Seoul smirked. put a hand to her face, and turned to Lee Hoyol. She ominously lifted her hair from her face and asked how he could act this way toward her. She thought it was quite rude. How was the guild master supposed to understand this? With a serious expression, Romeo said that Sewell understood everything perfectly well. He stated that he was talking to the Jane Guild and asked who had told her it was polite to interrupt someone else's conversation. With a terrifying look, Sewell enveloped her body in dark mana and retorted that technically it was Lee Hoyol who had interrupted her conversation with the guild. She thought to herself that he wasn't so simple. There was nothing scary about it. People were just prey for her, a succubus. Even Lee Hoyol would not be able to resist her charms. Saul brought her hand to his face, enveloping him in dark mana, and asked if he didn't agree. A system window announced that the natural enemy skill was activating. Combat skills would be greatly enhanced in the battle against the demon. Looking into her eyes, Romeo realized that natural enemy meant she was a demon. Sewell, enveloped in ominous mana, held her hand over his head. He thought that this was going too far. At the same time, an NPC shouted nearby. Running quickly toward the tent, he announced that this was the Jine tent and that everything needed to be filmed. He asked if the people outside were members of the Jine Guild. The NPC ran into the tent, filming what was happening, and exclaimed that it was amazing because Soul was also here. They were finally right in front of the Jane Guild tent. A viewer asked if the main character was really there. The viewer transferred 50,000 won to the NPC and commented that it was really Lee Hoyol. The NPC loudly thanked them for the 50,000 won. Surprised, Sewell loudly asked what this was. Nam Chul adjusted his glasses, laughed, and said that they had finally arrived. She angrily demanded to know what he was talking about. Nam Chul, smiling ominously, showed her the middle finger and asked if Sewell really thought she was the only one who could manipulate the media by buying up news publishers and newspapers. He said this was completely different and asked if she didn't know that these days, the real media that grabs attention is video hosting. The NPCs, also smiling ominously, stuck their tongues out while filming on their phones. They shouted, asking if Sewell, Lee Hoyol, and Jane were really there and if they were dreaming. The viewer count was breaking all records. Viewers asked what had happened inside the Jane tent. Donations were flooding in. An NPC loudly addressed Saul, asking why she left the Berserk Guild alone and wrote articles focused only on the Jine Guild. He then asked if she was also making a move on Lee Hoyol. Surprised, the protagonist wondered what was going on. Romeo looked on with disgust. Sewell put a hand to her face and said that they would not be able to communicate properly in this environment. The protagonist turned towards her with a serious look. He wondered what she had just whispered. Sewell, smiling, put her hand on his shoulder and asked if they could talk somewhere else. Romeo confidently refused. People looked at him in surprise after hearing what he said. Sewell, wanting to say something, quickly covered her mouth with her hand. The protagonist sighed with a stern look, stating that he had no time for someone who couldn't make an appointment in advance. If she wanted to talk to him, she should come back after practicing her manners. An NPC laughed, asking if Sewell had just been rejected. That was some good content. Soon after, a news report stated that Sewell has 14.5 million subscribers. She is the #1 person in South Korea's business world. Sewell is the child of the Mythology Corporation and the Guild Master of the Mythology Guild. She has 60 million subscribers on social media and is the most popular celebrity of this era. Everything Sewell wears, drinks, holds, or applies to herself becomes a trend and sells out in minutes. She is the reason Mythology's slogan became mythology out of stock, and now Saul practically is mythology. Everyone loves her, everyone wants her attention, and everyone wants her. So why is everyone like this? A comment under their video asked who would win if Sewell and Lee Hoyol fought. She wondered with a puzzled expression why her seduction hadn't worked on the main character. Sewell had said several times that she wouldn't forgive him. She wondered how he dared to make fun of her. She would definitely kill him. Sewell looked down, holding the phone in her hand. She and the demoness told them to stop. Saul looked up into the mirror. Her eyes were red. The demoness angrily told her to shut up. The demoness reminded her that Sewell herself had begged for help. Did she really want to play the mistress of this body now? Remembering the past, the demoness recalled that Sewell had asked for help and begged for salvation. In the past, holding her head in her hands, the demoness had asked if she really wanted to live. In the present, the demoness said, Sewell had claimed she wanted revenge on those who looked down on and hated her. Sewell had said that she would do anything for this. The demoness had achieved everything Sewell wanted, so what was the problem? Sewell looked at the mirror, put her hand on it, and said that she never wanted this. The demoness asked what she was talking about. Sewell, with her legs shaking, said that it was not Lee Hoyol who should die, but her. The demoness demanded to know what she was talking about. Did Sewell really think she could get everything she has now without her? Even her own father called Sewell a mistake. She should learn some gratitude. Sewell quickly brought a piece of bloody glass to her neck. The demoness wondered what this was. This body was not obeying her. How did she do it? The demoness put her other hand on the glass and asked if Sul had really gone crazy. Was she really resisting her now? Had she truly gone mad? Had Sul cut her own neck? The demoness said that she should know when to stop, warning that she could have killed herself. Sul felt something, wondering what this could be. The demoness asked if she was joking. Why would Sul do this? Was she missing something? She had given her wealth and fame. The demoness had done everything Sul wanted and gotten her everything she ever desired. She had arranged everything so that no one could interfere with Sul again, just as she had wanted. Looking at her reflection in the mirror, Sul stated that she was the one who had achieved this. The demoness looked at her reflection with fear and asked what she was talking about. Sul asked if that wasn't so. She said that everything the demoness had achieved was only possible because she was the daughter of the CEO of mythology. That was why the demoness was shaking with fear now, because no matter who else she possessed, it wouldn't matter. The demoness knew that without Sul, she was nothing. The demoness thought that this was dangerous. The body had lost a lot of blood and was losing strength. The demoness angrily asked what she was saying. Sul said that it was because she was afraid of being alone. The demoness ordered her to stop. She said that they would really die if she continued. Sul stabbed the splinter into her body, saying that she was not afraid of it. She remembered the past. The demoness put her hand on the protagonist's face. Sul looked into Lee Hoyle's eyes and saw her real reflection. She looked at him in surprise while standing behind the demoness. Sul said that Lee Hoyle saw her, not the demoness. She came out of her memories. The demoness clenched her teeth in rage, putting her hand on her neck. She thought that she would die like that. The demoness resolved that she would not let this happen and would get her revenge. She wondered why people were so weak. She couldn't heal because she didn't have enough strength. The demoness put her hand on the box, thinking that she needed to absorb something, anything at all. She quickly headed towards the door where an NPC was standing behind her. He looked at her in surprise and told her to hold on, adding that she needed to get to the hospital quickly. The demoness sent dark mana in his direction. After some time in a wooden house on the island, Romeo was surprised, holding a cup of hot tea. He remembered the system window which notified him that the natural enemy skill was being activated and wondered what it was. The protagonist looked away irritably and said that it was a curse. He sat on the sofa, crossed his legs, and said that she was sneaking in at such a late hour without permission. He thought that she still had no manners, just as before. Romeo put the cup on the table and told the demon to come in. The protagonist smirked and said that she was not the guest he expected, but he would be hospitable. Romeo smirked and crossed his arms while Lee Hoyle stood up straight, waiting for the demon. The door did not open after his words. The protagonist sighed with relief, thinking that apparently even demons did not want to come at such a late hour. The demoness smiled, leaning her back against the window and crossing her arms, saying that Lee Hoyle was more sensitive than she expected. The protagonist, frightened, clenched his teeth and shook. Romeo looked at her ominously and asked if it was really possible to sneak in like a thief through a window at night, and where she had learned such manners. The demoness, entering the room, remembered her manners and said that he had asked her to work on them. She smiled ominously, surrounded by dark mana, and while asking for forgiveness, said that she had forgotten about it. The protagonist thought that he could no longer see Sul's silhouette as he had before. He wondered what had happened and if she had really been sealed. Romeo, looking up, said that he did not see Sul. The demoness, with a terrible smile, covered her mouth with her hand and asked what he was talking about. She said she was right there, then asked if he was really talking about a dead girl. Romeo was surprised to hear this. The demoness said that Sul was dead. She explained that Sul had suddenly wanted to stab herself like an idiot. Apparently, Sul had died from shock, and the demoness couldn't sense her anymore either. The demoness scoffed, asking what else could be expected from that idiot, and if she really thought such a threat would work on her. Lee Hoyle, with fear on his face, wondered if Sul was really dead. He thought that it couldn't be right. The demoness then asked if he wanted to know something interesting. She stood next to Romeo with a smile, raised her hand, and said that Sul died because of him. She continued to say strange things, something about the main character being the only one who saw her. Sul was illegitimate, and, according to the demoness, the first article about her was published when she was 8 years old. Sul didn't have to do anything to attract the media's attention. She was bullied at school and in the neighborhood. In the end, her mother killed herself in a fit of depression. Did Lee Hoyle know what Sul's father, Baekju Sung, had said? The demoness recalled the past and recounted his words. He had gritted his teeth, looked at a piece of paper, and said that although Seoul was a mistake, he could not leave a child without parents, so he would accept her. The demoness crossed her arms and laughed loudly. She raised her hands with a smile and announced that after a couple of years had passed, Seoul awakened her hunter abilities. Her father made her work very hard in the rifts. She did whatever he wanted. Why did Seoul do this? It was all because she wanted to be loved by her father. She wanted to confront everyone who underestimated and hated her, shouting that she was Ju Sung's daughter. She wanted to take revenge on everyone who pointed fingers at her mother. In the end, no one needed her. Seoul had said that she would repay Lee Hoyol's debt because he had believed in her. The demoness asked laughingly if it wasn't funny. Seoul had died completely in vain. Romeo, with a terrifying look, interrupted her and ordered her to shut up. The demoness, smiling uncomprehendingly, fell silent. The protagonist wondered if she really dared to talk to him. She was just a weak demoness. Her impudence knew no bounds. A system window notified that the player Lee Hoyol had turned his attention to her. Her mental strength was too weak. The demoness, looking at Romeo's terrifying gaze, wondered what this was and why he looked so dangerous. A system window notified that she was experiencing a horror she was unable to cope with. The abnormal status horror was activated. The protagonist ordered her to run. The demoness shook with great fear as she looked at him. Romeo ominously said that he does not converse with prey. Lee Hoyol was instantly moved to an unknown place. Surprised, the protagonist wondered where he was. Had the exorcism skill really been activated? He had not sacrificed anything, so how could this have happened? Lee Hoyol turned towards a running man. He looked at a young Romeo and wondered if it was him. Was this his mind palace? Lee Hoyol gritted his teeth and, feeling a sudden pain, quickly put his hand to his heart. He wondered what this was, this sudden pain in his heart. It felt as if someone had squeezed it. The protagonist turned towards a grown-up Romeo standing on a balcony. He looked down at the dead people lying below. Lee Hoyol wondered if this was really part of Granfell's history. He was surprised to realize that it was not. This was his memory. This was how Romeo had felt in the past. Lee Hoyol seemed to be experiencing the same thing because of their synchronization. It was the same rage that had made him swear to end all demons that crossed his path. The protagonist returned to the present. The demoness, fearfully gritting her teeth, looked up. Romeo looked down at her with a terrifying expression. He asked how she dared to insult a person's pride, how she dared to laugh at the one who had risked her own life to repay a debt. The protagonist raised his hand in a great rage, concentrating the most powerful red energy in it. He asked if it was really laughable to laugh at the one who did not lose her pride, despite the fact that the dishonest demoness had used the most dishonest methods. The demoness raised herself and laughed shakily. She began to say that for someone like her, but before she could finish speaking, many energy swords rose up. Romeo, standing in the middle of the ominous mana, lowered 2 fingers. The demoness, smiling, knelt and bowed, saying that she would repay her sins with death. She wondered if she should resist him. Many powerful beams of mana quickly headed to the side. The protagonist watched this with a serious look. He knelt, looked at the demoness, and turning to Seoul, asked if she could hear him. Romeo calmly said that he saw her pride. Seoul raised her head, tears in her eyes, and said that it was very good. Romeo thought that it must have been very hard for her. She needed to get home and go to bed. He pointed to the side and said that it was late. She should go home and cry there. Lee Hoyol thought that Romeo had gotten the point across. Seoul closed her eyes and leaned to the side. The protagonist calmly looked at Seoul lying on him. He looked at her eyes with a serious expression, thinking about how she had said she stabbed herself. Romeo couldn't see a wound, and it was logical that she had passed out after that. She needs to be put somewhere so that Jessica quickly opened the door, not giving him a chance to think, and called out to Lee Hoyol. She said loudly and angrily that they had gone on patrol because they had felt the presence of a demon. She quickly asked if she was okay. Jessica, not having time to finish speaking, looked at the protagonist standing over Seoul. She apologized, saying that she didn't know he was with a lady. Jessica didn't know at all that the main character was going to rip the blanket off Seoul. Romeo calmly looked at her and said that he was covering Seoul with a blanket. Jessica said it was obvious, adding that it would be strange if someone like Lee Hoyol wasn't in a relationship. The main character wondered why she snapped at him. She said loudly and embarrassedly that no matter what, they were asking for forgiveness. They would modestly leave now. Anak, red-faced, turned his head to the side and covered his mouth with his hand. He burst into tears and quickly ran out of the room, shouting that Lee Hoyol was a fool. Jessica, stretching out her hand, called for Anak to wait. Lee Hoyol wondered with shame what this was all about. After a while, the door closed. Romeo was sitting on the couch, doomed. Lee Hoyol tiredly threw his head back and wondered if this day would ever end. It seemed that fighting a mortal sin was actually easier. A system window announced that a class quest had appeared. The protagonist looked sternly at the system window, wondering what this was. He had a bad feeling. At the same time, in the AU department in Korea, Soo Ji-young looks at her computer screen. A notification about an update has appeared on it. The announcement from Arcana said they would soon release a new region, the northern city of Permafrost. The producer happily raised his hand, pointing a finger toward the screen, and exclaimed, asking if this wasn't an incredibly important event. Permafrost is the largest metropolis in Arcana. Shops and forges would be opening there as well. He excitedly asked Soo Ji-young to look at the comments, saying that this was very good. Smiling, Soo Ji-young agreed with him, adding that it certainly was. This update would allow them to breathe a sigh of relief. At the same time, Waikong, happily looking at the screen, asked if the viewers had seen the article about the Permafrost update. Finally, the update with Permafrost appeared. The screen showed that the number of viewers on the broadcast was 28351. Waikong loudly said that there would be a lot of content. A viewer wrote that they had a lot of work. Another viewer wrote that this was truly the beginning of humanity's return. The correspondent, smiling, raised his hand and said into the microphone that this was Arcana Today with a sudden broadcast. They had come to them with news about the update introducing the northern city, Permafrost. Everyone was delighted with the new update. Perhaps this was the beginning of humanity's revenge. Lee Hoyol looked at the system window in surprise. He said that the Demon King had appeared. The system window notified that a class quest to attack the Demon King had appeared. It was the king, and his grip tightened. The last hunter must overthrow him from the throne. The protagonist needed to explore the northern Permafrost region. Lee Hoyol wondered if this was Permafrost, and if the Demon King was really in the middle of the city. He thought it couldn't be that the ruler was the Demon King. It was such a rarity. The protagonist, looking at his phone, said loudly that he needed to let everyone else know. He suggested that Romeo leave a comment on the Arcana page or somewhere else. Lee Hoyol said loudly for the protagonist to get to work. Romeo, smiling, raised his cup to his mouth while holding the phone in his hand and said that the Demon King reminded him of Ixion. The Demon King was the true sworn enemy of the demon hunters, who were trained back when Arcana was a game. The man crossed his arms and said that the Demon Kings were powerful. They were not just powerful, they were very strong, and there were a lot of them. They even had a ranking system. Few demon hunters had survived a clash with even the lowest ranking Demon King. He handed Romeo the book and said that he had better get ready. In this book were the names and descriptions of the Demon Kings that they knew about. The man, smiling, said that Romeo should memorize them. The system window notified that a new quest had appeared. May they be filled with knowledge of the Demon Kings so that they can kill them. The remaining time was 1 hour, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds. The man said that he would check it in 2 hours. In the present, Romeo thought that, as he had later read on the internet, this quest had not been necessary to complete. He laughed, smiling, and said that it had been a significant time that allowed them to gain valuable knowledge. Lee Hoyol thought that at least now it was useful. Life is very unpredictable. He looked at his phone and wondered if a comment had appeared. The phone showed that Romeo had proclaimed to everyone that they needed to make every effort to prepare before ascending into Permafrost. There, they would be faced with the threat of the Demon King, and also needed to be wary of the NPC. A comment said he was a fool. You can get a lot of money at once that way. Lee Hoyol thought that he wouldn't take it seriously either. He quickly threw his phone back with a smile, thinking he didn't care. Permafrost is a very large metropolis. Nothing too bad could happen. Even the Demon King wouldn't be able to do whatever he wanted. The protagonist lay down next to the sleeping soul, crossed his legs, and thought the update was going to be cool. The restaurants in Permafrost were good. Maybe he should visit them. First, however, he needed to look at the items he ordered from the Mage Tower. She charges a lot for custom-made items, though that didn't matter. Lee Hoyol was sure that everything would be fine. It was late, so he would sleep for a while. He suddenly started rolling on the floor, thinking that because of this strange post, he couldn't sleep. The protagonist loudly wondered why Romeo talked like that. A bird flew quickly towards them. Holding a bag in its paw, it said that this was a delivery from the Mage Tower. It then asked if he was Lee Hoyol. Romeo looked up and confirmed it. Lee Hoyol was surprised, thinking he had a very deep voice. As it flew away, the bird said that people nowadays mostly order contactless delivery. The protagonist was only making her job more difficult. Romeo, holding the bag in his hands, looked at it. Lee Hoyol thought that she didn't have a very good personality either. In any case, this was his order. It had arrived just in time, and now he didn't have to go all the way to the Mage Tower. The protagonist decided to see how the items turned out as Romeo tore the bag open. He held a box containing a ring. The system window notifies that this is a ring made of pure emerald. Its rank is unique, and its effect is to restore stamina stamina upon impact. This is a ring made using a unique technique. It uses the effect of the emerald to the maximum. Lee Hoyol was very surprised, thinking this was amazing. Did the ring really have no other conditions? Did he just need to be attacked to start recovering health? As expected from the Mage Tower, they had made a very good item. It must have been expensive. He recalled that another healing item with similar conditions was valued at 1 billion won or so. How much would a custom order cost? He needed to check how much money the protagonist had in his account. He decided to look at the other item first. Romeo held a white handkerchief in his hand. The system window notifies that this masterpiece is a koi scale handkerchief. Its effect is to increase affinity with the fire attribute, increase the chance of evasion, and unlock the aesthetics characteristic. The handkerchief is endowed with transcendental effects that surpass its original abilities due to the use of a very rare ingredient. It is priceless. Lee Hoyol leaned back from the strong light emanating from the handkerchief, covering his eyes. He dropped his hands in fear, thinking he had just experienced an exorcism. The protagonist felt as if he were looking at a true masterpiece. Had it only seemed that way to him? How much did Lee Hoyol really know about a masterpiece? He recalled reading that prices for such items could reach astronomical amounts. There were items that cost more than 100 million. Others were valued at billions, even trillions. The protagonist looked in fear at the letter requesting payment, thinking he was finished. What would happen if he couldn't pay? They wouldn't take everything he had, would they? The system window notifies that the aesthetics characteristic is unlocked. The current level is low. Lee Hoyol wondered if the characteristic was really unlocked. Romeo smiled, put the handkerchief in his jacket pocket, and asked if it was really about aesthetics. He really liked that. The system window notified that the masterpiece, the koi scale handkerchief, was in his hands. The protagonist sighed tensely, wondering what he should do since Romeo liked it so much. Lee Hoyol needed to distribute the points he had gotten from the exorcism of the succubus who had possessed Soul. Romeo extended his finger to the system window and increased the points of the luck characteristic. The system window notified that luck was now 5, with 0 points remaining. The protagonist thought that now there was only one thing left to do, hope that everything would work out. Lee Hoyol knelt down, folded his hands, and looked up, begging for luck. Romeo happily looked at the item in his hands and said that Marcello had apparently sent the vest as a gift. It would go very well with his scarf. The protagonist was very lucky. The protagonist thought that this was not true at all. He did not want such luck. The system window quickly notified that a class quest had appeared. Lee Hoyol wondered what else there was. Romeo was very surprised by what he saw. The system window notified that the attack on the Demon King was suspended. He first needed to complete the previous quest. The protagonist wondered if it was suspended and if there was really a previous quest. Sometime later in Japan, at the headquarters of the Inazuma Guild, an NPC throwing sheets of paper asked if they were really losing to the Jain Guild in the rankings. He asked what could be more shameful, adding that they were practically betraying themselves. Hisagi, who had a scratch on his cheek, closed his eyes, stated his name, and said he would make sure they recovered from this shame in the permafrost. The NPC, pointing at him, said that if Hisagi made a mistake again, he had better be prepared to commit. He then asked if Hisagi understood. Hisagi agreed. After some time, he clenched his hands into fists and walked down the corridor. The analyst sadly extended a hand in his direction and turned to the master. Hisagi interrupted him, adjusted his hair, and said that permafrost had appeared in the sea near Hokkaido. This information was top secret, so the analyst was not to tell anyone outside the guild. The Japanese government would buy them some time. In the meantime, they should try to raise their influence and affinity in the permafrost. The analyst asked loudly if the permafrost was safe, noting that it went against the AU. Hisagi did not let him finish and punched the wall next to the analyst with great force. With veins bulging on his neck, he said that the permafrost was a city for barbarians, and that Taemin from the Jain Guild was a first-rank barbarian. Adjusting his glasses, Hisagi said that they had lost to Jain in the lands of Askura and Yuzur. He added that there would not be a next time, and that they would surpass Jain again. The analyst fearfully agreed. Hisagi quickly turned and ordered the analyst to tell all guild members to go to Hokkaido. Smiling, he raised a finger and told the analyst that if he was not prepared to commit for him, he had better watch his behavior. Everyone was behaving so frivolously because they were not the ones who would have to take responsibility. The analyst, with beads of sweat forming on his face, took his phone and, laughing nervously, said that he would handle it. The analyst wrote a message that permafrost would appear near Hokkaido. The man thanked him and wrote that he would transfer the money as soon as they confirmed it. The analyst wrote a message asking when he would be able to contact him. At the same time, an NPC quickly picked up the phone, ran to his comrade, and said they had received a message from Inazuma. He said they would post the news and leave immediately. Han Moon-san, sitting in a boat, asked where she was. The NPC replied that she was in Hokkaido. His comrade needs to hurry. The NPC assumes that the analyst will tell everyone else too. Moon-san, pressing the keyboard, said that it was Hokkaido. After some time, the news reported that permafrost had appeared near Hokkaido. Dimitri, holding the phone in his hand, addressed Rox and said that the analyst had just called him. The guildmaster looked at him, raised his hand, and said that he had already seen it. He ordered them to get ready, as they were moving out right now. An NPC put his hands to his mouth and ordered the Shining Ones to get ready. At the same time, the huntress ran into the room, calling out to everyone and showing the phone screen. She asked if the guildmaster was really an idiot. They needed to take ski equipment. Leonie said that the huntress would freeze there if she took only swimming trunks. The huntress had definitely gone crazy. At the same time, Waikon happily covered his mouth with his hand and, turning to the audience, said that the permafrost was in Hokkaido. The viewers wrote that he was very cute today. And what about Boss Lee Hoyol? Waikon today has no hair in his nose. The northern city of permafrost. This is the city where you can get the barbarian class. It was one of the main bases when Arcana was a game. There were blacksmiths, NPCs, and various shops, usual for a metropolis. People were delighted and called this event the beginning of humanity's return. If the city's content is the same as in the game, then it will greatly help players. Sometime later in Hokkaido, in front of the portal to the permafrost, Taemin angrily put his sword on his shoulder and asked what this was. He wondered what they were even talking about and if they had gone crazy. Nam Chol, holding a tablet in his hand, asked what was wrong. Taemin, angrily pointing his finger back, turned to his brother and said that they required passports. He had never been asked for a passport. How had he even become a player? Nam Chol raised his hand, smiling, and said that there must be some kind of mistake. He said hello and stated his name. An NPC holding a gun apologized and said that they could not enter without a passport. Nam Chul, surprised, exhaled hot air from his mouth. Taemin said that they were not letting anyone in and had sealed almost everything. This was not happening only to him, but to everyone. At the same time, among the dense forest covered in snow near the permafrost, the Inazuma Guild was quickly running through the snow. Hisagai ordered them to run faster, saying they didn't have much time. They had to get there first, even if it was just for 10 minutes. The hunter, amazed, shouted that he saw the gates of the permafrost right in front of them. The guildmaster smiled and said that they were finally here. His expression instantly changed. Hisagai stepped on a branch, breaking it in half. The guild members looked at something in surprise and stopped. Dead bodies were lying on stakes. The guildmaster, with a frightened look, asked if this was the permafrost. The guild members quickly began to vomit, making loud sounds. A panicked hunter turned to Hisagai and asked what this was. The guildmaster told the hunter to be careful. A guild member asked in fear what this was. A huge finger pierced his chest. The guild members quickly ran away, shouting that there was a demon there. They shouted for help. Hisagai looked up, fear on his face. A huge demon with a terrifying look pointed its hand at him. The guildmaster thought that it was not he needed to be afraid of. A few hours earlier, at the Lee Hoyol residence in the Isera archipelago, Sol was sleeping on the bed making sounds. She remembered what happened and quickly opened her eyes. Sul immediately got up and wondered why she was still alive. When had she lost consciousness? She worried if she had embarrassed herself too much. It was a great shame for her. Had she burst into uncontrollable tears when the protagonist said that she was amazing? She owed her life to him. How could she now answer for all the inconvenience she had caused? Romeo thoughtfully held his chin and looked at the system window. He thought that it seemed the Demon King had started to act. The system window notified him that it was time to return to the burning permafrost captured by demons. If the scale was empty, the quest would fail. Romeo wondered if there would really be a failure with an empty scale. So far, he did not see any scale. Would it really appear when they arrived? The protagonist closed his eyes, raised his hand, and said that it was time for him to go. He thought that first, he needed to wake up Sol. Romeo looked to the side and saw her. He calmly asked if she had already woken up. Lee Hoyol, frightened, raised his hand and thought that the protagonist needed to say something. Sul embarrassedly lowered her head and thanked him, saying she sincerely regretted all the inconvenience she had caused him. Lee Hoyol had also saved her life. She covered her face with her hand, declaring that she would pay off this debt by any means necessary. Sol reached for his jacket and said that he was very kind and could ask for anything he wanted. If necessary, she would pay with her body, heart, and even her dignity. Romeo, holding an envelope, reminded her that she had said she would pay in any way. Lee Hoyol looked at him in surprise, wondering if this was really an envelope with a payment request. Then he remembered. He had raised his luck. Prayers worked in strange ways. This was simply incalculable wealth. The letter stated that the payment for production was free. The Tower of Magicians did not charge a commission fee for magicians with the authority level of Supreme Magician or higher in return for their striving for greatness through labor. The protagonist wondered if it was really free. Perhaps it was because of that new function. Lee Hoyol looked at the letter in surprise and thought that he loved Marcello very much. He realized he didn't have anything specific to ask for. Maybe he should ask for premium mythical rank tea. Harkon turned to Lee Hoyol and said that it was him. Romeo turned around with a disinterested look and allowed him to enter. The commander said in surprise that the protagonist already had guests. He approached Romeo with a smile, covered his face with his hand, and said it seemed the rumors about Enoch bursting into tears after Lee Hoyol rejected him were true. The protagonist tiredly put a hand to his face and told Harkon to get to the point. Lee Hoyol, standing between them, raised his hand and thought that these rumors were groundless. The commander said with a smile that His Majesty the King would discuss the reason for the visit with the protagonist in person. Harkon happily said that he had something to talk about with their savior. The knights had escorted him here. Lee Hoyol thought that for some reason it seemed like more and more people were coming to him each time. Sewell smiled ominously, put a hand to her chin, and said that this was a great omission. She apologized for the late introduction. Sewell put a hand on her chest, introduced herself, and greeted Hakuna and Harkon. She thought sheepishly that perhaps Lee Hoyol was wondering if she had a split personality. The commander turned around smiling and said that it was Sewell. He had heard of her. She was very beautiful, just as people said. The king folded his arms and said that this was more important. He extended his hand forward, addressed the savior, and said he understood it was too late, apologizing for the intrusion. Hakuna had come for his wise advice. Romeo sternly asked what was wrong. Sewell tensely clenched her hand and wondered what was going on. The king of Yusra had not only come for a personal visit, but had also asked for advice. Lee Hoyol was much more influential than she thought. Hakuna, smiling, raised his hand and said that a resident of the Arcana had recently settled in Yusra, wanting to start life anew. However, in the past, his behavior in the Arcana had left much to be desired. Therefore, the king wished to entrust this person's fate to the protagonist. Hakuna looked at Sewell and said that if they did not mind, he would bring this person here right now. The king then turned to the guest sneaking around his kingdom in the dead of night and asked if she could step aside. Lee Hoyol thought that Sewell was, in fact, an uninvited guest in Yusra, which was why Hakuna had come. Romeo addressed her by name with a serious expression. Sewell called out to him. She closed her eyes in embarrassment, raised her hands, and thought that her voice had broken and it was terribly embarrassing. Sewell said that she was listening to him. The protagonist, hands in his pockets, looked at her and said that she should return home now. Sewell needed to establish in writing how far mythology was willing to go for the good of the Yusra kingdom. She also needed to bring him a recording for the next meeting. Sewell, looking at him in surprise, agreed. Lee Hoyol believed that in this way, he would make amends to the king. The system window notified that a class quest had appeared. Sewell, looking down in embarrassment, said she realized that she needed to document everything. She wondered if the next meeting meant they would see each other again. Sewell raised her gaze to the protagonist's doomed expression. She raised her hands in shame and asked for forgiveness, saying she was harboring sinful thoughts. Romeo, quickly straightening his jacket, asked Hakuna for forgiveness and said that he must leave immediately. The king, looking at him in surprise, asked what Lee Hoyol was talking about. Where was he going in such a hurry? The protagonist, taking off his jacket, said it was the permafrost. Harkon, surprised, asked what kind of sudden business Lee Hoyol had there. He suggested that perhaps Lee Hoyol could explain everything briefly. Romeo, with a stern look, said that the Demon King had arrived. The system window notified that someone had taken the first step into the permafrost, and the quest had begun. Half of the people were still alive. If the bar emptied, the quest would fail. Back in present-day Hokkaido, in front of the portal to the permafrost, Taemin grew enraged and hit the table hard enough to crack it, declaring that he had already told the NPC to get out of the way. Something was definitely wrong here. The NPC raised his hand, asked for forgiveness, and said this was unacceptable. The guildmaster said furiously that something was wrong. Did the NPC not know who Hisagi was? Those guys had been in the permafrost for some time already. He quickly showed the NPC his phone and told him to look at the guild ratings. The ratings hadn't changed at all. If they had achieved anything, their rank should have gone up. but it hadn't, regardless of what the NPC said. Rox, scratching the back of his head, interrupted. He said he hadn't planned to interfere to avoid embarrassing himself, but now he felt uneasy too. He confidently asked if they understood that this violated the established AU agreement. If they were unlucky, this incident could turn into an international problem. Were they really planning to start a war? Were they really okay with this? Taman looked at him in surprise, thinking he was an American. An NPC put his hand on his helmet and asked if that was really so. He announced that it was accepted. The NPC raised his hand and ordered everyone to retreat and leave their positions. They needed to get into formation faster. They agreed with him. Taman, squeezing the hilt of his sword in surprise, asked what was going on and why everyone was leaving. He wondered if this was really because of the Americans' authority. The hunter quickly raised his hand, addressed Rox, and said that a recording from the drone sent into the permafrost had arrived. The guild master looked at the recording in fear. He asked if this was really the Inazuma Guild and the demons. After a while, Kojiro put his hand on his head and told his Seiji that the government was going to send out bombers. The guildmaster looked at him with fury and told Kojiro to tell them not to do unnecessary things and not to interfere with the players. His Seiji thought that the rift was in an accessible area. They would be able to use modern weapons, but they would kill them too. He tensely clenched his teeth, wondering if this was how they wanted to deal with this. The assistant screamed in pain as his body instantly split in two. The guildmaster called out Kojiro's name in fear. His Seiji, holding a bloody weapon, heard the screams of his comrades. He looked at the huge demon and thought that this was total extermination. Romeo quickly directed powerful mana from his hand and called out to Taman. His Seiji was very surprised by what was happening. The demon's body quickly split in two. Taman, with a terrifying look, struck the ground with great force, destroying it and cutting the demon. His Seiji, looking at him, asked why it had to be him. Guildmaster Giona, clutching his clothes, said that his Seiji was weak. Taman, hitting his own face, said that Guildmaster Inazuma was being punished for behaving so dishonorably. He was going to abandon him, so his Seiji should thank Lee Hoyol. Guildmaster Inazuma asked what Taman was talking about. His Seiji, looking toward the people, asked who Lee Hoyol was. He wondered if there was someone on the cliff and if reinforcements had arrived. Romeo, standing on the cliff, ordered them forward. The hunter, looking up in surprise, said that the main character was there, and the Knights of the Lionheart Order were with him. The knights quickly jumped down and ran forward. They struck the demons with their swords. Romeo, looking sternly at the bodies lying on the spears, thought that this was what they called historical permafrost. They had allowed themselves to mock the inhabitants by putting their bodies on display. The protagonist said with rage that this was the Demon King. He covered his eye with his hand, enveloped the space around him in fiery mana, and said that this was ridiculous impudence. The Demon King awaited a proper end, and Romeo would guarantee it. The system window notified that less than half of the survivors remained. Some time ago, the hunter asked if they had really come to help them. Harkon, looking at what was happening, thought that Lee Hoyol had spoken of this. He believed that the Demon King had appeared in the permafrost. The commander had not expected that the city itself would be in such a bad situation. Harkon, looking at the protagonist with fear, thought that Lee Hoyol knew about this and was still going to save the permafrost alone. Romeo thought that he had feared the worst when he saw how the survivor count was rapidly falling. Lee Hoyol, smiling, thought that he would have been doomed if he had come here alone. He wondered if Romeo really thought they could have handled it themselves. At the present time, the protagonist, looking at the commander, thought that they were really lucky that Harkon had gone with them. A few hours earlier at the Lee Hoyol residence in the Ysera archipelago, Hakuna angrily raised his hand and addressed the savior, saying that this would not do. The king did not doubt his abilities, but the Demon King was a great danger. Hakuna definitely could not let the protagonist leave alone. They would soon organize the fighters, so he asked him to postpone his exit. The commander tensely said that His Majesty was right. The protagonist's life was in danger. Romeo confidently asked what life Harkon was talking about. Demons must be exterminated. Someone's life was not a reason to wait. The commander was very surprised by his words. The protagonist sternly said that exterminating demons was the only way out, and there was no other choice. Harkon, putting a hand to his face, laughed and said that Lee Hoyol had always been like this. That was why he would not let this knight go alone. The system window notified that the number of survivors was decreasing. Romeo, his lips clenched in fury, asked to be let past. The commander, drawing his sword, said that he had promised to return to His Majesty after exterminating all the demons of the world. Harkon, holding the sword before him, said that he had also promised the protagonist to become his sword in this world. The commander smiled confidently. He said that thanks to Lee Hoyol, his tired spirit had been calmed. He added that since the protagonist's will was strong, Harkon would continue to be his sword. Hakuna, smiling, closed his eyes and told the savior that this was good. As long as the commander was with Lee Hoyle, the king could rest easy. Romeo, looking at Hakuna, asked who would accompany him then. Sewell, raising her hand, said that she would take on this role. The protagonist turned towards her. She, placing a hand on her chest, bowed and said that she had created so many problems for His Majesty and Lee Hoyle and Yuzra. Sewell asked for a chance to make amends. Romeo addressed her by name with a serious expression. Hakuna said with a smile that they were ready. He hoped for the safe return of the savior and asked him to bring peace to the permafrost. The protagonist quickly raised his hand and said that he had no choice but to submit to the will of the king. The system window notified that the number of people left alive was rapidly decreasing. Romeo tensely placed a hand on Harkon's shoulder and said that they had to hurry, back in the present, in the permafrost before the city's southern gate. At the southern gate were the guilds of Jine and Inazuma. Lee Hoyle and the Hesagi looked at Taemin in surprise and asked what he meant by gratitude to the protagonist. Guildmaster Jine looked at him in surprise. He raised his sword, looked to the side, and said that as soon as Lee Hoyle passed through the portal, he had immediately declared that the main task was to save the survivors. Hesagi was very surprised by his words. Taemin calmly said that they were just guys trying hard to curry favor with the protagonist. Saving the survivors wasn't a bad cause, so there was no reason to disobey. Guildmaster Inazuma quickly put a hand to his face. He thought that even their own homeland, Japan, wanted to finish them off along with the permafrost. Hesagi said in despair that they were fools, that they were their competitors. Romeo stood on a cliff with his arms crossed alongside the knights. He thought with a serious expression that this was to be expected from the Lionheart Knights. They had quickly cleared the area in front of the city gate. The title of the strongest knights in the empire was theirs by right. Thanks to them, they would be able to enter the city faster than expected. Harkon looked at the protagonist's hand in surprise. Romeo quickly enveloped his hand in light mana. Rox was very surprised and trembled. He quickly looked at the gates to the permafrost. Camilla sighed and addressed him by name, stating that the Shining Guild was at the western gate. She asked in surprise what was wrong. Dimitri leaned over tiredly and, turning to Rox, asked where they were going. They had long since passed the city gates. The guildmaster said with fear that he had seen a strange post on the Arcana Forum. It was a strange post on the topic of the permafrost. It had fewer than 10 views, but the same person kept posting the same thing. Usually, Rox would have simply ignored it and forgotten. But today, right after he left the portal, someone had said the exact same thing as in that post. The guildmaster remembered the past. Romeo had confidently exited the portal and announced that the Demon King was in the permafrost right now. He said that those who wanted to run should do so now. However, for those who were going to fight, their main task was to save the survivors. Rox came out of his memories. Meanwhile, among the dense, snowy forests, Wycombe was running quickly. He loudly apologized, saying that he was really looking forward to the permafrost renewal and that he had spent the whole night looking for information. The viewers wrote that he was late and had definitely slept through everything. Wycombe wondered if he had really lost his determination. He looked to the side in surprise. A viewer asked what it was. Rox, looking at the bright light above in amazement, wondered if he had really thought Lee Hoyle was weaker than him. The guildmaster was very wrong about that. The guildmasters of the Jine and Inazuma guilds looked at the light in surprise. An NPC, looking up, asked if this was really light magic. Romeo raised his hand and used interference, creating spheres of magic. The NPC, looking on in amazement, loudly asked if they were really bubbles. The protagonist used manifestation. Wycombe looked up in confusion. The audience asked what it was, and if it was light magic. They reasoned that no one could do that with light magic. It was definitely not light. During the manifestation, it was light. They wondered what kind of magic it was then. Jessie watched what was happening with admiration, putting a hand on her hat. A viewer wrote that maybe it was something like freezing, noting that the city gates were frozen. Jessie, looking at the huge icicles, said that such amazing magical traces were unfortunately unforgettable. She smiled, covered her eyes with her hat, and said that all the magicians around must be thinking the same thing. Rox, very surprised, said that he was completely wrong because Lee Hoyle was just a monster. The gates quickly cracked from the severe frost. A hunter, frightened, raised his hands and loudly shouted that those were the city gates. They began to crack at great speed. The hunter loudly announced that the city gates were open. Instead of a gate, a large hole had formed through which the city was visible. Everyone looked at the system windows that had appeared in surprise. A system window notified them that this was a common quest called Liberation of the Permafrost. It had fallen into the hands of the Demon King. People were to liberate the permafrost, and valor would be rewarded. The current contribution was 0. Rox, smiling, said loudly that this was a common quest, just as it had been said in that post. Dimitri, surprised, turned to the guildmaster and asked if he had really decided to just pass by the permafrost. Rox, confirming this loudly, said that during a siege, the city gates are considered a significant contribution. There was no reason to wait near the southern gate, because Li Hoyle was already there. They needed to hurry to the other gates as soon as possible. The guild members loudly accepted his order. After some time, stones lay near the broken gate. Harkon, looking at them, said loudly that this could not be. He looked down in amazement, addressed the main character by name, and said that this was truly amazing. The commander had never seen such a siege in his life. Harkon said loudly that Li Hoyle should just give the order to attack, and he would go to the front. Romeo, warily sensing something, thought that he shouldn't do that. The unpleasant aura was becoming stronger after the destruction of the gate. The protagonist was sure that someone was inside. Taman looked at Romeo happily and loudly addressed him by name, saying that he should just give the order and they would go on the attack. The guildmaster confidently said that Li Hoyle shouldn't worry. Taman said loudly that they would give all the contribution points to the protagonist. Romeo quickly extended his hand forward, loudly addressed the guildmaster, and ordered them to stop. He said they were retreating because there were demons inside. Taman, with the demons behind him, looked to the side and asked what the protagonist was talking about. The demons quickly grabbed him. Namkyol, frightened, loudly called out to his brother. Romeo thought that the guildmaster would be dragged behind the walls. He quickly turned and loudly called out to the knights. Jessica, clutching her sword, instantly headed in their direction. A stream of mana rushed between the demons and Taman. Jessica, landing near him, said that they would continue the offensive. Taman was surprised, thinking that this was a barbarian technique. The protagonist, with a tense look, thought that this was not all. He furiously raised his mana-enveloped hand and loudly called out to Jessica that the demons were above them. They looked up in surprise at the rapidly flying demons. Romeo instantly jumped back from where he stood. At the same time, Kichi, smiling, jumped while holding threads in her hands. She confidently looked back and loudly ordered Alkari to set up a portal next to her. He set up a portal, asking for her forgiveness. The protagonist, looking at him, wondered who these people were. Alkari, holding a weapon, looked away and said that it was done. He ordered Lokad to come through. Romeo looked at them in surprise, wondering where they came from. They were not from the Tower of Magicians, yet he used portal magic. A purple portal quickly appeared in the sky, and Lokad flew down from it. The ground instantly broke into pieces under him, raising streams of smoke. Laughing, Lokad said that as they could see, the portal was directed downwards, so they did not need to be afraid to use it. Harkon, running quickly to the main character's side, loudly agreed and ordered the attack. Romeo, standing under strong streams of air, raised his hand and loudly ordered the knights to follow the commander. Li Hoyle thought that he would most likely fly straight down and die if he went through the portal. It would be better for him to run. The hunters and knights entered the battle with the demons. The system window notified that Kichi, Lokad, and Alkari from the squad of shadow mercenaries gave their contribution points to the battle. Li Hoyle wondered if they were really giving their contribution points to him. Why would they do this? Romeo looked at Kichi in surprise. She extended her hand toward Harkon and announced that she was pleased to meet him. Kichi confidently asked if he was the commander. They were reinforcements sent by the king of Hakuna. She couldn't wait to join the battle with Harkon. Kichi explained that she was the captain and he could call her by name. The commander said with a smile that he was happy to hear His Majesty had sent reinforcements. Harkon looked to the side and said that he was not, however, the one commanding the battle. Li Hoyle was over there. He was the commander. Kichi looked to the side in surprise, thinking that she was lucky. She wondered if the famous protagonist was really the commander. This was good. If she met him here, she would be able to earn bonuses in Yusra. Romeo remembered the past with an ominous look. She quickly dropped to her knees. Li Hoyle put his hand on his chin, looked at the system window, and wondered if 35 contribution points were really that many. He didn't know if that was a lot or a little. The eastern gate of the permafrost, outside the castle gates. The NPC smiled, put his hand to his earpiece, and announced that this was Arcana Today, with a special edition. At the moment, the United by Heaven Guild, which is second in the rankings, was at the eastern gate. The general quest to free the permafrost began as soon as they entered the territory. At each of the 4 castle gates, every guild was in battle. The United by Heaven Guild had many more members than the rest. They were calmly conducting the siege, replacing the fighters on the front lines from the rear guard as needed. Lu Xingchun, fourth in the player rankings and guild master of United Heavens, raised his hand and ordered everyone to reload. He then ordered them to shoot. Clouds of smoke quickly appeared near the monsters after the impact, knocking them down. The reporter announced that in addition to this, Guildmaster Chun's contribution points had reached 1812. He added that people should not be surprised. He had accumulated the highest number of points among the players who had made their contribution points public. Would the positions in the guild rankings change after this siege? Chun smiled ominously and shook as he listened to the orders for the knights to reload and attack. He thought that he had been expecting a castle siege. The Shining Ones may be capable of individual battles, but when it comes to an organized siege, they were no match for him. The system window notified that his points were now 1832. Chun thought that everyone should see how many points he had accumulated. The guildmaster looked up with a terrifying smile and quickly raised his arms to the sides, thinking that with such a number of points, he would become the ruler of the permafrost. Laughing, Chun ordered them to attack and continue the offensive. He declared that the whole world was at their feet. At the same time, Li Hoyol's contribution points were 35,712, and they continued to grow. After some time, at the southern gate of the permafrost, Romeo sternly crossed his arms, thinking that he had been hesitant to go here because of the possible traps along the way. It was a good thing the squad of shadow mercenaries volunteered to be the first to explore the area through the portal. Kichi looked down with a frightened expression and trembled. She wondered if the main character hadn't recognized her and worried that he already hated her. Romeo looked back, thinking that in any case, the squad of shadow mercenaries. This squad was formed from several elite specialists under the command of Captain Kichi. They complete their assigned tasks by any means available and are also known for disregarding the ethics of their missions. The protagonist thought back, believing Hakuna had been talking about them back then. It was all the better for him that help had arrived. Kichi covered her head with her hood in fear, wondering if Li Hoyol would take revenge on her for not helping him in the fight with the leopard. Romeo was surprised to hear how he was addressed. Alkari said that he had looked around using the portal. Apparently, no one was hiding nearby. The protagonist said that he understood. Alkari sternly raised his hand, saying that he didn't think they should go through the gate. There were enough traps along the way to instantly kill an intruder. Oddly enough, when he tried to create a portal beyond the gate, some powerful force prevented him from doing so. Romeo was surprised, thinking it was the power of the Demon King. He said that everything was clear, which meant they needed to find another way in. Jessica quickly put her hand on her chest, loudly addressed Li Hoyol, and said that she knew about a secret passage into the permafrost. She said with confidence that there was a very large evacuation shelter under the permafrost. Underground passages permeated the entire territory. One of the entrances was located near the castle walls. Jessica was sure that most of the survivors were there too. The protagonist thoughtfully looked down, rubbing his chin. Taemin quickly rushed to the side, pointed forward, and loudly said that he knew it. He wondered if it was her. Smiling, he put his sword on his shoulder and raised his hand, loudly saying that it seemed to him Jessica's sword technique resembled a barbarian's. He asked if she was from the permafrost. Jessica confirmed this, adding that she knew the guildmaster was a barbarian. Taemin smiled confidently, looked at her, and said he was glad to meet her. The protagonist considered that the guildmaster only knew about the entrance for barbarians and wondered if this secret entrance was really nearby. Jessica, holding a map, pointed forward and said in agreement that they just needed to go that way. Taemin, looking happy, turned his head back and loudly told Li Hoyol not to worry. He explained that everyone in the permafrost was familiar with the basics of evacuation. The shelter under the city was as big as the catacombs under Paris. The guildmaster was sure that all the people were there. He loudly confirmed this, telling the group to follow them. Surprised, Romeo looked down at the system window, which notified him that the number of survivors was very low. After some time in the city, Taemin, standing by a fence, loudly told Li Hoyol they needed to go in here. The protagonist asked in amazement if the entrance was really in such a place. The guildmaster smiled, pointed down, and explained that a spell had been cast on the entrance so that only the inhabitants of the permafrost and barbarians could see it. The spell was working fine, and the door also looked intact, so Taemin was sure that everything was fine. Romeo was very surprised as he looked at the open entrance. The guildmaster was terrified by what he saw. They were looking at many human corpses lying on the floor. The sight sent the guildmaster into a strong rage. The protagonist said that these were traces of a demonic ritual. Someone had summoned a demon here. Romeo put his hand on Taemin's shaking shoulder. The system window notified him that the protagonist had entered the permafrost, a city that had turned into hell. After a while, the knights put the wrapped corpses on the floor. Kichi angrily raised her hands and asked loudly what this was. Had Lee Hoyle really decided to pull out the bodies? Had he gone crazy to do this right now, when they didn't even know when the Demon King's army could attack them? Al-Kuri, standing at the entrance, said that was why they were standing guard. The commander quickly raised her hands and said there was no need for this guard. They needed to go into battle and kill everyone, then they could go home. This was just a waste of time. She put her hand to her face in fear, turned to Al-Kuri, and asked what they had done to make Hakuna hate them so much. Kichi thought the king had done it on purpose. He laughed loudly and said the captain would not have said that if she had known how to read magical traces. Al-Kuri smiled confidently and said it was better to be patient for now. In due time, they would find out what that gentleman in a suit had planned. At the same time, Lee Hoyle became very scared and jumped. The NPC ominously held his bloody sword. He held Romeo's shoulder and wondered if the NPC had really died defending the passage. The protagonist was very scared because of him. A knight quickly turned towards his running comrades and called out that there was a passage here too. Jessica put her hand on her chest, turned to Lee Hoyle, and he looked at her. She looked down sadly and thanked him for giving her permission to retrieve the bodies. Jessica said that these were soldiers whose homeland was the permafrost, just like hers. She said she didn't even know how to repay the protagonist for this debt. Romeo wondered how he could counsel Jessica, knowing her homeland was the permafrost. He looked down tensely. Romeo said that even if it weren't her hometown, it would be wrong to neglect soldiers who died in battle. Jessica was very surprised to hear this. The protagonist said with a stern look that he must preserve the honor of the knights, even if it led to his death. She put her hand on her chest in admiration, thinking this was true honor. Lee Hoyle looked at Romeo in confusion, wondering what kind of consolation that was. The protagonist calmly said that Jessica should not think he did this specifically for her. He told her she should not worry. Lee Hoyle thought that Romeo did not know how to console anyone at all. A system window notified him that his contribution points had increased. The current number of points was 41,521. The protagonist was surprised, wondering if the contribution points had really gone up. He questioned why this had happened and whether a squad of shadow mercenaries was fighting outside. That couldn't be, he thought, as they would have told him. System windows then notified him that his contribution points had increased again. A knight stopped short, called out to Lee Hoyle, and said they had found an underground square. This had happened while they were carrying the bodies out from the opposite entrance. He urged the protagonist to follow him. Romeo wondered if they had really found an underground square. The knight, already heading towards it, turned back and urged them to follow. The protagonist was very surprised by what he saw. They looked at many standing crosses with people hanging on them. The knight reported that they had checked the other passages and everything was the same. Romeo clenched his teeth and said sternly that this was a summoning circle made using blood and bodies. Jessica looked at him in surprise, not understanding what he was talking about. Romeo clenched his hand into a fist, thinking that to summon the Demon King, a sacrifice was necessary. It was just like the ritual of exorcism, which also required a sacrifice. All these summoning circles, starting from the entrance, and all these bodies were connected into a single, very large circle to summon the Demon King. That was why removing the bodies had affected the contribution points. They had, after all, returned offerings meant for the Demon King. Romeo looked down tensely and asked where Harkon was. The knight raised his hand with a serious expression and said they had already reported this to the commander. Harkon was supposed to meet with Lee Hoyle soon. The underground paths shook violently. Jessica, surprised, asked if this was really an earthquake. Lee Hoyle thought that it was not an earthquake. He quickly turned around and ordered them to prepare for battle. Romeo said it was the clatter of hooves. The cavalry of the Demon King's level 400 army was quickly heading in their direction. A demon, holding a weapon, asked how they dared to touch their offerings. He ordered the people to die. Jessica, getting into a fighting stance, said that there were a lot of demons and they needed to be careful. Romeo thought with great tension that this was not an ambush, but a retreat. With furious faces, Taman and Harkon jumped towards the fleeing cavalry to attack. The demons shouted that they would take revenge on the people. They yelled for the people to die all at once. The cavalry rushed past, ignoring them. Jessica asked if it was really the commander. A knight with a serious expression confirmed that it was Harkon. Lee Hoyle, putting a hand to his chest in fear, thought he was about to be trampled. The commander, running quickly in their direction, addressed Lee Hoyle and asked if he was okay. Taman, clenching his fist, began to say that these bodies... Romeo interrupted him, stating that these were offerings for the summoning of the Demon King and that he knew about it. Harkon was surprised and said that they knew about it. The guildmaster, pointing back furiously, said that those guys were lined up over there. Romeo thought that the monsters that had just rushed past were merely fodder. He He assumed they were only there to check on the summoning circle, since removing the bodies had broken it. Romeo confidently stated that the elite would arrive soon. It would probably be at least a demon commander. The commander-in-chief suddenly appeared behind him and said that this was so. Romeo turned around in fear, wondering where the demon commander had come from. With frightened faces, Harkon and the guildmaster shouted for Li Hoyol. A powerful explosion erupted where they had been standing. The demon's axe had pierced the stone. The commander-in-chief looked aside in surprise. He pulled the weapon from the stone and asked if these were really stones. The Demon King remarked that Li Hoyol used quite interesting magic. Harkon, his voice filled with fury, said that the demon was the commander from the northwestern valley. The commander-in-chief looked arrogantly in his direction. Harkon quickly jumped towards the demon, raising his weapon and demanding how he dared. The Demon King instantly appeared behind him and identified him as Harkon, the commander who had opposed him 10 years ago. The commander turned around, wondering how he had failed to follow the demon's movements. The commander-in-chief asked why Harkon still looked the same, saying he had heard that people age quickly. He even noted that the commander had become weaker. Harkon became angry and asked if it had really been 10 years, insisting only a few years had passed. The Demon King said that he had heard about that too. The commander-in-chief rose, enveloping his body in mana, and explained that 4 days in Arcana were like 1 day here. With an ominous look, he asked what would come of it then. Harkon, with only a few years of training, against them, who had improved 4 times as much, and gained experience fighting in a war. Who would be stronger? A very large magic circle formed in the city, sending up plumes of smoke. At the same time, Kiji looked up in fear, asking what this was and where the shaking was coming from. A huntress, directing healing magic from her hands, tended to his aging eye. Looking up in fear, he said that he saw it. The entire castle was rising into the air. The commander-in-chief, standing near a portal, said that he did not have time to deal with weaklings like Harkon. Rays of light quickly flew out of the portal in different directions. Yoshika squinted, covering her face with her hand against the bright light. The Demon King said that the commander should find him if he wanted revenge. He raised his hands with a sly smile and said that if Harkon could get to him, of course, the commander-in-chief would personally meet him. A system window notified them that a class quest had been created. The quest is to deal with the Demon Command and the generals who have dispersed across the permafrost. Romeo stood behind the arms, his gaze full of determination. Shouts rang out that the Demon King was leaving and the ceiling was collapsing. Harkon, standing furiously among the falling rocks, addressed the commander-in-chief and asked if he was really running away. Yoshika, addressing him by rank, cried out that their exit was blocked by rubble and the entire city was shaking. The commander tensely clenched his teeth and wondered if the only way out was really through the crack in the ceiling. Yoshika and Harkon were able to jump out of here, but the underground passages connected the entire city. If the catacombs collapsed, the surface would also be significantly damaged. Any survivors would very likely be hit. In the worst-case scenario, even if they reclaimed the permafrost, it would be completely destroyed. The commander, in confusion, put his hand on his head and asked how they could stop these passages from collapsing completely. Taman, looking at the protagonist, called out his name. He said that it was dangerous, and they needed to leave. Romeo raised his hand with a stern look, directing the mana streams. Li Hoyol knew that it was dangerous, and that he would not be able to hold the entire network of tunnels with his mana. Perhaps he would be crushed by a boulder, but he would do it anyway. The debris quickly began to fall towards the protagonist, and people shouted for him to be careful. Romeo directed the mana without moving. They called out his name. A powerful beam of mana flew upward, illuminating the space around. At the same time, a surprised Kichi covered her face with her hand against the bright light. Rox, looking up, asked if this light was really from Li Hoyol again. Dimitri, stretching out his hand to the side, asked Jessie to stop. The girl looked at the bright glow in surprise. She pointed her finger out the window, addressed her mother, and told her to look at how bright it was there. Her mother, angry, ordered her to close the curtains quickly, saying that demons might notice them. An NPC raised her hand in amazement and wondered what this light was. All the survivors from the permafrost were supposed to be in this room. Kirwan was surprised to hear his name called out. The NPC pointed to the exit and reported that they had conducted reconnaissance outside as he had ordered. All the demons defending the southern gate were dead. They had been killed by the researchers. The NPC announced that the researchers had returned. Harkon looked up in admiration and said that it was amazing. Yoshika said with confusion on her face that she couldn't believe it. Lee Hoyle knew that he couldn't hold this entire place with his mana. Taemin asked in great surprise how this was possible. The protagonist confidently thought that he wouldn't run away anyway, because Romeo sees the honor of those who wish to preserve their homeland. A system window notified them that the aesthetics characteristic had been activated. The aesthetics effect will be automatically applied to the target. A huge statue holding a shield over its head appeared in front of them. The people exclaimed that these were the warriors of the permafrost. Romeo said with determination that he would shoulder their aspiration to protect the permafrost until the very end, even though he might end up dying under the weight of this aspiration. After a while, the people looked at the very large statues. Lee Hoyle looked tired and thought that this needed to be cancelled. He couldn't handle this aspiration. The protagonist had spent all his mana while Romeo was making these pillars. It was good that everything worked out, of course. If it weren't for the hexagonal brooch that restored 10% of his mana, he probably wouldn't have been able to finish creating these pillars. They would have all been crushed to death. Lee Hoyle couldn't even believe that he had made all these cool pillars. It seems the reason they became statues was because of the aesthetics characteristic. It just adds an aesthetic quality, but he doesn't have to try hard for the characteristic to work. It's almost easy compared to the times when he had to spend all his mana to create one cup. Romeo rubbed his chin with interest, looked at his other hand, and wondered if this was something like unique skins in a game. He then wondered what he needed this for. Harkon sadly looked up and thought that a day in this world is equal to 4 in the Arcana. The permafrost would not have suffered such a fate if he had defeated the demon in those ancient times. The commander met him again, and again he managed to escape from him. Harkon felt he had no right to see his majesty's face. Taemin looked up and asked what this was. The knight asked in surprise if this was really a shadow. The guild master opened his mouth wide, very frightened. He said loudly that these were bats. Many bats were rapidly flying through the cracks into the building. The knights quickly looked to the side and asked loudly if they had really flown here because of the light. Harkon said loudly that these were not ordinary bats. He loudly ordered everyone to prepare for battle. Everything was fine. Although there were many of them, they were weak. The knights should not worry and should simply beat them one by one. Romeo looked up in fear, thinking that this could not be. Something was approaching, something larger and stronger. The system window notified him that a demon was nearby. The natural enemy skill activated. The protagonist's combat abilities would increase significantly in the battle with the demon. Romeo was very surprised by what he saw. A hellbird, the commander of the demon army, Kubican, level 500, was hovering in the air before him. Kubican asked if this was really a person. The protagonist thought with disappointment that this couldn't be. Kubican quickly opened its mouth over Romeo and remarked that humans could be eaten. The protagonist thought that he truly had no mana left. Kubican's body was instantly enveloped in light mana. Romeo watched this in surprise. Jessica, with her legs enveloped in mana, landed on the ground. She smiled, put a hand on her hat, and said that she had tried hard this time. However, creating magical traces as beautiful as his had not worked out. Jessica happily asked how the protagonist was doing. Romeo, with an unperturbed look, crossed his arms and looked at her without answering. Lee Hoyle thought that he was thanking her for saving his life. The protagonist then sternly said that he was giving her a bad grade. There were too many unforeseen consequences, more than usual. Too much power had been invested in the manifestation stage, and Jessica also did not take into account the influence of the environment. She quickly jumped up, loudly asked him to wait, and said that she wanted to write it down. Meanwhile, in the Shadow Mercenary Squad, Kichi, sitting on the ground with her hands behind her head, complained to the old man that no one was telling them anything. She wondered if Alkari really thought they had been forgotten, and what the point of them being here was. Alkari, who was quickly writing something on a piece of paper, loudly told her to be quiet. He explained that he needed to sketch the magical traces they had recently seen before he forgot them. Kichi said that after the earthquake, the castle had risen into the sky. There were flashing lights and everything, yet no one was telling them anything. She suggested that perhaps they should just go to them. Alkari loudly reminded her that he had told them not to talk. A frightened Lokit, looking at something, turned to the captain. He said that he thought they were surrounded. Many unknown people were watching them. Lokit shouted that they had disappeared. Kichi quickly stood up, raised her hands, and loudly ordered them to prepare for a fight because they were coming. The unknown people headed towards them at great speed. After landing, the man looked at the captain in surprise. The girl exclaimed that they were people. The man said in amazement that she was right. Kichi stepped back and asked who these people were, wondering if they were really barbarians. The man raised his hand, pointed forward, and asked loudly if they were the ones who had been shining. Lee Hoyle looked at Jessica. The system window notified him that he had dealt with one of the 10 demons. Romeo, looking at the system window, thought that apparently he didn't necessarily have to be the one to kill the generals. Taemin, clenching his fists, reported to Lee Hoyol that they had finished transporting the bodies to the shelter. The guildmaster, looking tensely to the side, put a hand on his neck and added that it seemed the survivors Lee Hoyol had spoken of were not there. The Kion Guild's analysis team released drones to investigate further. The underground tunnels were difficult to explore. Romeo said that he understood everything. He noted that the survivor scale was still visible in the quest window. Alkari suddenly appeared in a portal near them, announcing that he could now properly create portals inside the castle. He had something to report to Lee Hoyol. An NPC stuck his head out of the portal, pushed Alkari down, and asked if the main character was the one in charge. He also asked if he was the one who had been shining recently. Taemin loudly asked if that was really a barbarian. The NPC looked away in surprise. After a while, Ares came out of the portal and called out the guildmaster's name. Taemin looked at him happily and exclaimed that Ares was alive. The barbarian loudly asked if that was really the guildmaster, and if he was really that little barbarian. Taemin questioned being called little, noting that he was over 180 centimeters tall even back then. Ares said that the guildmaster was acting like a child. Romeo stood with his arms crossed while being sniffed by the NPCs. Ares joyfully ran his hand over Taemin's head, saying loudly that no matter what, the guildmaster was alive. He added that Karun would be happy to see him, and that Taemin knew how much Karun loved him. The guildmaster asked loudly if Karun was alive. Ares confirmed loudly that he was, and that the guildmaster was alive too. Lee Hoyol indignantly asked who Karun was. Ares looked at him with a smile and asked if Lee Hoyol was the leader, adding that the Pillar of Light had been really cool. Taemin shook in fear, thinking that the barbarian was speaking too informally. He worried that this was not good, as NPC barbarians did not know proper etiquette. The guildmaster raised his hand in fear, addressed Lee Hoyol by name, and explained that they were not trying to be rude. Romeo smiled and said that everything was fine. He added that he understood barbarian culture. Ares calls him the leader. The protagonist understands that they treat him with respect. Ares said, laughing loudly, that this leader was truly different from the other explorers. An NPC sniffs the commander, while Jesse sniffs the barbarian. Ares calmly said that fortunately, they also have a good leader. He has been making secret sorties into the city for many years to lead out survivors. His name is Karen, and he is the father of all barbarians. They lived in the forest nearby, trading and working with the permafrost. One day, they saw the permafrost catch fire. The wind brought them an unpleasant smell and an ominous aura. The barbarians immediately ran into the permafrost under Karun's command. What they saw was terrible. Generals in the form of birds flew everywhere, squeezing the permafrost warriors in their claws as if mocking them. Demons in the form of animals had hung the bodies of the permafrost inhabitants everywhere. Harkon lowered his head tensely. Ares clenched his teeth and said that their brotherhood fought the demons to save the survivors. However, the demons were too numerous and too strong. Most of their brothers were killed, and Karun was badly wounded. After that, they searched for survivors in the permafrost and protected them for many years, but things only got worse. The barbarians could not even light a fire because these demons are sensitive to light. Because of this, the survivors slowly died of hunger and cold. That is how they all slowly began to lose hope from fatigue. Then, a ray of light appeared in this dark city. Ares smiled, having finished his story. He thanked the explorer for this, and for all the other explorers who fought with him. Ares raised his hand, and said that he came to tell Lee Hoyol this on behalf of all the barbarians and inhabitants of the permafrost. He smiled, quickly put his hand on his chest, and turning to the explorer's leader, said that if he was going to defeat the Demon King, his brothers and sisters would fight alongside him. The Demon King who captured this place is called Decaravia. He is one of the 72, and controls birds as his comrades. It is difficult for them to fight flying enemies, as the barbarians are accustomed to fighting on the ground. However, they will do everything to help the protagonist reach the enemy, even if it means making a mountain of their corpses. Taemin looks at him in surprise. Romeo said that he understood this, but that he would refuse their offer. Harkon looked at the protagonist in confusion. Ares raised his hand and asked Lee Hoyol if he was not going to fight, or if he did not need the barbarians. Romeo disagreed sternly, saying that he would defeat the demons and that he was glad they were ready to help. However, collecting corpses was not a hobby of his. Ares was very surprised by his words. The protagonist crossed his arms, addressed Alkari, and said that there were other priorities. The magician agreed with a serious expression. Romeo ordered him to move all the survivors to the kingdom of Ysera. Romeo added that Alkari should also convey a request to the king to provide them with warm housing and food. The protagonist was sure that the portals could handle this. Alkari lowered his head and said that he would do his best. Romeo looked to the side and addressed the guildmaster. Taemin looked at him in surprise. Romeo said that the guildmaster would go with the barbarians. It would be good if Taemin and the guild could provide protection to the survivors survivors during the evacuation. In addition, the protagonist was sure that the guildmaster was worried about the fate of the barbarians he knew. Taemin was delighted and loudly thanked Lee Hoyol. Kichi, standing by the portal, asked if the protagonist really wasn't going with them. Romeo, looking away, said that he had unfinished business. Several demons instantly appeared above his head. The commander of the demon army, a level 500 Hellbird, said that traces of a Kupican aura led here. Could it really be the main character? Romeo stood in front of his comrades, raised his hand, directing mana from it, and told them to leave. At the same time, inside the portal, the survivors looked at the bright light in surprise. Ares, smiling, raised his hand and loudly said that they should prepare to leave. An NPC asked if he was with the researchers. What was going on here? Alkari, raising his hand, said that he was opening a portal to Yusra. Ares loudly said that he would explain everything later. He ordered everyone to leave. The NPC asked if Yusra was the legendary island. Could they really be saved? Taemin happily looked at the portal. He was surprised to see a system window notifying him that a class quest, the secret technique of the barbarians, had appeared. The guildmaster raised his hands in amazement and wondered if this was really a class quest. Only one person in each class could receive one. Why did it appear now? Taemin was very scared by what he saw. He sternly turned to Ares and asked where Karen was. The barbarian said that Karen should be on a sortie. Ares looked uncomprehendingly at the guildmaster running quickly to the door. He ran after him, loudly called out to Taemin, and asked where he was going. It was very dangerous to go alone. The guildmaster, running down the street, thought that this couldn't be. He couldn't believe it. Taemin remembered his past. Chiron smiled and put his sword on his shoulder. He asked if the guildmaster really wanted a secret technique from the barbarians. Confused, Taemin loudly asked if it really existed. Chiron smiled maliciously, rubbed his chin, and asked what he should do. Teach the guildmaster or not? Taemin asked loudly and angrily if Chiron could teach him. Chiron laughed loudly and told the guildmaster to grow for another 40 years. With an angry look, Taemin loudly asked if it really had to be 40 years. Wasn't that too long? He wanted it now. Kaerun loudly refused him as he left. The guildmaster emerged from his memories. Kaerun's body hung on a stake among flying birds. He looked down, his body bloody. Breathing heavily, Taemin realized that because Chiron had died, he had been given the class quest. Horican noticed the guildmaster while flying. He stopped with a terrifying look and wondered what this was. There was one more unpleasant ground creature left. Taemin looked away, tears of rage streaming down his face. The system window notified him that the class quest, the barbarian secret technique, had appeared. The guildmaster's leader had left this world. Their new young leader must now show his wild nature. At the same time, Romeo had an unpleasant feeling. Harkon turned to Lee Hoyol and asked if he was okay. The protagonist did not look well. Romeo raised his hand and, looking up, said that everything was fine. He wondered where this ominous feeling was coming from. It seemed that something had gone wrong. The demon commander hung in the air, looking down at them. With a serious expression, the commander said that there were too many enemies around. All of them must be the demon commanders. If the protagonist could create a ladder for them like last time, his allies would be able to deal with them. Romeo concentrated the flow of mana in his hand and refused him. The protagonist declared that the heavens were their domain and that he would overthrow them. A commander quickly raised his hand and asked loudly if Lee Hoyol really thought a ground freak like him could bring them down to the surface. Harkon angrily leaned over and announced they were going to attack. The protagonist reasoned that the demons must be sensitive to light. He quickly directed mana towards the demons, illuminating the area around them. The generals instantly shielded their faces from the bright glow. The system window notified that the commander of the demon army, Hellbird, had been stunned. Jesse looked at the protagonist in surprise. Lee Hoyol thought that it had worked and they could continue. He needed to get them down to the ground so that the knights could fight. Lee Hoyol recalled that the magic lightning Jesse had used worked in a similar way. The lightning, made of mana, quickly struck the generals, enveloping their bodies in mana. The system window notified that the protagonist had defeated the commander of the demon army, Hellbird, and that contribution points had been awarded. Jesse said with admiration that one spell had been enough. Lee Hoyol confidently looked at his hand, thinking he had not expected to kill them so easily. He wondered when he had become so strong. Jesse enthusiastically raised her hands and exclaimed that this was to be expected of the protagonist. She added that it was very elegant and that she had learned so much. The system window notified that 6 out of 10 generals were now dead. Romeo looked up sternly, thinking that there were still 4 more left. He felt uneasy at the thought. He wondered if Taman was all right. The protagonist turned his head in surprise and looked at the portal. He asked loudly if Alkari was really there. The mage scratched his beard angrily and said that they had finished evacuating the civilians, but the barbarians. Ares angrily climbed out of the portal, interrupting him to say that the guildmaster had not returned. Taman had rushed off alone to look for Karun and still had not returned. Karun had never been so late on a raid. Something must have happened to them. Romeo asked if the guildmaster had really gone alone. Alkari closed his eyes and said that as the protagonist could see, they were quite reckless. Romeo angrily asked which way Taman had gone. After a moment, Hurricane was holding the guildmaster's hand in the sky. Blood was running down Taman's leg, and the demon was squeezing his neck. Hurricane laughed, saying it was presumptuous of the guildmaster to try and kill him alone. Taman gritted his teeth, thinking that he couldn't raise his hands, so this was how strong the commanders were. He hadn't expected it to be so difficult. Hurricane asked with an ominous smile if Taman would really beg for mercy like all the other freaks. He added that maybe he would spare him if the guildmaster tried. Taman replied with an angry smile that Hurricane would be waiting in vain. Barbarians never give up because they die fighting. Hurricane laughed loudly, saying the guildmaster had a lot of impudence for a weak person. He thought him a fool, though what else could be expected from an earthly beast? Then, mentioning Karun, Hurricane added that the other freak had been just the same. Hurricane said Karun was not smart enough to join a battle that was doomed to defeat, recalling that he had also shouted loudly. Taman, gritting his teeth in rage, yelled that the demon should not laugh at the leader. Hurricane retorted that weak people like them should run and beg for mercy, shouting pleas to be spared, and that was how Karin had finished. The guildmaster, clenching his fist, replied that Karin had also told the demon not to laugh at the leader, a warrior who died in battle. Taman thought that he should raise his fist. This demonic creature considered Karin a fool, so the guildmaster was obliged to kill him. Hurricane asked if Taman could guess what the fool's last words were. Remembering the past, Hurricane recounted what the leader had said. Karin had smiled confidently, squeezed the hilt of the sword in his hand, and said that the demon had found a problem. Someone very foolish would come for him soon. The leader claimed he could smell him on the wind. It had been a long time ago, and that guy was truly crazy. A new leader, one who even Karun was no match for, would be here soon. Smiling ominously, Hurricane had raised his weapon and said that the leader was talking too much for a dead man. Karun, smiling, had replied that Taman was always asking about some barbaric method. The leader had been sure that the guildmaster would like it. Hurricane came out of his memories after telling him everything. Taman was stunned, his eyes wide as bloody tears flowed from them. Smiling maliciously, Hurricane said that he was curious about this very strong guy who was supposed to come. Was it the guildmaster? The demon laughed and asked if Taman was the one the man had been talking about. He was no better at understanding people than a beast. With a terrifying look, the guildmaster suddenly bit into Hurricane's arm. He clenched his teeth even harder, causing blood to spurt from the wound. Hurricane screamed in pain. He threw Taman down with great force and demanded to know what the guildmaster was doing, telling him to leave him alone. Looking at his torn arm in fear, Hurricane screamed again. With blood pouring from the wound, he shouted, asking where his arm was. Taman, an aura radiating from his body, said that the demon himself had said not to laugh at Karin. The guildmaster furiously clenched the demon's arm with his teeth, steadying it with his own hand. Hurricane looked down, laughed, and asked what kind of creature this was. Taman was no different from an animal. With a terrifying look, the guildmaster raised his hands, enveloping his body in fiery mana, and said that the leader knew he was here. A system window notified him that he had fulfilled the conditions of the barbarian's secret reception. He would be rewarded for this, and had earned the exclusive class skill, Call of the Wild. Hurricane raised his weapon, enveloped it in mana, and stated that no matter how hard the guildmaster tried, he would still remain a ground-bound freak. Taman need not worry. The guildmaster would meet Karun after Hurricane struck him in the stomach. With a terrifying look, Taman's appearance began to change. Raising a clawed hand, he opened his mouth wide and let out a roar. The system window announced that a class skill was being used. Call of the Wild awakens the true frenzy imprisoned within, significantly increasing the savagery characteristic. Enveloped in fire, the guildmaster shot towards Hurricane, intending to attack. Taman dealt a powerful blow to the demon, throwing him aside. Blood flowed from Hurricane's wound. He wondered what this was. The guildmaster was moving completely differently than before. What was this oppressive feeling? If Taman got any closer, it would be the end for him. He needed to fight from the maximum possible distance. The guildmaster instantly disappeared from where he stood. He appeared behind Hurricane with a furious expression, saying he was irritated by the demon's wings. The guildmaster grabbed the wings with his hands and tore them out with force. Hurakan, raising his hands to his sides in fear, called him a freak and begged Taman to leave him alone. The guildmaster listened with fury as Horkin coughed loudly. Horkin thought that this was a curse. He could not hold on any longer. A stake was instantly pierced into Taman's body. The commander of the demon army, the Hellbird Amakin, level 500, holding a stake with the guildmaster impaled on it, asked what this was, and if Horkin had really become addicted to the walkers. The demon loudly disagreed, saying that he had simply stopped being vigilant for a second. Taman quickly flew to the side, hitting and breaking the ground. Amakin said that there was a problem. They would quickly sort things out here and then go. The guildmaster thought hopelessly, wondering if this was really the end. He asked Corwin for forgiveness. Apparently, he was still far from becoming a worthy leader. His recklessness was probably a problem for Lee Hoyol too. Taman would like to apologize to him too. His brother would definitely be very upset. That was what really bothered him. The guildmaster was very surprised. He leaned his hands on the ground, raised his head, and asked if this was really the main character and how he had gotten here. Amakin asked in surprise who it was. Romeo, adjusting his tie with his hand, said that he already knew what had happened. Taman, looking down, thought that this was very bad. Lee Hoyol valued formality and manners most of all, and he had been fighting here like a wild animal. The guildmaster felt ashamed. Harkon, running quickly towards him, loudly asked if Taman was okay. The protagonist said that he already knew what had happened. The analyst Nam Chul was very worried. Amakin laughed loudly and asked his comrade to look at them. He said loudly that they were just a bunch of earthly freaks. They had saved him the time of looking for them. Romeo ordered him to shut up with an ominous look. Amakin was very surprised and asked what that was. His head instantly exploded. Horkin looked at him in fear and exclaimed that this could not be. A stream of mana quickly cut off his wing. Horkin, with blood pouring from his wounds, instantly fell. Powerful clouds of dark smoke formed from the impact. Horkin rose and loudly asked how a walking freak like Romeo dared. The protagonist asked if he was really a freak. The demon was talking without knowing his place. Romeo sent mana from his hand, saying they would see who the real trembling freak was. The protagonist would show the demon his place. Horkin, gritting his teeth, trembled at Romeo's words. After some time, the commander of the demon army, a level 500 Hellbird smiling, quickly flew by, inflicting wounds on the NPC with a beam. Dmitri, looking up, said loudly that the freak had taken off again. Gritting his teeth, he clenched the mace in his hand and said loudly that the commander could not be hit while in the air. Camilla quickly drew an arrow and said that they would have to rely on rocks. She confidently declared that she would cover them. Camilla aimed her arrows towards the commander, called out to the guild master, and said it was time to begin. The commander, smiling ominously, dodged the attacks, saying the arrows were very weak. Rocks struck him before he could finish. The commander, his body cut in two, screamed. Rocks, landing on the ground, loudly told Camilla it was a good job. Dmitri looked towards the fallen commander and asked if they had killed him. The guildmaster loudly ordered them to report the situation. Camilla, looking at the fallen commander, said this was what the demon command was like. Dmitri asked if there would really be more of these monsters in the future. Rox raised his hand and asked what the losses were. The NPC said that 8 were seriously injured and 2 had minor injuries. The guildmaster called out to the healer and told him to come here. At the same time, the correspondent quickly brought the microphone to his mouth and said that this was an edition of Arcana today about permafrost. Right now, Rox from the Shining Guild had killed one of the commanders of the demon army. 10 people were injured in the battle. Will the Shining Guild retreat? The producer looked at his phone in surprise and wondered what was going on. At the moment, among the guilds participating in the siege, the Shining Guild was clearly ahead. They even held an exclusive broadcast of the battle with the commander of the demon army. So, why was the number of viewers dropping? A message came to his phone from producer Yen Suk, saying that there would now be a reaction in real time. The producer wondered what they were talking about in the chat. In the chat, a commentator wrote, asking if they saw what happened there. Was that really Rox with the demon commander? Another asked if it was about the beam. Someone replied it was not about that, but about Lee Hoyol. The producer wondered, was it really Lee Hoyol? He asked what the hell was going on. A commentator wrote for them to watch Wei Kang's broadcast. The main character was now playing with the demon commander. The producer, confused, looked at the phone and asked what this was. Was the commander of the demon army shaking in horror? There were 6,658,127 people on Wei Kang's broadcast. Lee Hoyol put his foot on the head of Amagan, who was lying on the ground during the broadcast. At the same time, the commander raised his hand and quickly lowered it. Romeo looked ominously at Horikan. The commander told the main character not to come near. Horikan knew he was wrong and asked him for mercy. He looked at the mana in Romeo's hand in fear, falling to the ground. Horican begged for mercy. The protagonist ordered him to shut up in disgust. The commander, shaking with fear, pleaded that since he was groveling, Lee Hoyol would spare him. Horican promised it would never happen again. Romeo, without listening to him, quickly hit him with a powerful stream of mana and said that he did not talk to pray. Wei Kang, smiling, watched what was happening, hiding behind rocks. He asked the audience if they saw that. Lee Hoyol had already defeated 8 commanders of the demon army. The protagonist sighed with relief and wondered if the demon commanders really differed in stamina. He had almost spent all his mana while trying different techniques, but Horican still did not want to die. A spectator, watching what was happening, asked if they saw how the protagonist played with them until he killed them. Jessie raised her hands in admiration and said that it was amazing and unbelievable. Lee Hoyol had made various changes during the intervention stage to use the same spell in different ways. Going along with him had been the right decision after all. She had learned so much. Taemin kept his hand on his wound and addressed the protagonist by name. Romeo turned to him and asked if the guildmaster could move. Taemin looked down tensely, confirmed he could, and said that it was all thanks to Lee Hoyol. He said that he was very ashamed because he had disobeyed the protagonist's order to evacuate the survivors. As a result, the guildmaster was greatly disgraced. Romeo turned to Taemin with a smile. He put his hand on his shoulder and said that he could not be disappointed by someone who fought to preserve his honor. The protagonist saw his pride. Now they could return to the shelter and reunite with the squad. They looked at the system pop-up window in surprise. The system window notified them that a common quest had appeared. The permafrost was being transformed. The last commander general of the demon army had died. At the same time, Chun, smiling ominously, threw his head back and laughed. He said that they had also killed the commander of the demon army. The guildmaster was very proud of all the guild members. Chun, standing over the commander surrounded by his injured comrades, said that the position of the ruler of the permafrost could already be considered his. They should begin preparing for the coronation ceremony. The NPC thought that the guildmaster was a very careless person. The system window notified that Lee Hoyol's contribution to the siege of the permafrost was 471,992. Romeo thought that the 2 commanders of the demon army had been killed by other guilds. Harkon looked at something in surprise. He asked, "Is it really Count Sir Ion?" The count held his wound with a sad look. Harkon extended his hand toward him and asked, "How is this possible?" The count was able to survive. Sir Ion, looking exhausted, addressed the commander and asked, "Is it really him?" The count, smiling through his tears, said that he could not even imagine that Harkon himself would come. His Majesty and the Empire had not left them. Sir Aeon, smiling, looked toward the protagonist and said that he had also observed the good deeds of this explorer. This was very surprising. He extended his hand toward Romeo and greeted the hero who had arrived to save the permafrost. Sir Aeon, having given his name, said that he was the Lord of the permafrost. Taemin, very surprised, asked, "Is it really the Lord?" He had walked back and forth across the permafrost so often and had never met him. "Why did the Lord come here in such a terrible form?" Romeo asked with a malicious smile. "Is this really the Lord?" He grew angry and asked him to stop this deception immediately. The system window announced that the natural enemy skill had been activated. Combat abilities were greatly increased in battle with demons. Romeo said that this was the Demon King. Meanwhile, why was Wei Kang broadcasting? He asked, "What is this?" Viewers wrote in the chat that this was amazing. Is this really Lord Sir Ion? Why was Wei Kang watching what was happening with such great surprise? The viewers wrote, "Is this really the Count? It can't be that this is the real Lord. Did Sir Ion really survive?" The producer looked at his phone in confusion. The correspondent took off his headphones, looked at him, and asked what the producer was watching instead of their broadcast. The viewers wrote that Lee Hoyol was really angry. Why is he so angry? Nothing could be heard. Why wasn't Wei Kang getting closer? Taemin asked in surprise. Is this really the Demon King? Harkon took a wide stance and asked, "What is the protagonist talking about?" This man was definitely the ruler of the permafrost. There must be some misunderstanding here. Decaravia smiled, lowered his head, and laughed, saying that he understood everything. It was normal for Lee Hoyol to look at him like that. He put his hand on his face and said that he had failed to protect his subjects and was the only survivor. Harkon approached him, raised his hand, and said that it was not his fault. Decaravia disagreed, saying that he could not fulfill his duties, but before he could finish speaking, stones quickly rose and pierced his body. Decaravia, his face bloody, looked down. Wei Kang watched in great surprise. The viewers wrote, "Is this really Sir Aeon?" One viewer was sure that the protagonist had his reasons. Is he really the god of murder? The reporter and producer looked at the phone screen in amazement. The commander quickly extended his hand and called out to Sir Aeon. He He turned angrily to Lee Hoyol and asked, "Why did he do this?" Jessica said with a smile that he was still alive. Harkon turned around in confusion and asked, "What is this?" Decaravia laughed as he left the Lord's body. The system window notified that the opponent's earth resistance was too high. Decaravia asked, "Wasn't that a bit rude of Lee Hoyol?" He was talking after all. The system window notified that the opponent was immune to earth attacks. Romeo raised an eyebrow in surprise and wondered, does he really have earth resistance? This wouldn't be easy to figure out. Decaravia asked them to take a closer look, because he was Sir Ion. Decaravia, leaving the body, enveloped Sirion's face with many eyes and announced that he was the Lord of Permafrost, whom they had been looking for with such diligence. Lee Hoyol was very scared by what he saw. Harkon quickly raised his sword and declared that it was a demon. He jumped up with the intention of attacking and demanded how a demon dared to insult a vassal of his majesty. The commander, with a terrifying aura in his eyes, extended his sword toward the demon king, piercing him. Taemin, with a confused look, asked if Harkon had really killed him. Lee Hoyol thought that the guildmaster should not have said that. A large hole formed in the dark mana. Decaravia instantly exploded, directing streams of dark mana to the sides. A huge beam of dark mana shot from the ground toward the sky. Taemin, enraged, asked if it had really risen to the sky. The protagonist thought that he knew it would. The dark liquid enveloped the stone on which the city was located. The commander looked up in amazement and exclaimed that he could not believe it. Decaravia merged with the permafrost castle. At the same time, an NPC raised his hand and cried out, asking what this was. The knight emerging from the portal announced that something strange had enveloped the castle. Enoch, looking on, wondered what was going on. The NPC turned to Ares and asked if he thought Taemin and the lead researcher were okay. Ares looked up tensely, without answering him. At the northern gate of the permafrost, hunters were fiercely fighting demons. Leon, attacking the demons with fury, screamed. Shreg, gritting his teeth at a monster, demanded to know where so many of them had come from, adding that they never seemed to end. Another hunter shouted that Shreg should spend his energy on spells instead of talking. A demon quickly pointed his hand toward the huntress and screamed. The huntress, gritting her teeth, raised her hand while looking at the approaching demon. The monster stopped in surprise and looked up. The huntress wondered why he had stopped. The demon said that the demon king was calling him. The huntress, with tears in her eyes, asked what this meant. The monster quickly headed in the other direction. Shreg, breathing heavily, said that the demons were leaving. Leon turned to the side and asked why this was happening. She was very scared as she looked up. The guildmaster looked at the flying demons and asked what was happening. Chun looked to the side and demanded to know what was going on and where all the demons had suddenly gone. He then turned his attention to the system window that appeared, his expression serious. The system window notified them that the demon king Decaravia would soon reveal his true form. Camilla looked up in great fear and asked if it was really the demon king. She looked at the mana flow connected to the city and asked again if it was truly the demon king. Rack said that this couldn't be. He added that if the demon king awakens, Japan, no, the whole world would end. Harkon, full of determination, jumped up and declared that they must stop him. He was very scared, looking at something. The system window notified them that the ritual was beginning. Romeo, with a tense look, quickly looked at what was happening. Taemin cried out that this couldn't be. The commander shouted in anger that they had brought out all the offerings for the ritual. Decaravia laughed, calling them fools and saying that the sacrifices didn't necessarily have to be human. Many demons were flying near the demon king. The guildmaster clenched his hands into fists, looked up, and asked what he was seeing. It looked like the magic circles from the underground permafrost shelter. The hunters looked at the monsters flying in the sky, fear on their faces. They cried out that those were demons. The monsters were approaching the magic circle. The hunters exclaimed that the demons were sacrificing themselves to complete the ritual. Lee Hoyol tensely clenched his teeth, thinking that this was terrible. He must stop them. Decaravia instantly appeared near the protagonist, quickly raised his hand and said that he could not allow him to do this. Romeo raised his head with a frightened look. The demon king thrust his hand into the protagonist's body, piercing him through and through. The commander called out angrily to Lee Hoyol. He looked down at the sea of blood, with the hands of the dead sticking out of it. The undead knights climbing out of the bloody sea asked Harkon to save them. The commander remembered his battles with a doomed look. Romeo called out loudly to Harkon, put his hand on his shoulder and said that this was an illusion and the commander needed to come to his senses. The illusions quickly dissipated. Taemin, looking at the huge flow of mana, said that they had dispersed. Harkon, looking at the protagonist, asked if it was really a demon that had broken through. Romeo said that it was the commander's fear. Decaravia laughed and said it was hard to understand his illusion. The protagonist has an interesting talent. However, it is too late, because the sacrifice has already been made. Soon, the Demon King will be revived. Jessica, looking up, said that there were no demons left. Taemin, in confusion, asked if it was really an egg. It was absorbing the summoning circle. Inside the egg was an unknown creature. At the same time, in the center of Hokkaido, from speakers on the street, an announcement told NPCs to pay attention, as a state of emergency had been declared. At the moment, Hokkaido was classified as a danger zone. As a result, from 8 o'clock that day, the city would be completely blocked. The announcement insisted on the immediate evacuation of all residents. The warning was repeated. The NPC turned to the gentleman and asked what they should do now. Chun, running away, loudly ordered them to retreat immediately and request support from the mainland. The NPC loudly asked about the siege of the permafrost. The guildmaster asked ominously if the NPC was really worried about the siege now. Looking at the situation with his own eyes, the NPC still did not realize the full danger. Does he really think he can handle it? This is not something they can deal with on their own. Taemin, holding the phone to his ear in great surprise, asked what this was. At the same time, Namcheol, adjusting his jacket, said into the microphone that an order had come from Korea. All players located in Hokkaido were advised to return home. They were going to completely block off Hokkaido. United by Heaven, like several other guilds, had already begun to retreat. Taemin excitedly asked what his brother was talking about. Namcheol said that if they stayed, they might die. Romeo confidently put his hand under his jacket, thinking that it was dangerous. They needed to kill the Demon King before he awakened. The guildmaster looked in his direction and called out to Lee Hoyle. The protagonist held the necklace in his hand, thinking that this was an exorcism ritual. A system window announced that the cursed necklace had been chosen as an offering. The commander-in-chief instantly appeared in front of him and said that they had met again. Surprised, Romeo moved quickly. The Demon King struck the rocks with his weapon. The protagonist crouched near the rocks, thinking that this was a curse. The exorcism ritual had left him defenseless in the real world. The commander-in-chief said that this was the same trick with the rocks again. Lee Hoyol thought they were in danger until they dealt with this guy. The commander-in-chief waved his weapon, laughed, and said loudly that he would break through the rock itself. He quickly pointed his hand forward with a terrifying look. Harkon dealt a powerful blow to the demon, throwing aside pieces of stone. Romeo asked loudly if this was really the commander. The commander-in-chief said with a malicious smile that this meant Harkon was still alive. The commander, confidently holding the sword in his hand, said that the commander-in-chief says a day here is equal to 4 in the arcana. Hearing this, he could not contain his grief because of his own weakness. Harkon shrouded the sword in very powerful mana, illuminating the space around him, and said that he had made his majesty wait too long. The commander-in-chief smiled, laughed, and said that this guy uses a rather serious aura of the sword. The commander, turning to Lee Hoyol, asked him to continue. He said that it was his duty to kill the commander-in-chief. Romeo thought with a serious look that Harkon had a good reason. He said without thinking that he would trust him. The commander-in-chief raised his weapon back and said that this battle should be fun. He too would meet him with his blade. The commander confidently raised his sword, shrouded in mana, to the side, stated his name, and said that he would fulfill His Majesty's last order. Harkon raised his sword with a serious look and said that he would do it right now. They quickly headed towards each other, creating powerful streams of mana between their weapons. Romeo, holding the necklace in his hand, thought that it was his turn now. The system window notified that the cursed necklace had been chosen as an offering. The exorcism ritual was activated. The Demon King asked if the protagonist was sure. Romeo instantly found himself in another place. He quickly turned around, tense. Drops of mana from the egg were directed to the sides. Taming quickly looked at the rising egg. Dark mana turned into demons. The guildmaster asked loudly if they were really resurrecting, and if these were really the commanders of the demon army. Taming said loudly, with great rage, that all 10 were here. These were the generals they had killed. Harkon gritted his teeth and turned his head to the side, asking loudly if their corpses had disappeared after being defeated, and if that egg had absorbed them with the ritual. Decaravia said that Lee Hoyle was defenseless while he was performing the exorcism ritual. It seemed that they lacked fighters against the demon generals. The protagonist felt the doom of the situation. The Demon King said that Lee Hoyle was certainly different, and he knew it. The protagonist had the abilities of those people from Ixion. Lee Hoyle wondered if Decaravia knew about the exorcism ritual. The Demon King agreed and said that he would go even deeper. Dark mana quickly headed towards the protagonist's chest. The system window notified that the possession effect had been applied. Decaravia asked if Lee Hoyle's mind could withstand it. The protagonist gritted his teeth in fear, thinking that it couldn't be. the Demon King dived even deeper into his consciousness. Dark mana quickly flew out of Lee Hoyle's body. He looked at what was happening with a puzzled expression. The protagonist was very surprised. The Demon King's eyes met his. Romeo, with a furious expression, instantly appeared in front of Lee Hoyle, pointing his hand forward and telling Decaravia to leave. A system window notified that the abnormal state of possession did not work. The Demon King looked at Romeo's hand. The protagonist quickly clenched his hand into a fist and tore the Demon King's eyes apart. At the same time, the core instantly exploded with great force. The hunters closed their eyes and covered their ears because of the loud sound. Decaravia said that this could not be. To the Demon King, Romeo was nothing more than a weak person, whoever he was. Lee Hoyle, looking at the protagonist in confusion, addressed him by name. The Demon King asked where Romeo had gotten such strength. It was simply impossible. What was this anyway? This endless, ominous, and deep darkness. Romeo looked at Decaravia with a terrifying expression. The Demon King's eyes instantly began to dissolve. He quickly disintegrated into streams of mana. The protagonist returned to his body. He looked at the intact core and said that Decaravia had escaped. The Demon King, with a wound on his body, thought that this guy was dangerous. Decaravia needed an even stronger body. The egg instantly became covered with cracks, emitting dark streams of mana. A system window notified that the Demon King Decaravia had revealed his true form. Taman, standing under a powerful whirlwind, said that the Demon King was born. At the same time, Wei Kang, holding onto a stone, asked loudly if this was really the same Demon King. Decaravia was simply amazingly huge. Lee Hoyle thought that this was a curse. He wanted to escape. They could not let the Demon King do whatever he wanted. Romeo furiously clenched his teeth and raised his hand with the necklace. A system window notified that the lady's necklace had been chosen as an offering. The protagonist thought that they would resume the exorcism. He quickly closed his eyes. A system window notified that the devil's jewel box had been selected as an offering. The strangling tie had been selected as an offering. The numerous offerings increased the effect of the exorcism ritual. The bright light grew larger. Romeo looked ominously through the crack at the Demon King and said that he had been found. Decaravia quickly turned around. The protagonist tore the crack and laughed. The Demon King looked at him, raised his hand, and thought that this could not be. He ordered the man not to approach him. Decaravia told Lee Hoyle not to take another step. The commanders quickly began to move. They let out a roar. Taman looked at the figures flying in the sky and said that the generals had gone into action. The Demon King asked his warriors to protect him, saying there was danger over there. Decaravia quickly raised his leg above the city, thinking he needed to escape the danger. He brought his foot down on a building, breaking it and raising dark smoke. Clouds of smoke and rubble instantly rose through the city. Taman, covering his face from the strong wind with his hand, exclaimed that it was just a single step. At the same time, the reporter and producer, standing among the flying debris, shouted that they were barely holding on. The vibration had reached even this far, and they had to retreat. The NPCs cried out that the Demon King was gone again. The commander flew up and demanded to know who in the hell Lee Hoyle was. The Demon King declared that no human could imprison him in a ritual while keeping their minds intact. The protagonist had been able to. How? Who in the hell was he? Decaravia, enraged, demanded what made him shake in horror at the sight of Lee Hoyle. Jessica, rushing towards the guild master, reported that one of the flying demon commanders had disappeared. Kupikan opened his mouth wide over the main character and said that it was a man. Taman shouted for Lee Hoyle. A spear shot through the sky, cutting through the air. It struck Kupikan's head with great force, spraying his blood to the sides. The guildmaster said with tension that it was him. He wondered if it could really be his Saji from Inazuma. The guildmaster of Inazuma confidently ordered them not to let their guard down. He warned that 2 more were coming towards them. The commanders flew swiftly towards them, roaring. Rox leaped from the ground and thrust his sword into Kupikan's body. He shouted to Camilla and ordered them to act now. She confidently drew an arrow in her bow. The chains instantly wrapped the commanders' bodies. Rox asked why Lee Hoyle wasn't moving. Jessica, surprised, called out his name, explaining that the protagonist was using a skill. Rox wondered what the guildmaster was doing here. He turned his head with a tense expression, looked at her, and said that he simply made the choice with the highest chance of survival. Camilla, bow in hand, told the guildmaster that they wouldn't last long. Now that the disaster that could destroy the entire world had awakened, no matter where they ran, only death awaited them. Rox turned to his Saji from Inazuma and asked if he thought the same thing. That was why they had all gathered here, because they believed that Lee Hoyle would somehow solve this problem. Shrig declared that they would also fight. He smiled, put a hand on his chest, and said that in Yusra he had been rude. This time they, the second son, would also join the battle. The The system window notified that the Second Sun Guild had joined the party. Hisagi brushed back his hair and asked if they really believed it. He hoped that Shrig was not mistaken. Hisagi was simply not the kind of person to leave unpaid debts behind. The system window notified that the Inazuma Guild has joined the party. Taemin angrily pointed his finger at him and yelled at Shrig and Hisagi to stop pursuing Lee Hoyol. He wished he had a weapon. Someone quickly hit Taemin on the head. He looked up at Namcheol in surprise and wondered if his brother was really here. Namcheol angrily pointed a finger at his brother and demanded to know why he wasn't picking up the phone. He asked if Taemin really wanted him to worry so much. His brother scratched his head with a smile and apologized. Namcheol then presented a two-handed sword, saying he found it in the warehouse and that Taemin could use it for now. The system window notified that Jaehyun and the Shining Ones had joined the party. A large party was registered and automatically assigned raid status. The commanders flew rapidly across the sky. The hunters called out that the others were also advancing. Cubican quickly broke the chains on his body. Rox ran furiously, ordering the hunters not to let the commanders reach Lee Hoyol. The commanding generals were their responsibility. At the same time, in the protagonist's thoughts as he performed the ritual, Romeo grinned and said that the Demon King had asked what made him afraid of the protagonist. Decaravia turned his attention to him in confusion. Romeo showed him the situation in the city and said that this was it, their refusal to surrender, despite their despair and their human pride. The protagonist confidently raised his hand, emitting fiery mana from it. The Demon King quickly rose into the air. He furiously asked what pride this was. Decaravia told the protagonist not to make him laugh and declared that it was only an illusion. This was nothing more than strange sentimentality. At the same time, the Demon King thrust his weapon into Harkon's body. The commander coughed up blood. Decaravia raised his bloody weapon to the side and ordered Harkon to lie down already. The Demon King sighed in confusion, saying that he had dealt a fatal blow. Further resistance would only disgrace the commander even more. Harkon, with a terrifying aura in his eyes, looked to the side. He swiftly stabbed Decaravia with his sword. The Demon King looked angrily at the huge wound on his chest, wondering what it was. He questioned where Harkon found the strength to hold the sword and how he was still moving. The commander had lost so much blood that he should have died long ago. Decaravia sank to the ground, putting a hand to his chest. Harkon looked down at him sternly. The Demon King furiously demanded why the commander had not surrendered and how it was even possible. Harkon raised his sword to strike. Decaravia realized the commander was unconscious, yet still continued to fight. Harkon instantly cut off his head with his sword. The system window notified that the commander-in-chief of the Demon King had been defeated. The morale of the demon army had been significantly undermined, and the power of the Demon King had weakened. The hunters looked at the system window in surprise. Taemin happily put his sword on his shoulder, saying that Harkon did it, and they could move out too. Rox clenched his teeth and headed into battle, shouting his agreement. A powerful stream of energy struck Cubican on the head. The system window notified that the commander of the demon army, Cubican, had been defeated. The power of the Demon King had weakened. Hesagi turned and shouted that they would not be defeated and that they must go around Taemin. The guildmaster charged toward Amikon. A powerful beam of energy pierced the commander's body. The system window notified that the commander of the demon army, Amikon, had been killed. The Demon King's power had weakened. Horkin looked at the blood in fear, saying that this could not be. He wondered why they were not running, since they had seen how cruelly the permafrost was defeated. They were the Demon King's army, to be defeated by weak people, not just once, but twice. Taemin remembered Kiruin, his expression turning angry. He furiously struck out with his clawed and fire-shrouded hand. The system window notified that the commander of the demon army, Horkin, had been killed. The Demon King's power had weakened. The Demon King instantly bent over in pain and placed his hands on his head. Decaravia said in despair that this could not be. His commanders were killed by weak people. Romeo looked at the streams of dark mana with confidence. In the present, part of the Demon King's body was torn off. He fell to the ground, destroying the buildings beneath him. Decaravia felt intense pain as blood flowed down. Lee Hoyol gritted his teeth, thinking that the Demon King was resisting the ritual too much. He had already spent so much mana that it was becoming difficult to maintain the exorcism. Decaravia, with a terrifying look, opened his eyes and shouted that a human dared to challenge him. In the present, the Demon King opened his mouth wide, letting out a loud roar. He threw his head back, raising streams of dark smoke and destroying the city. The hunters covered their faces, standing under the powerful waves of smoke. Wai Kong said confidently that this could not be. It seemed that the Demon King was trying to escape. Decaravia ran through the city, destroying it. Lee Hoyle, surprised, thought that everything was now clear. The Demon King must be trying to escape the exorcism ritual. The Demon King bends over, screaming in pain. The protagonist thought that the Demon King's true form was unconsciously trying to escape. At the same time, a reporter called out to the producer, asking where the monster was going. The producer exclaimed in amazement that the city center was in that direction, where civilians had been evacuated. Lee Hoyle clenched his teeth, thinking that this could not be allowed to happen. If they let the Demon King escape, a tragedy would follow. He had to concentrate on the exorcism ritual and stop it. The system window notifies that his mana is running out. Lee Hoyle was surprised and wondered what was happening. The system window notifies that the exorcism is ending. The protagonist thought that this was a curse. Romeo appeared behind Lee Hoyle and said that they had a source of magic. The protagonist remembered the past. Carl had said to use one's inner darkness as a source of mana. Lee Hoyle confidently emerged from his memories. He quickly raised his hand and extended 2 fingers shrouded in dark energy. He realized it was dark magic. The Demon King's real body was filled with dark mana, causing him to scream in pain. Decaravia thought that this darkness should never... He stopped thinking because of the intense pain. Wai-Kong watches tensely. The viewers wrote that this was some kind of horror. They wondered what was even happening. The hunters look up in amazement. After a while, Leonie is standing on a cliff with her comrades. She smiled confidently while looking down. The guildmaster said that she was about to throw the protagonist over her shoulder and run away if it became too dangerous. Apparently, there was nothing to worry about. The system window notified that the Demon King Decaravia had been defeated. The quest to recapture Permafrost was complete. Lee Hoyle had restored hope to the northern city of Permafrost. A short time later on the news, an NPC holding sheets of paper announced it was breaking news. With the increased interest in the city of Permafrost, discussions about the city's reconstruction and the empty government position became an important topic. An NPC sitting at a table asked if he had seen the video. A smiling NPC asked if it was really from Wai-Kong, if he had seen it, and guessed it probably had 200 million views already. At the same time, a news report on the phone said that a column of smoke had been rising for several days at the site of the victory over Decaravia. The protagonist put the phone on the floor. He was sitting on the floor, stretching his arms. Lee Hoyle happily laid down on the bed and exclaimed that it was good to be home. He looked up in surprise. The protagonist thought that after defeating Decaravia, thick smoke had risen from his remains. At the same time, the quest legacy of Akshan appeared. The system window notified that the class quest legacy of Akshan had appeared. The beacon of salvation is lit and burns brightly. O last demon hunter, bring back the legacy lost to evil. Lee Hoyle confidently looked at the system window, raised his finger, and wondered what legacy of Akshan meant. Could this somehow be connected with Romeo, whom he had met in the Palace of Reason? For now, he couldn't be sure of anything. The Demon King's last words confused the protagonist. He remembered the words of Decaravia. The Demon King had said that this darkness should never fall into the hands of people. A few days after the return of Permafrost, Arcana reported that the full table of contribution points for the Siege of Permafrost had been published as of October 29th. Lee Hoyle received more than 1 million contribution points. In second place was Rox with 4,221 contribution points. In third place was Chun with 2,249 contribution points. The notice apologized for the delay, explaining there was a system error in calculating points, which had led to a problem with issuing the reward. It stated they would distribute the rewards as soon as the problem was resolved. Commentators wondered if it was really a bug, or if such a thing was even possible. The system window then notified that an urgent notification had appeared, an announcement of an error in the distribution of rewards for the Siege of Permafrost. Sometime later, in the Yusra archipelago, Sol knocked on the door, apologized to Hakan, and told him it was time for his examination. She entered the room and asked how he was feeling. The doctor was very surprised by what he saw. The commander, his body bandaged, was standing on the floor supported by just 2 fingers. He looked at them and said that it was her, Sol. She quickly headed towards him and insisted that he needed bed rest. Hakan may have been given healing magic, but his injuries were still very serious. The doctor raised his hand and pleaded with the commander, as he was making his job very difficult. Hakan laughed and said that it was not a serious problem. Sol, looking tired, put her hand to her face and said that if the commander did not recover, she would not be able to look Lee Hoyle in the eyes out of shame. Hakana entered the room and said he was glad that Hakan was feeling well. Sol was startled to see him. Together, she and the doctor greeted His Majesty. The king, smiling, extended his hand and said that everything was fine. They should feel comfortable. Hakana had only come to give the commander a package from their savior. Hakana, looking at him, asked if it was really from Lee Hoyle. The king, holding a feather in his hand, said that it must have been left by the commander-in-chief of the demon army at the place where the commander had lost consciousness. A system window notified them that it was a feather of a helped bird with a rare rank. Hakana said that the protagonist had asked for it to be given to her, since the commander was the one who defeated that monster. Lee Hoyle had also said that when Hakana met the Emperor of the Arcana again, he would need a trophy proving that the commander had fully fulfilled his duty. Hakana looked at the feather in his hand in surprise. He squeezed it in his hand and asked if the protagonist had even thought of that. Lee Hoyle is a very attentive man. However, where had he disappeared to? Several days had passed since the victory over the Demon King Decoria. Life quickly returned to normal, but a lot had changed. The NPC slammed his fist on the table. He threw the papers away in anger and loudly asked if Hisajai and all the other Inazuma Guild members were bowing to Lee Hoyle in gratitude. They were just fools. Not only did they miss out on being the first to complete the siege, but they had also lost to the Koreans. Did Inazuma really not realize how big of a problem their actions were, considering that Jane had already surpassed them in the rankings? Why had they let them through so easily? Hisajai asked if that meant he should have left all the civilians of Hokkaido to die. The NPC angrily asked what the guildmaster was talking about. Hisajai, with a terrifying look, slammed the table and threw it. He said with an ominous look that if the other guilds had arrived a second later, they would have all died. They were just old freaks. The NPC shook in fear, demanding to know what the guildmaster was talking about, how he dared, and who Hisajai took him for. The guildmaster asked how dare he. He said with a terrifying look, directing lightning mana from his hand, that the NPC had said the exact thing he wanted to say. Hisajai, along with the Inazuma Guild, turned away from Japan. A hunter turned to the guildmaster and asked what they should do now that they had turned their backs on their homeland. No one would welcome them now. Hisajai, walking down the corridor, said that he wasn't so sure about that. He smiled, raised his head, and said that he wondered what kind of captain they would need to emigrate to the Uzra Kingdom. They found refuge on the Uzra Archipelago and continued their activities there. The Japanese government was furious, but there was nothing it could do because technically it had kicked out the best players of its nation. Wycon's channel went viral, and he was now receiving cooperation offers from a variety of companies. He announced that due to the number of calls he was receiving, he would be taking a break from broadcasting until Lee Hoyle returned. It wasn't much of a problem, since people likely wouldn't tune into his stream without the main character anyway. The second son, Shred, managed to raise his guild's rank in the Siege of Permafrost, apparently atoning for his shame from the Uzra incident. Regarding Jan, everyone was talking about Taemon's class quest. Nam Cheol's expression at the press conference became a meme. News reports said that Jessie had indeed announced her departure from the Shining Ones. Rox, leaning his face on his hand with a stern look, asked what her opinion on this news was. As far as he understood, she didn't feel any attachment to the guild. Rox hadn't expected that she would be taken away from him like this. Jessie, calmly holding a cup, said that she had never said she was leaving. Rox, addressing her by name, said that if she really was going to leave, he would not accept it, unless the one taking her was Lee Hoyle. Jessie lowered her head and asked why he was already so tense. Lee Hoyle had disappeared anyway, somewhere in the world. With a tired expression, Romeo thought that he had been searching day and night for information about the new class quest, but had made no progress. He sat on a chair, tilted his head back, and wondered if this legacy even existed. Besides, why were so many people writing and calling him? The protagonist's phone rang rapidly, and he turned it off. Holding the phone, Lee Hoyle tiredly put a hand to his head and thought about how exhausted he was. It was time for him to turn off his phone. It was even worse than it was with Ascura. He wanted to visit the library of the Mage Tower, but he was too scared to go outside. There was no progress in the class quest, and the reward for the siege was also missing. And also, those last words of the Demon King. Lee Hoyle thoughtfully put his hand on his chin and remembered the words of the Demon King. He thought that he had always suspected he was somehow different from other players. He felt his behavior shouldn't change that much, even though he was synchronized with his in-game character. Plus, there was Romeo, whom he saw in the exorcism ritual. Lee Hoyle searched to see if other players could see their characters, but he couldn't find anything on the topic. It might be an exclusive skill for demon hunters. Even if it was, he wouldn't know about it since he was the last of them. Besides, if that was true, how did Lee Hoyle manage to see into Romeo's past? Lee Hoyle put his hand on his head tensely and hoped he could learn something new about Romeo if he dealt with Ocean's legacy. He looked at the system window that appeared in surprise. The system window notified him that he had gained new levels. Lee Hoyle looked at his stats and wondered if he had really just leveled up 30 times at once. The system window notified that the items for his high contribution to the Siege of Bali had been automatically placed in his inventory. The pentagram of sinister sealed knowledge of epic rank. Its effects were hidden due to the demon's curse. To learn more, he first needed to cleanse it. He happily looked at the system window and thought that they had given him another item. The system window notified that his affinity with the permafrost had reached its maximum. His influence in the permafrost had reached its maximum. The authority function was activated in the permafrost. Lee Hoyle thought that they had also given him authority. He clenched his fist with a smile and thought that the fact that he had authority in Yusra was already cool enough. Now he also had authority in the permafrost. Romeo looked at the system window in surprise. Lee Hoyle wondered if there was really anything left. He was very surprised by what he saw. The system window notified that a special quest had appeared. A new star had risen above the permafrost. He needed to attend the ceremony to appoint a new ruler. At the same time, Taman looked at the system window in surprise and asked if there was really going to be a ceremony to appoint a new ruler. Namchul asked if there was really a new ruler. Rock bit his lip and said that he had a bad feeling. Chun angrily rose from his hospital bed and loudly asked if they were really planning an appointment ceremony and hadn't even told him anything. The NPC turned to the master and said that this wasn't about him. The NPC asked him to stop being angry. The system window notified that Lee Hoyle was the ruler of the permafrost. He opened his mouth wide in surprise. He quickly threw his head back, put his hands on it, and screamed. He was in the permafrost. But now I want to hear from you. What did you think? Let me know your rating from 0 to 10 in the comments below, and tell me what your favorite part was. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next one.